Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's the 18th of February, 2025, a Tuesday afternoon. Hopefully you are doing well. It's been really snowy around here. We got 74 centimeters of snow across like 2 days. It just snowed nonstop. 74 centimeters is like 2.5 feet. It's like a lot of snow. Fair bit of shoveling. Everything's kind of in disarray, like mail and all the stuff you're expecting to come in isn't coming in. It's okay. We'll get through it. We're not trapped inside. We can get out, but a lot of work. Afternoon, he's in the future? No, it's noon. It's noon 23. It's good. Sofabot, how's it going? The song is Neato. Schrodinger, welcome to the stream. Quite a banger. Knight Rider 87 Galactic Realms, in case someone wants the ID. That is totally correct. Did you like Shazam it? That is what that is. A lot of the songs that I played like don't have huge music accounts, like listening counts on YouTube and stuff like that. You still have snow over there? Oh, we have so much snow. I cannot go out of the back. The back is snowed in. You have to like, so also in Montreal, we're in like walk-up apartments. So Montreal has very specific type of stairs that a lot of their apartments have these stairs in the front. I think it's very charming and it's super common. So the stairs that I have in my apartment are more like this, that they're curved and we're up here on the top. So in theory, all of these stairs are covered in a huge amount of snow. And so your job is to clean the platform here. The balcony is all snowed in, but at the top, but that doesn't matter. You can't see there you go, my mouse. And then there's snow up here. And then it's like a lot of work. It's not a driveway, mind you, which if you have a car, that's a thing. But it's a bunch of work. We have so much snow. We have so much snow. Too much snow. Way too much snow. Hey, Lucy. How's it going? I'm late. Both from Métropole Grid and my locals. How's your locals? How are you going to be at your locals? Are you going to make it on time for your locals? Shazam got a no problem. Oh, fantastic. Rose. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to stream. That is some sort of Clavetnik punitive alt art combination. That's really sick. Hopefully y'all are doing well. It feels like it's been busy. There's been a lot of stuff going on. We're in this like weird holding pattern where, like, as you probably know, the new set Elevation is coming out in about 2 months. It's slightly more than 2 months. I think it's on like the 24th of April. I do think as of next month, we'll hit 1 year between Netrunner releases, because I think in March, Rebellion Without Rehearsal came out. So that's like not great. But the new stuff is coming out soon. I'm assuming we're going to get spoiler stuff come April, not March and April. So we have a while. We have a while to hold on. I'm 100% late for locals. I still haven't had dinner. Oh, are you doing dinner first? Or are you just skipping it? Can you eat dinner there? Yo, Not Yeti. How's it going? Yo. How you doing? How's your weekend? There's a lot of districts this weekend, mind you. I don't know if there's any in your area. There might be. I don't know the UK regionals season off by hand. Hey, I remember the day of the week. Jeff, how's it going? Hey, shout out to Jeff, mind you. Jeff finally got this thing out. He's been working on it for a long time. I'll have a link in the description. But this is the 2024 Netrunner season recap, in which Jeff goes through a slideshow presentation talking about basically the whole year last year in terms of competitive Netrunner, in terms of like what showed up, what mattered, the deck archetypes, the ban lists, and things that, changed. It is a lot of numbers, a lot of stats. Any video that has a section called the Mulch Preamble is a pretty fun video in my mind, but you can find this out below. People are really excited that this came out. And I think people in the comments are shouting it out too. It's one thing for this to be interesting, but then it's another thing for this to be like some sort of time capsule that people can, like dig up and see like, okay, I wonder what 2024 looks like. This is something that I'm like really, really fond of. And I think is kind of important in certain ways. Like obviously TraceX Substack, the surveyor, Kikai and Not Yeti's blog has been fantastic this last year as well. So you can kind of go through tournaments and get a bit of a recap. But what I find so strange, especially for card games that are less popular than Netrunner, is a lot of the history gets erased. It just doesn't exist anymore, right? Like I borrowed my friend's copy of Warhammer Conquest just to figure out what, it was like one of the FFG LCGs I never played. And Maddie and I played one game. We're not that interested, it turns out. But like I can't find starter decks, because none of the websites that people use for like Netrunner DBs for that game exist anymore. Like the history's just gone. I've been casually playing Legend of the Five Rings over the last couple of years, and like their Netrunner DB doesn't exist anymore because nobody pays for the hosting. And so like so much history is gone in terms of like figuring out what the world looked like, what people thought were good, the evolutions of the meta. Like there is so much culture and things to be learned, and this stuff just doesn't exist anymore. It's an absolute bummer. So glad this sort of stuff exists. Jeff shouts out at the end, mind you, if you're wondering why does Eusanguin SE not stream every Friday night, you had a kid. Him and the family, they had a child at the end of December, which if you didn't know is the reason why Jeff's on paternity leave. So wishing them all the best for sure. Very exciting. 64 days to go. That's all it is. 64 days. Soon. Zorix, how are we doing? I'm doing well. How are you doing? Hey Eric, how's it going? How's the stream last night? I watched actually all of it, not all of it live, but I was out here playing some Marvel Champions, and then this becomes my stream monitor. It's quite handy. I built myself a really nice space. I know that you're a big Mulch fan or a big Virus Hoshiko fan, and for what it's worth, that Virus Hoshiko deck is like probably my least favorite part of Standard right now. And I think this is going to be the beginning of a slippery slope where I complain about how my Friday went, but I don't know, y'all. I run into this issue like somewhat consistently. I am trying to put together video stuff. So I had this like not very good deck. It had some interesting cheeky stuff, but it's not fantastic. And so I sat up on a Friday afternoon to do some recording. And the issue is JNet is really, really wild. Like if you queue up to JNet, the different sort of decks that you run into where it's like you're queuing into tier 1 Hoshiko and like with, you know, 9 simul chips and all the recursion, it's really, really difficult out there. I feel like I'm only running into like super tier 1 stuff or players who are really new into the game. I feel like there's no midpoint. And so it's becoming very difficult to get content where it's like if it's a new player, it's hard to talk about the game in a very like structured way because your opponent isn't often acting in the most, you know, they're learning the game. They do some stuff that are obviously not what they're going to do or what they want to do, but they don't know better because they're new, and that's everyone starts it. That's fine. Or then you end up like, you know, getting crushed by tier 1 Hoshiko. It's like, oh man, that deck just with so much recursion, it really tilts me, and I don't know why. And I do think it's like the three labor rights, the buffer drive, and the 9 simul chips. It's probably that. I think it's entirely that. Eric, I don't like Virus Hoshiko. It's really good. PMK, hopefully you're having a good day. Hopefully you're having a good day too. Scotland is this week. It's my event and I'm very nervous. Oh, sick. So it's the regionals in Scotland. It is this weekend. There's a lot of districts this weekend, mind you. I meant to have got my kit. I don't have my kit just yet. Oh, this is London. But if you look at the upcoming page on ABR, there's like 6 or 7 districts going on this weekend. So here we have Scotland Regional Bathgate District Championship. That's nice. There's in Cambridge, which is in Cambridge, Massachusetts. There's something in Wisconsin. It might be Cranked area. There's a whole bunch more that are happening this weekend that you can tell, which is fantastic. In Geelong, I think that's the Australian flag. Pretty sure that's Australian flag. Not sure what the New Zealand flag looks like. Well, let's just say it's Australia. Yeah, really, really cool. If you go to up to ABR, you can show up the cool graphic with all the UK regionals. The Synchron's video type. Yes, this is up. Oh, not this here. We had it a second ago. But it is the graphic that has all the map for the UK regionals, which I actually don't know where it is. It's probably under the more section, right? Yeah, here it is. So for those who don't know, the UK regionals are district championships, but this is kind of like a recurrence of what they were called last year. And 22nd February, that's this weekend. And then the next is Southeast something, which seems to be sold out. Again, a bunch of these events sold out like way before ahead of time. So you probably want to grab tickets. I know there's a bunch of folks who tried to go to London and couldn't because they just couldn't get there. Sold out. Since that graphic was updated, Southeast Regionals both got more tickets and sold out again. Don't have to update the graphic. That's sick. That's really, really cool, though. Hopefully some people got their tickets. I feel this is more a time capsule than interesting, but we'll keep working on that. I feel like this one, I read one of your early scripts, and it was like, I don't think your opinions like worked in too hard. I think there was some soft scathing comments, which I really appreciated. This is a bit more of a time capsule, I think, where it's just a recounting of what's going on. I think the explanation of why things are like that might not be exactly this video, but I do think a time capsule is still super valuable. And I know this takes a heck of a lot of work for sure. So I really appreciate this. Preservation of meta is a work of love. As someone who discovers Netrunner just a year ago, I really appreciate the effort. What I'm thinking of doing for just like some small short YouTube content is doing a bit of like history recap. Because I know I have a huge amount of like stories of either specific decks or meta interactions or card names or all these sort of things that were like relevant knowledge years ago. But the majority of people who are playing Netrunner now didn't play Netrunner back then. And so hearing, you know, like an explanation of what the deck is, like the Oscars deck, how to explain what that is, like that's a really fun 5-minute story. Or like, why does Steel Skin Scarring have that name in modern FFG Netrunner? Like that's a really fun story that a lot of people don't know who are getting into the game recently, because that story is like, honestly, like 9 years old at this point. I think that might be a fun content to put together. L5R is wiped from the face of the earth. Yeah, it's really, really bad. And then the only stuff that's left is like Card Game DB, which that website sucks so much ass. It's unbelievable. It is so unbelievably bad as a website to either look at cards or put together decks. It is just something else. Jai, how's it going? Hopefully you're well. I want to voice my disappointment in your deck at the AMT. I think it is the worst Netrunner. I can't believe that's what you did. But just like literally Saisenton energy, big Saisenton energy in HB, Jai. Defend yourself kindly. Are we talking to Jeff recap? Yeah, we are. I keep threatening to do archival project to try and create a database of old tournament results for Netrunner to preserve it. There's like, it's up on weird websites too, like Akuda.net. I know tracked a lot of like Canada, France, and Belgium, I think. I bring this up because I have really good Aku stats, but they used to have like ranks for different years where they would abstractly rank players based off of a point system. It's kind of like, you know, the modern Beanstalk. I want to shout this out because I think one of these years I was the top ranked Canadian player. No big deal. It's not a big deal. I lost nationals that year, but I did get a lot of points. I went to a lot of events, 16 events. I don't go to that many events anymore. Mind you, there's way more events back in the day. But yeah, these were cool. And then you actually could go through tournaments, and it's just like what ABR is now. This is the closest we had to ABR. As much as ABR is, I would still say somewhat of a modern contrivance. Like ABR did not exist when, you know, there was huge amounts of tournaments back in the FFG days. Like this is, you know, 47 pages, and a lot of these tournaments had huge events. Like these, yeah, they're nice. They're big. For what it's worth too, I realized StimHack also has this. Not as well, I don't think, but you actually can go to tournament winning deck lists through StimHack, and it technically has this like historical page of everybody, but it only tells you largely names and identities as much as it also tells you the metas they're in. But these are just like tournaments over. I scrolled really, really fast, and so you can just at least see what IDs are winning. And if you click on them, sometimes it gives you a deck list. Yeah, sometimes it does. That's kind of cool, as much as this doesn't tell you a story, and it's a lot of work to go through this, but it's cool. It's definitely neat. Ban mulch for vibes reasons. It'd be tricky for a noob like me. I keep threatening to do archival project, but it's hard. Yeah, I hear you. Hey, Cold Lava, NaMPC starts in just under 2 months. Yes, on this side of the ocean, NaMPC is starting off quite soon. I don't know what the first event is. NaMPC is continuing this year, which is pretty sick. I'm not sure if Whiteblade is involved with it this year, but there's a lot of folks who are like obviously very excited to take up that mantle. So we're going to see events coming up. New Jersey. Oh, that's why Cold Lava's event is very soon. On the 12th of April. So this is a district championship. That is really, really quite soon. That's very exciting. Dallas Fort Worth represent. Hey, enjoy your district. It's Cardiff Netrunner night tonight. Enough. Sorry, gonna maybe have the most people ever. Enough for 3 simultaneous games. Yo, that's sick. Go ahead and enjoy it. Just coming out and having like 4 people honestly is enough. 3 people gets a bit awkward, but 4 people is honestly enough, I think, to survive, keep a hobby alive, where people have an excuse to come out and, you know, grind and practice and try new things. I know I'm lucky where I am, where we can go out on a Tuesday and have like 15 people, apparently. Like, that's incredible. I don't know why that is. I think Montreal is really big in terms of games. It's just like a city that has a lot of game developers, and so a lot of people with kind of overlapping interests. I think the Métropole Grid existing here and backroom deals also does help to some extent. It gives Montreal a bit more Netrunner noticeability, as much as I don't shout out where I exist that often. But that's really, really cool. Yeah, I think places with 3 or 4 people, like that stuff just grows. I think we just saw screenshots recently, even in like Vermont across the border. Now Izzy's coming out and there's like 4 people, 5 people showing up, which is kind of all you need, which is great. I want to hear all of these. Oh, nice. I'd love to hear that type of content. It seems really fun. Maybe I should put that stuff together. Connor says, I really enjoyed Yasengren's video because it triggered my memories of some events. Reminiscing is fun. That's another thing too. Like if you went out and played, you remember these metas, you remember these considerations, what you were thinking going into these events if you played or watched. Shout out here. I don't know if NaMPC Boston gets like a timestamp, but like I had a lot of fun last year traveling to events. I think it was probably the most amount of Netrunner events that I've gone to in a while. And we spent a lot of time driving down the border. I think this year, unfortunately, it's going to be very different for me personally as a Canadian. I think we'll probably talk about that a bit more in the future, but yeah, it was a really good time last year. I don't know yet about why Spin Doctor is called Jackson. It's something that happens every once in a while, but very similar cards. I think these things are probably worth telling their stories because they're very cool stories. Supernut started to go through history from just a deck list. Could be fun to team up with a non-old head whose own knowledge. Oh, fuck. I keep forgetting to bring this up because Supernut shared me this link, except it was on Discord and it goes to my message requests, which I always miss. So I'm just going to open it. But Supernaut has been putting this blog together. I haven't had a time to read it yet, but I know that they've been going through the finals and like talking about the deck lists. And mind you, a lot of this stuff still exists as streams. Some of them are really interestingly produced, but this stuff is definitely worth reading. You can also check out, I think it's called the Hitchhiker's Guide or Time Traveler's Guide, excuse me, to Netrunner, which is this kind of historical podcast that Kenny put together, Simon Moon put together, maybe feels like 5-6 years ago. I don't think it was finished, but it goes through the first couple of years of Netrunner and specifically worlds and major tournaments and talking about the players and their decks. It does have a focus on Simon Moon's experience, which is still like a totally valid and interesting thing. I think that Simon Moon was surprised how interesting people found that talk to be, but I think that is one of the other big archival works that's worth plugging, which is kind of cool. Time Traveler's Guide to Netrunner is pretty rough production wise, but very fun. Oh yeah, it's super like just somebody talking into a dictaphone, right? Like it's very casual vibes. I don't think it's heavily edited. The audio quality is not like podcast quality, but I don't think I cared, right? Like sometimes it's like that makes it unapproachable, but it just sounded like sitting across from somebody you know who is talking about Netrunner, and I found that incredibly charming, which is great. It's really, really good. There was a Google slideshow of a bunch of historic meta decks for Netrunner, but I'd love to hear more of it. Oh, I don't know anything about that, Bob. I plead guilty, Your Honor. I was bored out of my mind brewing corp. Oh, no. Oh, Kat, I missed it. Hey, how are you doing? Kat, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Hey, Warlock. Jai doesn't compete, gets scolded. Jai competes, gets scolded anyways. I'm really glad that you brought that up, because it seems like yeah, that's definitely a catch-22 of sorts. I feel like there's a way that Jai can compete and can't get scolded. Also, Warlock, congratulations. I think we'll talk about that once we get to the tab at the top, but I'm very excited to see a Null Signal Games article with your name in it. That Netrunner lore would be awesome. One of my favorite things about the Pokemon TCG is going back and learning about old metagames, and I love to learn old Netrunner lore. Okay, very cool. Keep that in mind. I think that's really fun. Let's all scold Jai. Yeah. It's the grid. Brendan, how you doing? Is that newly appointed Eternal format head Stefano Warlock Griva? I think it is. Andre joining in on scolding Jai. Nice. 3 people is fine, IMO, but I do like watching Netrunner live. 3 people is fine because of the third person can play two-headed Netrunner. And for what it's worth, one of the best things that you can do to get better at Netrunner is play with someone against someone, where you and your friend or your rival, I don't honestly care, sit down and try and play the side together and talk through your lines. This is easier for what it's worth on Jinteki.net because your opponent can't hear you because of the artifice of the internet. But otherwise, it's like one of the best ways to do it is because somebody will explain something and be like, hey, why not do this? Or you'd be like, I'm doing this for this reason. And you can talk about it, because that's the only way that your bullshit is going to be challenged, is when there's somebody next to you who has a different bullshit. And then you try and create the super bullshit. But like for real, 3 might actually be okay. We started drawing in people who weren't taught by me. Oh, super cool, Gwen. Have fun. Hey, Wenjong, bubbling up a bit. Just want to shout ESL is absolutely welcoming and amazing to watch. Appreciate for all putting these together. Wenjong, hopefully you're doing well. I reckon you're pretty far away from us physically at this point, but good to hear from you, bud. Yeah, I guess we'll just like transition into this. I talked about this before earlier on the stream, but we're in the middle of the Eternal Super League, which is a 9-week-long league in which 9 Netrunner players are playing this round-robin format of Eternal. And so they play their asynchronous games. They play their games against their opponents for that week, and they record their games. And then come Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern or 7 p.m. UTC, I think is a time zone. Every Sunday there's a stream, and in the stream, the games are shown, and they're broadcast, and they have commentators, which is really quite nice. If you're not familiar with Eternal, Eternal is the format in which every single Netrunner card largely is allowed, and there is a balancing system with points, and there are banned cards. There's like a handful of banned cards, but you get to see everything. And it's definitely of a higher power level format. Of course it is. There's more cards. You play the busted stuff that's like banned in standard. And it can be quite interesting. And I do think while higher power level can be scary and can be frustrating, it also is a celebration of like interactions between cards that never saw play together because they were never legal at the same time. And it allows a lot of creativity. And I think there's actually a lot more creativity in Eternal that is rewarded than we've currently seen. I still think there's probably some stuff people haven't explored. It's a massive format of thousands and thousands of cards, as much as there are known archetypes. So regardless, I got to stream this on Sunday. I'll be streaming every once in a while. This stream specifically, I put together this overlay thing that can show the cards. So specifically, if we're talking about the commentators are talking about cards, I can show you the text because some of the recordings don't show the cards that well because it's just recording of people playing the game. And it's not like we can highlight the cards because this is not a real-time JNet game. Hopefully that was actually useful. If you have any feedback, let it let it be known. Like, we'd love to hear it. But this has been shared with everybody else's streaming so they can pull up the cards. I was sitting here with my foot on a pedal bringing out these cards, and I hope it really did help. I know for the second rounds too, shout out to both Warlock and Cobra Bubbles who were doing commentary. I think they did a fantastic job. We were meant to be joined by a Narco, but she couldn't make it at the last moment, but we definitely made do. Even before each round, I think on the latter two rounds, me and Cobra sat and talked about, like, what do you think this is going to be? What is the most important card in the matchup? What do you expect? How things should be going? What should players watch out for? And I feel like that pre-game talk is probably pretty useful, specifically for people who are watching this who don't understand the format. That's really cool. We're currently here. This is a 125 card Cabinessa Wu deck, a Shaper deck with 2 World Trees eventually hit the table. It's a really, really fun matchup. But it's quite nice. It's a lot of fun. I had a great time watching Eternal, and for me, I know all these cards as much as I don't play Eternal. So it was nice to see what modern Eternal looks like and to see some of my favorite cards of all time see play again. This is Deer. Deer is a card. Mind you, there hadn't been any Daemons in Netrunner for a long time until we got Muse. Feels like it's been many, many years. And Deer was like one of the most busted Daemons. It costs no MU. It can host a single program that becomes cheaper, and the hosted program does not count against your memory unit limit. Like, just such an absurd card. And these are the sort of things like I just love playing again with an Eternal. Time Travel Guide Simon Moon's things. Yeah, that is Kenny's thing. I think it's still available. Time Traveler's Guide to Netrunner. Yeah, I don't think he finished it. It is like, you know, it's a bit rambling, but it's quite nice. I enjoyed it. I think I've listened to all of it. Where's Wenjong now? I'm not going to dox Wenjong. I don't think Wenjong is in Toronto anymore. Archivist Podcast goes into Metalore. Archivist Podcast? I don't think I know what that is. That was not going to work. There's no way that's going to work. I probably should have searched Netrunner. A&R History of Archetypes is the name of the Google slideshow, and the updated version contains decks up to standard list 2303, and there's only 1 or 2 short sentences about each decks. Oh, interesting, Bob. I don't know who put that together. I don't know how you find a Google slideshow. Oh, that just was, I didn't copy paste. That was the title of the stream. Always terrifying when you copy paste whatever's last in, and it's like your stream key or something. I guess that must be this is from Chaos of 99. Chaos of 99 has done some really cool stuff. If I'm not mistaken, Chaos of 99 does a bunch of like the spoiler tracking for new sets where like you can track the numbers to see what's missing. So I think this is Chaos's. This is probably what we're talking about. Yeah, this seems old. It says Nisei in a bunch of places, but it goes all the way to where they wouldn't be Nisei. Oh, that's cool. This stuff is fantastic. Very fascinating. I wonder how far back this goes. There's no way of knowing. In the process of moving to rural Indiana, waving away my beloved Torsog meta broken heart. MTI Triple Grid. I want to be very clear. I played Mati within a world where there was no Managarm Skunkworks and no Formicary. Technically there was Formicary, but nobody knew that interaction. And it was just like kind of a powerful identity. I did not play Acid Spam. I just played Glacier, and that was interesting. I don't know what to say. We diving into Eternal nonsense, Game of Droids. We're just shouting out the Eternal League. Oh, and on that note, of course, this is what's coming up. This is huge. So Eternal format hasn't had an updated ban list since 2311, I think, since after World Championship in Barcelona. So it's been like a bit. And for what it's worth, new cards have come out, and I'd argue that there probably should be a new point system for Eternal. New cards came out. You probably should reevaluate stuff. And so this article came out just today. Hey everyone, I'm Warlock, and I'm recently joined NSG to take on the role of format lead for Eternal. This is huge. The last format lead for Eternal has stepped down. That was Lost Geek, if I'm not mistaken. And so Eternal really needed someone to step up to take this reign. And it's Warlock, which is sick because Warlock is definitely a very committed Eternal grinder. Notably known for getting a couple of cards banned in the format alongside Cobra Bubbles, but also one of the organizers behind the Eternal Super League. You can hear Warlock do commentary this week and last week, and it's just very great. Very nice person. Very excited and grateful to have the chance to help shape NSG's most powerful format. I can't wait to make it the most fun and welcoming it can be. For now, I want to share with all of you my vision for Eternal and what the future has in store for the format. And there's some bullet points about vision for the format, explaining why. I even asked this question, like I had no idea this was in the cards. I asked the question to Warlock, like, why can you sell people on Eternal? And these bullet points came out. And very clear, the goals here are to reduce the gap between the tier 1 decks and the rest of the competition. If you ask me, this is one of the big issues with Eternal, is that I think Eternal, like, Throwback was a format that became very successful last year. And Throwback is the ability to play standard but also play one playset of an old rotated card from the Eternal format, right? Like old cards. And that's a really compelling thing to a lot of players because a lot of people just want to re-experience old cards and still build these wacky combos between cards that were never legal at the same time. The issue is that there's for there being 2,000 plus whatever cards in Eternal, the majority of them don't see play, and that's because if you're playing competitive Eternal, the decks get really, really, really good really fast. And because there's not a big scene for casual Eternal, the card pool is actually relatively percentage-wise much smaller than standard, if you ask me. And I think that is a very noble goal, that if the power level or the power level of the top decks come down or the power level of the bottom decks go up, it actually opens the card pool. And I think opening the card pool is the overall goal of Eternal. So I stand by that. I think that's going to be really cool if that can be nailed. That's a very difficult thing to do. Make generalist disruption and tech cards less common. There's a whole bunch of tech cards. A lot of matchups can become a bit swingy where tech cards are very, very powerful. And a lot of decks are just like stacked amounts of tech cards. Just to show you, for instance, like people are playing in the league and they're playing this as their console, even though there's like just busted consoles in faction. They're playing Heartbeat. And not because it has any synergy with their deck, just because a card like this just wins you games against certain matchups. And this card did almost win Worlds because of its interaction with a certain matchup that was very relevant, even out of faction. But like cards like these, I don't think are an exciting part of Eternal. And it's just like the sort of thing where if this comes down, you're kind of hosed. So that's really cool. Film Critic, yeah, Film Critic sees a fair bit of play. There is counterplay against Film Critic. Film Critic, I'm pretty sure is pointed, but I could be wrong. But this is another card that we played in Standard for many, many years. That is frustrating. It just turns to text off of agendas. So any agenda that has an on-steal effect, you just bypass it by spending clicks to liberate the agenda. You also don't steal the agenda, so that actually matters for a relatively important subsection of the card pool. But yeah, the tech cards need to be less generalistly very good. So it's more about, you know, the haymakers than it is safety. And I think that's also a very cool thing to pursue. This is sick. Shout out to Warlock. Excited to see for the future of Eternal. I'm assuming once the ESL wraps up, we'll probably end up seeing another Eternal ban shift of points and maybe some more ban cards. I have no idea. But it's been a while since Eternal's been addressed, and still 2311 is a long time ago. People are enjoying the format, which is great. I didn't watch every ESL game, but I do watch every World Tree game, my beloved. Yeah, like, so I think the coolest ESL game that we had on Sunday, just to sell it, was like a game between Jai and Yasengrin, in which it was Essa with no icebreakers, no programs, versus Scorpios. And Scorpios is like a program destruction anti-recursion identity that's running like 3 SDS drone deployments. So 9 of the points that Jeff can't steal, and it's just still such an exciting game. Like you get some really weird board states that you've never seen before, just because it's old cards and interactions, and that's like the appeal. There are some games that are just like kind of nothing burgers, where like CI just gets rolled or whatever. Like that does happen, just like it happens in Standard. But you gotta watch out, it's cool. Dag plus Woo discount cold to 0 is wild busted. It's wild. It is super, super, super wild. It's a new podcast, The Archivists. Oh, okay, I'm not familiar with it. The Archivists. I'll look into that. Recently, I found out there's a way bigger mainland China Netrunner meta than I'd imagine. Who had to do some IRL net running to even access Metropole Grid videos or even JNet? I'm inspired. Andre, you had more fans on that continent than sub number is showing. Oh, that's kind of sick, Wanjong. I've seen on ABR, there's like a whole bunch of tournaments going on in China. I know nothing about that scene. But I do know there's organized play out there. Whether you have to circumvent, you know, whatever to watch this. How's it going, y'all? Hopefully you're doing well. If there's ever a continent versus continent event, I'm claiming you for my team. The Google slideshow goes from core set to Parhelion for the version I found. Oh, wild. Anarcho was the last Eternal Banlist creator. Oh, I had no idea. I thought it was just open. So Anarcho was running it. Oh, that's good. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a heck of a lot of sense. There's a mainland China Netrunner meta? Yeah, there must be. So if you go to ABR, you can sort by country. I don't know how the filter's gonna work, but if you go to like just China, is that gonna work? There's no tab for China. You can just do Hong Kong. So okay, there's no China. There's a Hong Kong tab. I don't mean to say that's the same thing, but apparently you can't search. I do think I've seen events that seem to be Chinese events. This is not exactly the same. There's a video of him teaching Netrunner in Cantonese. Oh shit, Asako was there a month back. Oh, really, really cool. Multiple GNKs across various cities too. The HK one is more openly organizing, but others are just 2 people playing, but don't use ABR consistently. JNet wasn't directly accessible, so you had to be creative. Oh, very wild. Hey, Spark, generalist tech cards and disruption to me is E-Strike and Rumor Mill as the absolute first thoughts. Yes, E-Strike, Rumor Mill, Then there's other stuff, like some of them it's less playable than other things. Like Grua Devinder is a problem as much as this has a real cost. Film Critic is a big one. New Angeles City Hall. I think Aaron Moran might be one of the biggest ones because you just can't flatline with Aaron Moran around. It's almost impossible. I think Heartbeat's a huge one. Malia is not that big of an issue. I don't know if Malia sees consistent play. But that sort of stuff. I do think currents are like my least favorite part of Eternal. And I think if there was no currents in Eternal, I would probably be much more jazzed for Eternal. I think it's really hard. And we saw current gameplay, but I don't think I've seen interest in current gameplay in the ESL so far. It's just been like miserable current gameplay, which is what currents are. And like, they're still good games. It's just like the currents are not the fun part of the game, if you know what I mean. Yo, Gyro, how's it going? How common is Film Critic and Pinhole in Eternal? Pinhole, I've seen nearly none. Film Critic, I think, is slightly pointed. I've seen it in a couple decks. So like the Shaper deck with 125 cards finds slots for it. I'm pretty sure it's 1 point, but it's also not super common. So not as common as you'd think. And for what it's worth, like there are big spiky agendas and stuff like that, but a lot of the corps are also not scoring agendas. So kind of in the middle, not entirely obvious. Apex says the best cards. Wish it was a better idea. Imagine if the trigger redrew a card like Asa. Yeah, you need basically like an installed shot bot for Apex to be good. But that being said, like Apex has some of the best card pool. A lot of Apex cards see play and were super, super important cards, but Apex itself was not very good. And I'd argue if Apex was good and like Apocalypse Apex that breaks all your ice with like, you know, Endless Hunger, I don't think that's fun Netrunner to play against. So I'm happy. But it is what it is. The Scorp game was great, and I can say that because I can't spoil it, Jeff. But yeah, it was really, really fun. SSL Rip was soul destroying, not gonna lie. I don't think you get milled out of that point, Jai. I think you do win. I do think you're right. And he said in chat, like not resing the ice, even if you didn't get a Tithonium, even if you got like an ice wall on R&D, on archives, that's like kind of the biggest deal. I really like the idea and cards behind Apex. It just wasn't strong enough. I'm just saying, I think we're happy. I think we got to a good timeline where this wasn't strong. Because if I think this was strong and all it did is just eat every board state, like, I don't know. Hey, Dajan, how you doing? Shout out to 2024 analysis of Jeff. Yeah, we shouted that out today. I'm a big fan. You can't filter by China because there's non-upcoming, but you can if you go to results. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So if you go to results, there are results for China. I knew I saw it. So you actually can start to see things. So it looks like there's a couple events over the last couple months. That's not bad at all. Shout out. That's sick. I have 6 currents in my Scorp deck. Their names are Standoff and Hostile Takeover. Yeah, okay. Problem is that Film Critic doesn't work on Project of Acheron. Oh shit, I forgot about that. You're right. They're like, okay, so you know, everyone has their own issues. This is another card that I think like I'm so upset with this card that would make me salty if I played Eternal. But when this agenda would be added to the runner score area, it gets the 4 hosted agenda counters, and then it's not worth any points until like 4 turns later. And so this, because it's when it's added to the runner score area, that is a very specific text to beat Film Critic, which like this card did not need that. I wish this didn't fire from archives. I think there's so many ways to make this card less egregious, but it is just the worst. Just the worst. It's like Andre always says, if Apex is good, the game is bad. Pinhole Film Critic would be more popular if more than 1/5 of the deck actually wanted to score behind ice. Oh, I'm missing the fact that you can use Pinhole to steal with Film Critic. Ah, yes, this is a thing you can do. So run any server. If successful, instead of breaching the tech server, access 1 card in the root of another server. If that card is an agenda, you cannot steal or trash it. It only says you cannot steal or trash it. But a card like Film Critic, it says when you access an agenda, you can host it. And then when you host the agenda, you can take it away. Now, this card, actually, the way that it's worded is going to have a really big squeeze. Oh, not a really big, let's be clear. A squeeze on design going forwards. It's to some extent maybe a reason why Cupulation is also worded like this. Cupulation allows you to grab a card, but it can be a non-agenda card. I don't know if there's reasons why that's the case. I think if Cupulation was a Film Critic you could play in Criminal, it actually would see a fair bit more play than it does. But it has to say this text because otherwise you could Cupulate an agenda with Pinhole Threading, and that's obviously kind of messed up. I feel like this card could have been worded differently. It probably should have said something like the agenda cannot, if you access an agenda, it cannot be uninstalled. Like just have a clause that means it can't be stolen, trashed, hosted. Basically saying it has to stay there. But instead the wording went specifically cannot steal or trash, which I think is an easier thing to grok. But that means from now on, any effect that hosts a card can't host an agenda. Yeah, definitely one of the lesser evil cards. Yeah, this is not going to have a huge restriction, but it's always worth pointing these things out when they show up. It's like the designers understand that with this card, they are gated by what cards they print with that sort of clause. Pinhole Critic is the funniest, read most toxic throwback combo. It would get me by surprise for sure. I would not see it coming. I totally forgot you can do that. I get you. It's a pity when a cool idea can't be strong because of being an MPE. It doesn't fire from archives though? Does it not? Pretty sure it does. Oh, anywhere except archives. Oh, sick. Okay, good. I feel like I saw this get added from archives. I guess I'm wrong. Yeah, anywhere except archives. Okay, so it at least has that. Still, don't like it. Fast Run was worth 1 more point for each reduction of counter. It would be so fine. Oh yeah, that'd actually be kind of cool. Like, I don't know if the card would be good at that point, but if it had less counters and for every counter that came off, it'd be up worth 1 point. That'd be sick. That you actually like it ticks up to full, not just from 0 to 3. That would be pretty much more exciting. But also it wouldn't be a very good 5/3, I don't think. This is exactly why Cupulation has the restriction. When we were printing Pinhole, we decided the combo had to be stopped on the Cupulation side. Yeah. I think that's gonna be run into again. Like, it's kind of necessary and that's kind of weird, but it is what it is, yeah. Agendas shouldn't be removed from the game. Hey, Safer, we are going to be more careful with what cards can interact with agendas. With threat being a regular mechanic, being able to deny threat is powerful. I don't think we've seen a lot of situations in Modern Standard. I think people play around threat, but I think if people are imping agendas, they're generally not imping agendas because of the threat. They're imping agendas because, well, other reasons, I guess. I don't feel like I've been in a lot of board states where I actually have to play around threat that heavily, besides like, don't let them get to threat 3 when you're playing Thule. And then Imp is already busted in that matchup regardless. So if I could Cupulation an agenda, would I? Probably not. I'd probably want a Cupulation there, like end of line. Let's be honest. But that being said, that's interesting. And the value of threat's obviously going to change. I think runner threat, we haven't really seen that matter yet, but I think that's an easy thing to see fixed in the future. But that's pretty neat. I do think removing agendas from the game is like a thing that shows up on cards that weren't intended to do, and they get really, really toxic. Luckily, we've not had a deck in a really long time, maybe even ever, that actually uses that in a way. For those who don't know, you can restore to get agendas out of archives. And you can just remove like 6 points from the game, and that's really hard to win the game. I don't know. Restore to RFG agendas is so strange. Yes, yeah. There's a lot of really unintended interactions. Pinhole agenda, stick it on the Film Critic, Aesop's the Film Critic, Mad Dash Archives. Yes, for what it's worth, even outside of Pinhole, when people have Film Critic, I don't think I saw a lot of plays where people like would trash the Film Critic to Mad Dash Archives as much as you could do that back in the day. Like, I don't remember anybody doing that where they would trash their Film Critic. Sometimes the Film Critic got trashed, but that was mostly it. I think NBN's agendas was huge when Mulch was popular. Imping NBN's agendas? Yeah, but if you imp the agendas, like, you're still getting oppoed. It's just not a big oppo, I suppose. But like, you're Mulch. You're just going to imp anything, I'm pretty sure. I don't think imping the agendas is that important. I might be wrong about that. That's not a matchup I know that well. I remember someone arguing that Basharon had counterplay because you could imp it and then found the frustrating play Anar cards as some frustrating counterplay. Yeah, when the counterplay is like, just play this one faction, it's like, I don't know, the counterplay against Sisyphus Protocol. It's like, just trash the ice, dingus. And it's like, well, I'm trying to play criminal here. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. Maybe the A designers forgot Film Critic in Standard. Whistleblower cannot be combined with Pinhole Threading. No, they definitely didn't, because Film Critic was out of the format, right? Like, this is Eternal. So there's no point in the game where a Film Critic and the other one were in the same card pool. And Nelson Games does not design around Eternal. And it's still wild that this interaction exists in Eternal and it's still not played because agendas don't matter like that. Wild though. Asa restoring to remove 9 points from the game is funny. It's like kind of funny, but also kind of sucks. Arrived at locals, Lucille, have fun, huh? Punitive Dex was super dead until Critic left regular play. Yes. I played not even punitive too. Like, I played mid seasons. I played so much shit that lost to Film Critic. For years, just about every deck I played lost to Film Critic. And it just, you wanted to go fast enough before the Shaper could find their Film Critic. And sometimes you just lost those games. But I like very consistently was the player playing Kill Wayland, and Punitive was just the worst for me because not Punitive, sorry, Film Critic. Not that I always play Punitive, but I would play like mid seasons. I'd play all these sort of things to say if the runner stole an agenda during the last turn, right? Like whether it was Hunter Seeker or mid seasons or hard hitting news doesn't care. Yeah. Big Oppo is really important versus the Enter because those lists ran low to the ground. That might be true. That might be true. Hey, Drake Eternal hype. We talking Eternal. We've talked Eternal. I shout out the ESL and obviously Warlock's new position. I'm pretty excited. But yeah, please, if you have any feedback about the ESL, drop it in. I think the card overlays definitely help. What is the most toxic corp archetype in Eternal? Ooh, I don't know, because I'm not as plugged into Eternal. I got the pleasure of playing against this deck in Eternal at Barcelona once. And I don't mean any of the infinite credit decks, which is like, if you ask me, I would say like Potential Unleashed. People don't play this because it's not very good, I don't think. But this came out, unfortunately, during the Flashpoint cycle. And it says that whenever the runner takes at least 1 net damage, trash the top card of their stack. And so this means that every net damage is technically 2 net damage. That sucks, because then you can play a full playset. And a lot of these cards are a lot of influence, so you can't play all of them. But the idea is that if you get Kakugos on central servers, again, Ice Destruction is not really big in Eternal. Whenever the runner goes through this, they lose 2 cards. And the worst part is, and this is so tilting, losing a card off the top of your stack is just the fucking pits. I hate this sentence. And there's still a bunch of cards in the format that do trash the top card of your stack, right? Like we got salty about Amor last week. Trash the top 3 cards of the stack, trash Amor, right? This is just such a brutal brick of a subroutine. There is no good way to interact with this idea, right? If you ask me, whenever the runner runs against Jinteki, if you're expecting it, you are making the decision that the cards in your hand are only so good or only so important, and you're going to take a risk. Yes, they could res an enemy. Yes, you could take 2 net damage. You didn't hush the ice. This is just going to happen to you, but you make a good calculated decision of whether that risk is worth it based off of board state, based off of history, based off of pattern recognition, based off you being a good Netrunner player. As soon as you're losing random cards off the top of the deck, you're no longer making decisions anymore. It is just the worst. There's some decks that can lose 1 important card off the top of the deck and the whole game is over. Like, the nuance of net damage in Netrunner is such a cool part of Netrunner, and then just saying I'm going to net damage your deck. Like, I'm not even talking about the fact that this is just like double the value of Grinder. Just like losing cards on the top of your deck is just the worst. I hate it so much. Anyways, this deck you can play, and then you play everything that just does damage. So, oh, did they run? Neural EMP them. They lose 2 hit points. Most decks only have 45 hit points, and then you recur the Neural EMPs. All you got is Kakugos. If they don't run, I don't know if you can play all of this because it's probably pointed out. If they don't make successful runs, you have Shipment from Tenon, which allows you to fast advance, and so you can fast advance a House of Knives. And House of Knives is 6 more hit points. It's very, very, very difficult to run into that. And then at the end of the day, once they're on no cards, you can put an Obokata Protocol on the table, and they don't have the 5 cards, the 4 cards to steal this, and you win. I played against this in Barcelona and won, stealing an Obokata Protocol with exactly 4 cards left. They were my last 4 cards. I won that game. I was feeling pretty good about it. People chose to defeat him. As a non-Eternal player, my experience with thinking about Eternals mostly, oh, this would be sick Eternal combo, followed by actually there's probably way more broken stuff in Eternal. Gyro, you're right. And I think that's why one of Warlock's points is like wanting to bring the floor up on Eternal so that you don't have to be in a situation where the cool thing you want to do is not the thing you should do. I saw Building a Better World Sandberg 100 credit deck. It wasn't good, but it was toxic. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hey, Code Marvelous, how's it going? Just play AI Breaker's Forehead? I don't know, in response to what? You don't have your key cards on top of your deck? Just don't have your key cards on top of your deck. That's one way of doing it. Just don't have your key cards on top of your deck. Dingus. Draw them. Draw more. Criminal Gaming hates this one weird trick. It would hurt a lot less for max and similarly spec builds. Yeah, if you're playing Anarchs, there's like self-trashing, that's fine. But like the max matchup into PU, like you need to stop that. You need to rebirth that side of max. Zen, by the way, on Sunday, did y'all accidentally stream for a second to the Backroom Deals instead of the RPG Clinic? Because I got the notification. It was like at 2 o'clock on a Sunday. I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure I know what's happening. I've never done that before. The counterpoint to that is that any card you lose at the top of the deck is equivalent to it being on the bottom until you draw through the whole deck or have a tutor. Oh, I agree. Like, I want to be clear. I'm not worried because I'm not, well, sort of. Like, trashing the top card of your deck, if you're doing it in a controlled environment, is fine because you take the risks. I'm not worried about, like, this matters because you mill your whole deck out. It's just like, I don't know. It's not great. The depraved environment that prompted NSG to print buffer drive. Pew has like a ton of points free. Really? I thought it was like heavily pointed. We did? Oops. Oh, nice. I almost did it today. I almost streamed to the Eternal Super League. So it happened. That's for sure. I mean, the same thing happened in standard. You can build this fun Padma deck, but it will be rolled by optimized Acelist. That is the issue I'm having on JNet Casual, and I think some of it might be that like I stream under my name, so people think like, oh, Andre's recording. I'll probably show up with something that like is doing something, and then I'm playing like tier 2.5, outfit versus tier 1 Hoshiko, and it's just like, oh, this is not good for me. So I think I need to like figure out my expectations. But there's a big gap in power level in any format, that's for sure. Got to figure out a better method to preventing such mistakes. I don't know if there's a good method to do that. Because your streaming profile, like you can change your like scene collection on OBS, but it doesn't change your output address, which is pretty annoying. Well, I agree that I think the gap is more prevalent in Eternal. Yes, the gap is much bigger in Eternal. Again, for such a big card pool, not all of it's playable because the gap in Eternal is huge. I don't really have felt it, but I'm a player that mostly plays the optimal stuff, so bad gauge. I barely touched my coffee. Let's continue on some new stuff. This came out on Friday last week. This is really cool. This is the most we've seen of Elevation, the upcoming set. It says laying the foundations, the art of elevation. I'm surprised we got this so early, but I think it's great that we did. When the narrative team proposed the setting for Elevation, the visual team was very excited. A quickly developing Southeast Asian city, a central space elevator, it was rife with visual potential. The city of Kota Kalimantan not only marked a new central location for the world of Netrunner, but also a chance to develop a new location where a multitude of stories can be told. For those who don't know, Elevation takes place on the island of Borneo. Borneo is pretty interesting. It's a relatively small island in Southeast Asia. It has 3 different countries inhabit the same island, which is quite interesting. It's also just about on the, what do they call that? That line through that disc. The equator. So it's really well positioned because the equator is technically taller and is the max spin point for space elevator stuff, not a physicist. Establishing the look and feel of this megacity, not just as a setting for a single cycle, but as a place we can return to again and again, that's an interesting sentence, was going to be crucially important. So we decided to do something that at first for NSG, we commissioned a concept artist. This has never happened before. This is something that's obviously like pretty common in a lot of things like Netrunner or like card games, video games, even literature, where you'll have someone who like, draws and paints and makes the world, and you can use that as inspiration and also as a bit of a style Bible. Oftentimes people call that, as much as people might not like that term. And this is some of the concept art. So we're not expecting to see this stuff on cards. I might be wrong about that, but a lot of the concept art doesn't end up on cards because it is concept. And so a lot of the like exact details change over time. Some of the like the branding specifically might not be Netrunner branding that we know it, but this could end up on a card, maybe on a playmat. I'm not sure. My guess is maybe, but I don't know. I honestly don't know. We have a couple goals for the concept artist. Firstly, we felt it was important for the art to establish some of the base expectations for Kota Kalimantan, how it felt to live there, notable landmarks, clear distinctions between different parts of the cities, etc. We also wanted our concept artist, if possible, to be from one of the countries located on Borneo, Brunei, Indonesia, or Malaysia, to ensure that our city felt authentic to its setting. We are incredibly fortunate to have found and worked with Joshua Chia to bring the base concept art of Elevation to life. I'm assuming this opens up the art station. We opened this up on stream before. And not only does Joshua Chia upload the art, but also shows some of the like behind the scenes stuff. So like this art is 3D modeled at first, and then with texturing and lighting, it gets built in. And obviously this stuff is really fantastic, but also to see a bit about the process, which makes it seem slightly approachable, even though it's an absurd amount of work, is really, really, really cool. I've been picking up on Unreal Engine recently just to try to do some modeling stuff, and it's been a lot of fun, but it is a lot of work, that's for sure. Joshua is a concept artist based in Malaysia who does fantastic environmental work and his previous experience with cyberpunk design through his Nomad and Intruder series. It was an absolute pleasure to work with him on the project. His professionalism and attention to detail made the whole commissioning process easy, from initial drafts to fine-tuning details to arriving at the final pieces. So final pieces like makes him sound a bit like card art. Like there's a chance that's not just concept art. I think everything is like NSG watermarked. I think the first time we saw this piece of art, which was in the Elevation Announce article, this wasn't watermarked is my guess, but now it is. Joshua provided us with a number of illustrations, including 2 environmental pieces and 2 callouts. Environmental pieces are wide in scope, giving an idea of the overall feeling of a location. Callout pieces like the one of the Makota Langit are more granular, focusing on essential building characters or pieces of technology. Cool. The article goes on to talk, a part of Elevation's focus is the class distinction. The concept piece for the upper city depicted at the top of this article is set in the middle of the day. It's bright and sunny and there's visible greenery, both from parks within the district and the mountains in the background. We see a range of architectural styles and advertisements for idol groups and luxury brands. Everything looks clean and orderly. And then I believe this gets closer to the undercity. The lower city exists in sharp contrast to the upper city. This concept piece is set during a rainstorm at nighttime, giving a noir feeling. I think noir is a term that has come up a fair bit in the history of Netrunner. There was a more of an FFG term than an NSG term, and seeing this word get used and like, you know, experiencing this sort of undercity, the lower city, it's going to be cool to see that because it's been a minute, I feel. Buildings are much more cramped and clustered together, with the majority of buildings being residential rather than corporate skyscrapers. Mind you, in the Elevation article, they talk about the differences between, we're going to see narratives in the upper city and the lower city. Crime, I think we're going to see on both sides, which is quite fascinating. And I do think this is a very, very cool cyberpunk vibe, the way that a lot of people are excited. This is great. There's also this call out here for the silkworm. I think it's hard to not make the tower super phallic, but here we are. This is cool. It also gives, I think we saw towers like this in some of the art before, like these towers, we saw these, and I think I shouted them out specifically as looking kind of like agroplexes, which is the old Plana sort of glass building. This is where they made food back in the day. And this is somewhat similar. The name silkworm, whether it's making some sort of research material or the sort of like material they make the Earth station out, sorry, the space thing out of, the space elevator out, kind of makes sense. Like they're spinning silk and the silk flies out. Lastly, Joshua also helped us develop a look at the curious new type of building key to Jinteki's operations in KK. Where we won't go further into these specifics now, you can expect to see these striking silkworm towers in every district. And that's why it's important to have things like this, so that other artists can see this in early sketches, and then people can have these repeating ideas and buildings and landmarks in their art from multiple artists throughout the whole set, which is really cool. And it's a reason why you want a concept artist to make a consistent style. You want to talk Unreal sometime? Yeah, probably, Kat. I'm like really new to it. So I'm going through like YouTube documentary stuff or YouTube tutorials. I'm probably going to do an actual course from the Unreal people, but I think that'd be an absolute treat. With Elevation, the visual team feels we've set a new standard for Netrunner art. Every time we work with an artist, we learn more about their strengths and weaknesses and our own creative processes. Using Joshua's stunning concept art as a foundational backdrop, each illustration feels like a richer, a little more alive. We can't wait for everyone to visit Kota Kalimantan themselves and to be part of the city our narrative and visual teams have worked so hard on. Again, April 24th, 2025. This is signed by Suzanne Waterlily Joy Ferguson, the art liaison in NSG and an organizer for her local medal in Texas. She first got into Netrunner in 2018, is usually spotted playing Anarch, Origin, Techie. Also, we have Conrad, of course, the Null Signal Games art director, having previously joined the organization as producer, originally from the Pacific Northwest, now lives on the East Coast. Notably, too, this art, if I'm not mistaken, we haven't seen this art before, and it looks a lot like a Mauricio Herrera. That's my guess. I think that's a Mauricio. I don't know if we've seen this art before, but I'm pretty sure this is art from the upcoming set. So do with that as you will, but that like reeks of Mauricio style. I'd be very surprised if I was wrong about that. Let me catch up on chat. Hey, TK Zubaran, how's it going? I'm from Brazil. Just got into the game. Bought Corensys update from someone that imported from Nice. I tried to buy more sets on their site, but the store seems broken. Yo, welcome to the game. As a Brazilian player, you might know that one of the entire cycles that has just finished takes place entirely in Brazil, which must be a bit exciting. I don't know how their store works in South America at all. Mind you, I use the Canadian store. So if that's the case, and if it's broken, please reach out. There should be like a contact somewhere, support there underneath. You can reach out to say that the store isn't working. I don't know how hard it is to get cards in other markets. For Canada, it's not that bad at all, but I'm glad that you've been finding the cards. So welcome to the game. That's super, super exciting. Equator, yes, the equator. Thank you. I used to hate Buffer Drive, but now it's just a synergy piece for Audrey decks and I like a lot more. Me too, droids. I used to think Buffer Drive was such a waste of space, and now it's actually kind of a fun card to use, as much as it is like just recursion dot deck. Concept art slaps. It's really, really good. It is really quite good. I did think it was a Dublin Worlds confirmation, but you know, the art slaps too. So I think last year on the 24th of February, we got the Worlds confirmation of where it is. I'm assuming we're going to get something next week or in a couple weeks. I don't know. It's required for geosynchronous orbit. Otherwise, the orbit would drift north-south constantly. Oh, okay, cool. So you need to land the equator for multiple reasons. Loved hearing you on ESL. Hey, Tron. Thank you. Great to watch you play as well. You're playing some really fun decks. I'm such a massive sucker for cyberpunk cityscapes, and these go so effing hard, I can't even. Yeah, these are really quite good. I wish this was a, like, you know, you could zoom in a way that you can appreciate the details, but it's only of a certain resolution where that feels like a losing battle relatively quickly, because there's clearly a lot of detail going on in here. I'm a big cityscapes guy, like, just in general. I don't know if you're all were grown up and you had those kid books where, like, you open it up and it's like the cross sections of castles and pyramids, and you can get lost in the details forever. That's my sort of stuff for sure. I love diving to the details like that. Wonder if NSG is going to do a spoiler wave for Elevation or just drop it all at the same time at the end of April. Oh, 100% they're going to do a spoiler wave, Ed. I would be okay. I don't know. I'm saying, like, I would bet so much money that they would. They generally reach out to the community, and then the community has spoilers. NSG puts out spoilers. If there's any new mechanics, they generally introduce an identity. They generally put out narrative articles and pieces like that on their website. It's a lot of work and a lot of organization goes into it. There is no way they would just drop all of the cards on one day, because you just lose so much in terms of not only like community goodwill, because the community likes to get involved in this sort of stuff, but also it's just like one of your best marketing beats. The amount of people who log into NSG's website every day to catch up on the spoilers, it would be an absurd waste of opportunity if for some reason things don't come out the way that people expect it to. So I would assume that there's going to be some sort of spoiler structure. There usually is. Am I the only one who is Silkhorn Tower? I don't know, Cat. It looks like some Zerg unit. Neither. How's it going? As the guy who calls out dicks in art, let me tell you, the towers went through a lot of iterations. It's such a funny thing, and I'm not saying this is super dick-like, but like there needs to always be someone on any work team. There's people who are always like a bit apprehensive to be like, as feedback, doesn't that kind of look like someone's genitals? Like, you don't want to be that person in the call, because then it seems like you're the genitals person. Like, that's your job. You're always thinking everything is something else. But like, you need that. You can't be in a room of yes people. And I'm saying this one's okay. It's ribbed for pleasure, but it's good. 22nd century Eye of Mordor. Just went and confirmed the Stream Deck's OBS Studio plugin does have a profile switch function. Adding that into my launch apps multi-actions now. Okay, son, that's actually pretty sick. It is a bit, but we figured screw it. It's a great design, and it can be like a little like a wiener because it looks great. I don't think this is that offensive. I think this is fine. Do we know when spoiler season starts? No, we don't. My guess is April. Technically spoiler season has already started if you consider the spoilers, but I'm assuming we will see cards somewhere in April. Generally the community is about like a week and a half usually. Now you could do longer if you wanted to, mind you. There's a chance that because of the delay, maybe the people who are crafting the release stuff have a bit more like, you know, runway than they thought they would, so they might stretch things out, or maybe they don't. I don't know. But I'm assuming April. Maybe end of March, but probably April, because you have like still like 4 weeks in April before the set comes out. I'll be shook if ESL doesn't get an elevation scoop. Oh, that's really cool. That's a cool idea. For me, it shows all empty. I wouldn't mind importing the Shopee show. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, sorry, I don't know too much about that. On my side, I get the Canadian store and it seems to be functional, but please hit the support button. The Null Signal Game support staff is like really great. And I have no doubt they want to be able to have you get your cards. But if I just click on this, it just shows me Canadian options. So you're probably experiencing something that I can't really replicate here. Hey, aloha, David. Hope you're doing well. The art is awesome. Yeah, thank you. I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well too. Caught the end of looking at the article. Nice. Conrad, is this a Herrera? Is this new art? What is this? This is a Herrera, right? I changed in the bottom of the USA currency and it fixed the problem. Shit. Maybe it's just that easy. I don't know if shipping is still going to work, but like if that is a currency, that makes sense. Good luck out there, huh? My money on the Silkworm buildings are that they're either are manufacturing the material for the tether or they're designed to go up and down the space elevator. My guess is they're manufacturing the tether, because in the article that Pat put out, it called out a specific like substance, a material that Jinteki was making to make the space elevator. Classically, it was like Bucky Weave in the Wayland days, and now it's something called like, it had a mushroomy name, and Jinteki is like very much on replicating and using nature. So the whole silkworm structure, I'd be very surprised if this was not integral to producing sort of stuff. What is this up here though? Does that look like a silkworm? Yes. Is that functional, or is that just like a cabin, like where the CEO lives? But I think silkworms have that head. Silkworm is a moth. Sorry for folks who don't like, sorry, Cat, I should have done that actually in huge hindsight. This sort of thing would absolutely slap as a playmat. I love the 2019 Cityscape one. Titan? Yeah, that was Titan. I think Kevin Tame drew that one, maybe? Brennan is 100% the gentlest person, and we love him for it. I am that person. Previews are some of the most fun things about Netrunner. Yes, for sure. Hey, Floating Fast, how's it going? I think you changed your name. How you doing? I'd be 100% fine being the team's genitals person. So glad I've just finished the drink when I heard Ribbed for Pleasure and I didn't have a mouthful of spin drift to spray all over my monitor. I ruined some speakers by spraying eggs in them once. It's been good. You seen any scoops? I've seen no scoops. And even if I did see scoops, if NSG says like don't talk about them, I would say the same thing. So like, what do you want? What do you want from me? That is a Herrera. Ah, nailed it. I think this is upcoming Mauricio art. It's calling Andre Mr. Grid going to catch on. I don't know. I accidentally became important at work and it's ruining my I did change my name. I'm impressed you remember. It just felt weird about having my actual full name on here. No, I'm used to calling you by your name and like you can change your name. That's totally legit. Like I don't use my name on my account. But no, I recognize your image. So how's it going? All right. Only a bit more news to go through, then we'll get into some gameplay for sure. Firstly, this was announced. No Signal Games, they have their new organized play policy or their organized play structure for 2025. And one of their major tenets is actually doubling down on online play. I think some people might have expected with more in-person pay-per-play that online play would become like a secondary thing that's like, we support some of it, go out and play in person. But obviously like in-person play is not accessible for everybody. And so online play serves a very important role. And not only did they say that they're going to continue doing online play in 2025, they've also doubled down on it. They've added more online play the same way they added more paper play. So it's not one takes the space of the other. There's just more of both. So for instance, there's going to be online district championships. Mind you, district championships are going on right now. We've already had a couple, but that is between now and the end of April. This is all going to be in the current set. You can't do districts in the new set because they're not legal until April, until technically the beginning of May. I think it's like May 10th or something. But there's going to be some online district championships. And so if you want to play online on JNet, you can do one of two things, if I'm not mistaken. Firstly, you can just sign up and have no price support and it's free. And then there's one for each time zone. So on March 1st for EMEA, America's for March 15th and APAC is March 29th. So they're staggered a bit. So you have some time. But the biggest thing for this, which I think is actually super, super notable, and I think people are going to interact with this in different ways, some of them not going to be the best ways for Null Signal Games, is that if you get your ticket for $10 USD, you will be mailed out prize support. And the big thing for prize support for these districts is that one of the prizes is a spin doctor. And everyone wants spin doctors, let alone alt art spin doctors. The issue with these spin doctors is for district championships, there's only 24 of them. And so if we have like 60 people signing up for an online district championship, which is not a surprise, getting a spin doctor is going to be very, very difficult. So in the article, while this art loads, NSG is very clear that if you sign up for this and pay $10 USD, they will just send you spin doctors. So you don't have to worry about that. And as like pretty big feedback for Null Signal Games, I feel like the amount of spin doctors in this kit is just not enough. I'm really worried about this. In the London regionals that happened like a weekend ago or 2 weekends ago, there were 44 players. Spin Doctors only showing up as 24 play sets means at that tournament, which is going to be one of the larger districts, mind you, nearly half of the people don't get what's seen as participation prizing. That's not great for me. Now, luckily for the UK regional scene, there's participation prizing that is done by the community for the community. So everyone does leave with something, but I would be absolutely heartbroken if I put on a district and I don't have something to give to everyone who shows up, especially people for their new tournament. And I just feel like 24 was just maybe too little for this kit. Whether there should be an option to buy boosted prize support, at the end of the day, I'm going to have to spend my money, go somewhere else and get other cards into this, just because 24 is probably not going to be enough. That's a bummer. But that means for a lot of people who are either can't attend a district and are bummed because they want to get those spin doctors and all the other nice alt arts, or they can't, for many reasons, you can just sign up and pay $10 USD. I'm imagining a lot of people will sign up and play a couple rounds and drop. I imagine a lot of people will just sign up and not play. And I think technically that's fine. I think you still get your prizes. If you want to interact like that, you can, that's for sure. But that's going to be very important for a bunch of people who just want to get some prize support. And if you want to get accessibility to what's going to be a massive online tournament, you have 3 different dates. You don't have to be in a certain time zone to play in them. I just want to be very clear. You can be a North American player, and if this time zone makes more sense, you can play there. You can play in all of them, right? Like, I don't think they're limited. It's not like a continental. Like, you can play all 3 districts. You can win all 3 districts if you want. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, you can do it. Just $10 US a pop, or you can play for free, but you won't be sent price support. So we're spoiled now. Back in my TAD, you had to do decently at a tournament to win 1/3 of a playset. I kid, the system is much better. Yeah, it's weird. It's like Null Signal Games system is like super, super generous. And we're used to going to events and everybody getting something. And this feels like the first time where it's not been the case. And everyone's like, oh, Ow, my heart. And it's like, this is how it used to be. Like, it wasn't always a given that you got something. Like, it was somewhat merit based. But it's, yeah, this I feel like is going to be the biggest feeling of that. I didn't say anything, Jay. What are you talking about? Where does a Maverick come from? A is for Andre. Maverick, or Maurich as it's pronounced, is the family name on my mom's side. It means Maverick. It's a Slovenian name. It means what it does in English. I'm about 90% locked into play in the APAC Online District Championship. Yo, let's go. I tabbed it away in time. Cat, you dodged it. Nailed it. Sorry, I like pulled up bugs real quick. Cat doesn't like bugs. It was too small this year, though district sizes vary widely, which makes it very difficult. Yeah, so that's from Jeff. I agree. It might be too small. Again, that's a thing that they used to do back in the day too, is they would offer a kit, and then for slightly more money, it would be a boosted kit. So it would be the base kit plus some extra prize support. So when we ran a nationals here, if I'm not mistaken, 2 years ago, now they're called mega cities, we bought the boosted kit because we had enough attendees that the boosted kit financially made sense off ticket prices, and we could give something to everybody. I feel like this is probably, we're going to see feedback in the future that this will be eventually boosted because it doesn't seem great. The Badger's name is Bubbles, by the way. Oh, nice. This Badger's name is Bubbles. Cons also is no longer limited to 1. Oh, wow. Okay, so this year you can enter every single cons. Rolling up to my district with punitive ASA. Isn't UK Regionals doing the healthier version? Hey, Kyle got cut off. How you doing? Anyways, that's sick. Just so you know, the more you know, that's great. If you want to get some spin doctors, if you want to get involved in organized play, $10 USD is really not bad. But if you want to play for free, you can as well. So you can just get some organized play in. Shout out to Crore article. I think that is mostly it. Other things we shout out, of course, Eternal Super League is pretty hype. That'll come back on Sunday. Again, the decks can be changed after the 3rd week. So this week they'll be playing the same decks, but I still think that's great. And then Jeff did the season recap video. Otherwise, there's a lot of stuff going on this weekend. There's a lot of people playing in district championships. It feels like the weekend for that. So if you're out there, good luck and have fun. Okay. Now we got to play Netrunner. And let me tell you, we're in that weird spot where like no new cards are coming out. I don't expect a new ban list between now and the new set. So like we're kind of just stuck in there. And I'm running into the first problem, which is like there are decks that are really, really, really good. And a lot of people are still playing those decks. And it feels like I'm suffocated if I can't build those decks consistently. Because when I sit down across from 9 Simulchip Hoshiko, it feels rough. So I don't know what to do with that. I think I'm just going to ignore that. But as much as possible, like this is the time of the year where I was assuming people would play some of the wilder stuff. And we've been seeing some pretty interesting results where people are bringing identities and archetypes that you don't expect to do relatively good. They refuse to ship to Brazil. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not super surprised there if you're going through the American store. TK, what I would highly recommend is please reach out to NSG. You can do it in their thing and explain where you are and what your problems you're running into. And I have no doubt that they've been shipping product to Brazil, considering the last cycle's location. So they should be able to help you out. Yeah, for sure. Atea is the future of Jinteki. I wouldn't go that far. I think it's going to be pretty hard for that to be the case. What is the future of Jinteki? I honestly don't know. Like a lot of Jinteki identities, like, okay, rotation is going to be huge. That's for sure. I feel like I should put out a video in which I go through all the cards that are rotating that I think we're going to see replacements of. I think we're going to see something that's Jinteki adjacent. I think we're going to see something that's Snare adjacent. Those seem very important for the card pool. For Atea to get better, it's functionally very difficult for Atea to get better. I don't know. The more Atea I play, the more I realize that it's like asking you to juggle while like spinning plates. For this to be relevant, you're committing a lot of cards to your remote server. You don't really have a lot of fantastic card draw, it doesn't feel like. So you're kind of weak to pressure. Your economy's okay. But like Ace Group is like, even with Ace Group, that's the thing with Ace Group. With Ace Group, you draw a bad hand, you still do something, right? So say in Ace Group, you don't draw the best hand. You can still fire your Ace Group. Your opponent still has to check it. Your ice is still reasonably okay. It does cool tempo stuff. And then you just build another server. And then you just build another server and you fully op. But with Atea, when you draw bad, so cooked. You're so cooked. You're so soft to pressure. Your economy doesn't seem very robust. You don't have great things to put in remote servers. And if you just put a cohort on the table, like they should trash it. I don't know. Feels like being Asa. Look, I promise you, I played a lot of Atea and I like Asa a lot more. Atea is really tricky. a lot of the like the trap stuff that people don't expect, like the where you get that 4-2 agenda that installs an agenda at instant speed, like that stuff can work, but it feels very quintessentially win more to me. There's just very few board states where if I'm behind, that Atea can do something. And this is what I mean. It's like if I'm playing Atea and then my opponent's playing again that Hoshiko deck with like, you know, 9 simul chips and like Audrey, like you can't do anything. It just doesn't do anything. Hey, Primordium, any good places to find info guides or other sources? How's it going? Specifically, oh, I missed the first message. Hey, all, started playing Netrunner a few weeks ago. I'm going for startup with that system update 2021 until April when it's the next release. Yes. So startup is an awkward spot right now because of the big rotation. So a lot of people don't recommend to get into system update because it rotates in like 60 days or whatever. Any good guides? So there's not a lot of content on the internet for startup, unfortunately. It's just not a super popular format in mostly amongst content creators because a lot of the content creators are a bit more entrenched. I can self-plug to obviously some extent, but I've been putting up a video series that focuses mostly on deck building when it comes to just System Gateway. And while that's obviously just System Gateway, which is only a part of startup, it does explain like basic fundamentals of how we think about deck building and then teaches you some basic tools. So you can find those on the channel, like Deck Building 101 series. The first 2 I think are the most essential to watch, and the other ones are gameplay based. We're going to be doing more tabletop stuff too to show what gameplay looks like. I think that stuff is going to be more produced once we get the new set elevation, because obviously startup and approachable Netrunner, which is going to be a lot of system gateway plus elevation, is going to change. But I don't honestly know very good recommendations when it comes to people making startup content or even like that good learn to play content. It's a weird like spot that there's not a lot of content. I would enjoy a 101 for runner. Yeah, that's the sort of thing where like sitting down and doing gameplay on this table and explaining through everything is something I'm looking forward to doing. But a lot of the times it's just like playing and talking through what you want to do. For what it's worth, this like Netrunner gameplay 101 review, this is not game, it's a game replay, so it's not a live game, but I talk about why I'm doing certain things as a runner, and that might be a way to glean better like fundamentals of like what's important when you're playing Netrunner. That can help. Create Forks always be asking where the agenda is. Yeah, there's some like really good short points. I have like a channel that a video that auto plays on the channel. Oh, don't open that. That talks about like some basic tips you can find on the front page. That can help. But it's tricky. It's a weird spot. AIT. Charlotte's the future Jinteki? Yeah, Charlotte seems really good. Charlotte's really, really cool. I want to install double advanced Charlotte a bit more. I haven't done it enough. I want to play Charlotte like NGO front and feel good about it. I'm sad ASA group is rotating. I've grown quite fond of it. Me too, Eric. It's just like, it's an idea that gives you flexibility and gives you ways to play with your cards. Like, that's really cool. It gives you ways to play with your cards. I like it a lot. Well, ATA has loads of things. Upgrades. Yeah, they're okay. Wandering sysops, they're like kind of whatever. The works. Like none of that stuff is really good, Daogen, I don't think. Just played a small startup tournament this weekend. Hey, Sock Monkey. Turns out Trickshot and Burner are still pretty good cards. Yes. Yeah, Trickshot's really, 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 really good. Burner is pretty common also in that format because the card pool is smaller, so the shaper will end up playing it. But I do respect Burner in that format if I can. We gotta have a Wayland, Ace ID, and Elevation friendos. Trust. Flop needs to still be good. Blitz seems like a cool side event material for a tournament, not to play Barpathule or Monty Sports with it. Hey, Nacho, like Chess Clock Netrunner. We'll definitely return to it. I'm expecting a stand for the camera to come in today so that I can get this back up and running. It is like, there's just a subsection of decks that I would not recommend to play Blitz in. And Blitz, mind you, is like Chess Clock Netrunner, unless you have way more time. Thank you, it helps. The issue I have right now is based on what the opponent is playing. I'm not sure what they can do. I just have to play more and find out the archetypes. Yes, I think that's really cool content that like also doesn't exist, which is not so much like how to play this deck, but how to play against this deck. And right now we're in a really awkward spot where a lot of content creators are not like very excited to make content, especially this like evergreen content, because asking what does Wayland play like, or what does NBN play like now, or what does Wayland or NBN play like in 64 days might be considerably different, unfortunately. So I do think you're maybe grabbing Netrunner right at a time where the content is a bit stagnant. Unfortunately, that's just how it is when there's going to be a massive rotation of all the FFG cards and like the new cards coming in with elevation. That's just a thing, which is why it being delayed is like, as a content creator, even more saddening, but like it makes sense. I'd rather have a better product. When that stuff comes out, like I do think that's definitely worth something to be like, this is a video of how you play against NBN, right? Like that's something people, it can't just be like 5 tips or like 3 tips. I said way too big of a number. And that helps a heck of a lot for sure. How about what does Wayland play like an Eternal? I have no idea, but I think Mark Yale's in there. How to play against PE may not be very evergreen. Yes. Yeah, that comment comes up a lot because we showed gameplay on like, not PE, but like, okay, so basic rules how to play against PE. I'll keep it very simple. 2 rules. You ready? 2.5 rules. 2.5 rules how to play against PE. Personal evolution. Says whenever agenda scored or stolen, you do a net damage. Okay. That's going to be relevant. So at any point in time, you can always lose a card in your hand. Fantastic. But this really matters. The number that you care about is 3. Okay? Whenever you run, you do not want to make a successful access unless you have 3 cards in hand. And that's because the big breakpoints are Snare, which if the corporation is playing Snare, this does 3 net damage if they have 4 credits. And that means if you have 3 cards, you will survive. If you have fewer than 3 cards, the game is over. Another one which is very similar is Fuji Acid Retrieval. Fuji Acid Retrieval says it does 2 net damage, but then PE fires, that's 3 net damage. So at a minimum, always run with at least 3 cards in hand. Now this compounds to 2 rules. The first rule is run early. Don't run last click. The worst thing you can do against any trap-based deck, any damage-based deck, is run last click. Because say you run R&D last click and you find a Fuji and you have to steal it, you're now on 0 cards in hand. And if the corporation has an agenda or some sort of trap on the table, you're usually dead. Like you're just going to flatline because you have no cards in hand. And it's very easy to flatline a runner with no cards in hand. So what you generally do is run click 1, then spend the rest of your turn drawing up and setting up. So you run early, then you draw. The last thing is humility. I've seen way too many Jinteki games where the person throws the game because of this like terrible sunk cost fallacy, where they make a run on HQ and the opponent reses something that does damage. Like they res an enemy and then you take 2 net damage and then heaven forbid you take 1 net damage from the subroutine. Now you're on 2 cards in hand. And then the person thinks, well, I've already lost 3 cards. It would be a shame to jack out here. So I'm going to access a card. And then they hit the Fuji and they lose the game on the spot. Don't do that. You can jack out. You should jack out. You've successfully diffused a trap. You survived. You should celebrate that. Just end your run, just draw up, and then play the rest of the turn. Don't run last click. Don't do that. You don't have to lose cards and think, oh, I'm already here, I'm gonna lose the game. Like, don't. Just chill, relax. A lot of the Jinteki decks can't win that quickly. Neurospike does show up in a startup. It's actually relatively fast. But more often than not, just don't touch with 3 cards. And then finally, most of their ice does damage. A lot of their ice does damage. Almost exclusively does damage. So if you're holding a card in your hand, which is really important, install that. Then run. You're allowed to install and then run on click 2. Don't run on click 3. Don't run on click 4 as much as possible. But install your important cards and then just run there. Cards are HP, clicking for credits is good. It's less important in startup. There's just not enough ways to get ground out. If you play in a bigger card pool, you actually end up in situations where like you start to have to value your cards. Where like if in the bigger card pool, there's a deck that can easily do like 60 net damage. Not all at once, of course, but you have to start being like, is a click for 4 credits better than a click for 1 credit, but I get to keep this hit point? That does show up. In startup, I don't think that's super relevant. But that's my like short 3 things how to play against P. And that's really, really important. Just again, run early. Don't run with fewer than 3 cards in hand. Jack out. Effing jack out. You're gonna flatline. Don't flatline. You survived the trap. Celebrate it. And then just don't run with anything super important in your hand because you can lose it. You're bound to lose a bunch of cards. Just don't lose anything important. An enemy plus Fuji is a fun way to win. Afron is a cheap version of board control. Anansi is just good. Urtica and Snare keep the runner on their toes. Jinteki is good things. Well, every faction has good cards. I just don't know why you do that and not play like Ag Infusion. Right? And Hafren is also like kind of expensive. It's like a border control, but you have to use it then and there and before they pass any other ice. Like it doesn't do what border control does. The strength of border control is that they have to go through all your ice on the server and then you pop the border control. The Afron is only as good as where you put it. If you put an Afron on the outside of the remote server and you res it, you pay 2 credits and a card from a hand, and then I just jack out. I don't even have to break this. Like you just lost the click. That's not that good. So the only way for Afron to be good is to put it on the deeper down, like the last ice on the server. And even then it doesn't work because this text doesn't work if it's the last ice on the server. Mind you, also they have 2 ways to break ice, like a Audrey and a what's it called, a Botulus. Like it's not border control. I don't know. It's so situational. The StimHack articles feel relevant. Thanos, how's it going? Yeah, there's some like StimHack articles that have a lot of like, I think there is one how to play against personal evolution, which is, it's more about how to play against like Cambridge traps, like Mushin no Shin traps, which you don't commonly see, but there's some really good stuff you can dig up. On the plus side, getting into the game right before a big rotation means you get to learn the new meta along with everyone else. Yeah, it's true. I got into the game just before TAI dropped and had that experience. Yeah, there's something really good about that. Preaching hard in my board game group. It works. We will get better as we play backyard tournaments. It's more fun than plugging into an evolved meta. Yeah, if you are a new player in an evolving meta, I don't I recommend net decking decks as a way to see what a good deck looks like, and generally that's a way to get better at the game faster. But if you're playing with casual folks at a casual level, I would probably not recommend doing that, weirdly enough, and just figure out whatever your Netrunner looks like. It might be totally different than developed global meta on competitive fields, but that doesn't matter. You just need like 3 people to show up and have fun. Hey, Gilhar. What about against see how they run? Full where you die, but run if you don't run? You don't have much to do about that in startup. If someone single advances a card and then you think the other card is like a Hollow Man and they have Neurospike in hand, unfortunately, yeah, you die. Unless you have more money than them, more cards than them, and can get in the remote server, I don't have a good thing to tell a newer player. It's very possible for a corp and startup to build a situation that is kind of a no-win situation, and the best thing you can do is have tech, where like you can burn her HQ and like bottom their Neurospikes. It's just like way too complicated, and it's like very specific on that board state. Technically for see how they run, you can bottom the end of the line. That's not a thing in startup, but it's, yeah, no, the Jiteki deck in startup feels really bad for newer players. Like I played this against newer players in our startup tournament where I had, you know, a single advanced Fuji in their remote server. If they run it, they die to punitive, let alone the Fuji text. And if they don't run it, they die to Neurospike. And it's just like, it's not a nice way for a newer player to die. To be like, oh, you didn't run a single advanced card, you lose the game. It's my first 3 points. It's not, doesn't feel good. What does whaling play like in the future? I'm writing an article that may give you a measured response. Oh, cool. Don't be greedy and jack out. That's an important lesson. Yeah, so many people get greedy and don't jack out against Kentucky. It's so bad. Check out. Regenesis says the Jinteki decks can win quickly. So I feel like Diogen, I spent so much time rebutting things that I'm a villain. Regenesis is really good when your opponent doesn't know you're on Regenesis. I think it's very hard in open deck lists to make a Regenesis deck that's not playing punitive for it to matter. I think if you play on JNet casual and you put a card in the remote server and someone doesn't run it because it's a never advanced card in Jinteki, and you're playing a Teia and then you score the Regenesis on your 4 points, yeah, that's gonna work. Of course it is. And for what it's worth, I would rather play a deck that can do something a bit more consistent in open deck lists. Your opponent not knowing there's a Regenesis so they don't have to play against Regenesis makes this an easy 4 points. Of course it does. Why would they run Archives in a Teia? This is sort of like playing punitive in a Teia. It's like they don't respect it. They run Archives, they hit a back pro, they die. Doesn't make a Teia good. It just means that's a strong combination of cards that they weren't playing around. Regenesis is the sort of card like that, like punitive. If they don't see it coming, it's massive. It's super, super massive. What if the top deck is Rashida? That'll let them bounce back next turn. Wait, sorry, Joe. How's it going? I played versus a newer player today, and it was like, I found a cool deck on NetRunnerDB I want to try and pulled out loud. Hell yeah, that deck is sick. That's a fun deck. Milanomi, Brendan, in standard deck, tech, Steelskin, Classic, Stoneship, and keep them low in credits. And make sure you're ready to run click 1 by the point the corp requires that of you. How's it going? Yeah, in standard, it's a lot trickier because there's a lot more like forks and things you can do. Sometimes I won't flatline. If they were silly enough to put data loop on centrals, you can put deep dive away for safekeeping and draw with Stoneship once you're done running. Yeah, we're talking about standard tech. For what it's worth, like deep dive is interesting because you have a couple ways to hit it, but you're right. If they bottom it, that's tricky. This is a data loop, which is going to be rotating, but it's a nice card as it does 2 damage. I'd be interested if we see that too, where like we're going to see more effects potentially like Daniela, Jorge, Ignacio, which allow you to set up hand differentials where like if somebody fires Daniela, they don't have as many cards in hand, but it doesn't take cards out of the game. And that is one of the issues. Is like taking cards out of the game is a problem. Could you print Obokata that says as an additional cost to steal this, take 4 cards from your hand and shuffle them into your deck? Probably would still be a very good card, but it wouldn't end up in situations where technically it would. No, kind of. Like you can still end up in not having enough cards, but it doesn't just take 4 cards out of the game. And I wonder if we're going to see more of that. I think that might be a bit tricky, but I like that as a way to like do tempo damage, kind of like not see how they run, bring them home, but not actually to do like attritional damage in the long run, as much as this doesn't see a lot of play. Somebody want to buy under the table Nationals dice from last year? I got like 20 thing on table. The metal ones, Axu? I don't think you're allowed to sell them /J, but yeah, those are really nice. How to play versus P on JNet, read your opponent's username and guess if it's assets or lol ultras. Just send it. How's it going? Nice. Afron isn't BC for sure, but I've been playing a fair bit of honest Afron lately because it's a 2-credit gear check of sorts that isn't weak to crew and the like. For certain red rush decks, it's quite good. Yeah, Bing 3 strength is nice. The fact that it can be broken by 2 types, like, because it's both a code gate and a barrier is not good, but a lot of those decks are not running. Like, maybe they run a cleaver. They don't run something else. So there is something to that, but it's definitely not border control. I tried to net deck a new surprise to beat William in my local meta. I found a great deck, was really excited to check the author into Osaka. I think you should still do it. And then say that you made the deck. And like, don't admit anything, Brennan. Be like, oh yeah, I built this deck recently. And Sokka's like, oh, that's good. Seems good. I hate net decking. Half the fun is making the deck. I stopped MTG when net decking became popular in tournaments in the 90s. Netrunner is really, really difficult, TK. I just want to just say this. Like, Netrunner is very, very hard because the game is really difficult. Playing it is really, really difficult. And it doesn't always give you the best, like, direct feedback to be like, you are failing because of X, Y, or Z. It can be very, very hard. So when I'm teaching newer players, a lot of times I will take an established net deck that we know the deck works, because it's very hard for new players, if you're playing against another like competitive minded player, to know whether they're failing because they're not playing well or because their deck is just not a well-oiled machine. So I understand negativity around net decking, but in Netrunner, this game is so tricky that it is very hard to become a good player, to play competently to some, you know, that's not a value neutral term. In an amount of speed that might be satisfying without seeing what a well-oiled deck looks like. It's just very, very difficult. List building is the majority of fun in such games. I largely put the games to validate my builds. The thing with net decking and Netrunner is that the skill curve in piloting a deck is huge, and if you learn to build decks while learning how to play the game, you'll be rough and you'll lose a lot. Yeah, that's how I see it. I agree with Kat there. Like, this game is so hard that it really serves you well to try and not learn 2 different sports at once. It is fun, but I'm down to betray my country for cheap furniture. I recently learned, actually, maybe you can correct me, that it's not pronounced Blahaj, it's pronounced Blahai. Blahai the shark. We have a Blahai over there. I think a queer icon. IKEA shark. Yeah, the trans shark. I think IKEA made the trans version in Canada. We have, yeah, the Behu Blahai. I'm a big Blahai fan. I find net decking much more important in Netrunner than other games. Yes, that's the issue that you're going to run into. I think the new levy is already too much for Grinder. Oh, Grinder doesn't exist. I just don't think we should support Grinder. I don't think the second pronunciation is correct either. Shit. I heard it from a Swede. Blahai? But I speak Swedish like a 4-year-old. It's a lot more correct. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Seabeast, how's it going? Huge. There's an argument for net decking to learn how to play the game and then building your own decks on your own time, but yeah, I agree. Blahai? I don't know. I've been playing standard for like almost 2 years now. I'm only now starting to feel comfortable building my own decks. It's hard. It's very, very hard. Again, it's a weird issue with the game where like the feedback loop, like you can play Magic and be like, I'm just mana screwed every turn, and you can learn something from it. But in Netrunner, it's hard. Like, are your credits bad because your deck doesn't have enough economy? Are you making really foolish single axis runs? Is your breaker suite too expensive on the current meta? Like, it's very hard to pinpoint why certain things are happening and why your failures exist. Just keep it in mind. I don't need to play well, just need to play better than the chips who are my friends. Yeah, power to you, I reckon. Yeah, that's fine. I can't argue with that. Netrunner is certified difficult. There's a mini series of YouTube videos where Blahai is a real estate agent for tiny homes in Japan. Oh, that's sick. I accept the pronunciation as canon. Oh, very, very cool. I built my first Netrunner deck recently after a few months of standard play and actually feel like it's solid, but it's a crim, so I still lose a lot. And that's a good thing about playing crim. You can be like, oh, crim's bad, and you don't have to care about what you've done. What if all those problems? What if it's all those problems and you refuse to change them? I think that's okay. I think that's fine. Like, whatever you set out to do, we can't stop you. That's important. So if you're on your own course and your own journey is like, how do I play the most whatever I think is good? That's fine. And when I only have a small pool of cards to start, it's hard to play online with the cards I actually own. Oh, Dapper, that is very true. I know some people only want to play online with cards that they own because it feels more honest, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why people are attached to things that they physically own. Maybe that's not healthy. But yeah, I get it. That's for sure. I made a core damage outfit deck. I called it Outfit. It wasn't good. Me too. This is what I record. I spent like, I know, I vented to you a bit, Kat. This deck is not good. But this is what I played on Friday, and I spent like 3-4 hours capturing, and I have nothing to show for it. None of the content is worth looking at. Just to show you really quickly. So it is an alpha deck. It is running agendas that we can score out. So hostile takeover, that's kind of cool. I made one good play and I messed it up because I didn't count to 7. But the cool thing this deck can do is score broad daylight. When you score broad daylight, you take bad publicity, and you can take bad publicity, and then it gets a counter for every bad publicity you have. I've got this to 9 counters before. I think I lost that game, but it's still cool. And then you can spend a click to do 2 meat damage once per turn using a counter. Even if you get this to 1 counter, it's like fine, because the idea is that you do broad daylight into a public trail and to end a line. Now, obviously, there's issues here. Firstly, if the runner's using bad publicity, they often have credits for public trail, so you have to go pretty quick. We're also playing Jupestad just to do a little bit of core damage, so the runner has to run and trash this, because as soon as they take 1 core damage, 2 core damage, you know, this combo gets a bit easier. And it turned out the games that you won had nothing to do with this. The games that you lost had to do with the fact that your ice gets eaten by a lot of the modern meta, and 9 bad publicity is a problem. I found out that I just don't like Outfit, because it feels that you're often in the regulatory capture waiting room. Either you draw these early, and then your game sucks because you have these 2 dead cards in your hand and you're not pushing out a 6-2 because of course you're not, or you just wait for the mid game, put 4 ice on every central server and hope you draw these, which is like just the worst Netrunner, and I feel like I have to apologize to my opponent. Whether this deck needs a sprint, I think sprint would make a fair bit of sense to get these out of your hand, but we're spending all our influence on the fun thing, which is core damage. This sucked. It was really, really not good. I still think we had above 50% win rate, but it was just not very interesting. It was not very entertaining, and I felt bad wasting an entire Friday on this. It's weird that like kill Wayland. So Wayland used to be the kill faction for a long time. We used to have an end of line that didn't remove a tag. That was obviously very, very good. We used to have a card called Boom, which was a double, but it required 2 tags, but it did 7 meat damage, which is obviously quite lethal as much as this card was trashable. And for a long time, that was what Wayland could do. Wayland could leverage tags into a kill. And for some weird reason, in those last modern couple years of rotation, Wayland has not represented a meat damage kill deck, which for someone who's been playing Wayland kill decks since he got into competitive Netrunner like a decade ago, this feels so strange to me. And every time I try to put together this series of cards, I realize like, wait, this is shit. Like the runner has to be on 3 cards in hand for this to be good, and it's just so convoluted to get into that spot. And so this didn't do anything. It's functionally just a bit of ice and then hoping you draw your gen as well. I do not recommend this. It is rough. I had an Alpha BD deck that used Rococo to FA and Aziev. I pulled out the skateboard trick once and promptly retired the deck. Yeah, Aziev is cool. I think if I was going to fast advance an Aziev, I would do it in op, because you can make it do like 4 to 5 damage if you set it up, which is good. Hey, inspired by your evaluation of Aemor recently, I'm on a quest to build a Wayland grinder deck. I'll probably be bad though. Oh, Solomir, you took the wrong information. No, you're running the wrong direction. Joe, it's not too late. Turn around, please. I avoid to play board card games online. More fun to evolve with my group. If I get my PC, I'll play Elden Ring or Monster Hunter. That's cool. I play a lot of solo board games. I'm not embarrassed about it, but playing with people is like pretty sick. Turns out having friends is good or whatever. Lack of pivots in this deck. The thing is like, Ken, you can't really play pivot because your combo is 3 clicks. Like I originally actually was going to play threat level alpha, no joke, unironic threat level alpha, on the basis that I generally had more money than the runner. And then if you can spend a click, 2 clicks, you can give a core damage, or sorry, 4 meat damage, which can be lethal. The issue is that this is a double. And generally your play line is click 1, broad daylight, click 2, public trail, click 3, end of the line. So pivot being a double has no interaction in the combo. Your 3 clicks are spoken for. I had one good game that was recorded in which the runner was like Anarch with 5 cards in hand, and I hit the broad daylight and it hits a steel skin. And I'm like, okay, shit. Okay, one more turn, we can survive. And then next turn, they were on 4 cards in hand or 5 cards in hand. I'm like, if I hit the broad daylight, they go down to 3 cards in hand. As long as I miss a steel skin, 2 steel skins are in the bin. Then we can just send a public trail on the end of the line. I hit the broad daylight. I'm like, yeah, let's go. We got them. 3 cards in hand. And then I look at my credit totals and I'm on 6 credits. I can't do end of the line public trail, which is 7. Felt really bad. I think we still won that matchup, but just felt awful. Felt awful. Need to pay attention to it. We're not pushing a 6-2. Mandatory upgrade says hello. I'd push a 6-2 if I could, Tron. That one I'd push. Super modern as Argus. Yeah, I know. Wayland has one at 74 cards in it. Yeah, I'm not going to do that one. Sudden Commandment Pivot still have 2 clicks. Yeah, but you can't really do that for influence. I'm surprised Sudden Commandment doesn't show up in Eternal. Hey, you don't know him. Wayland, you don't know me. Wayland is still the kill corp when I run last click. Not even though. Like that's the funny thing. Is like I think Jateki's the one that's gonna get you, or NBN's gonna get you if you're on last click. Wayland can't even do it that well. Inspired by you saying a deck shouldn't exist, I made that exact deck. Maybe he's onto something. Just use pivot to grab it early and hold on to it. But that's the unfortunate cheesy thing is as soon as you show your opponent one of these cards, they play different. Unfortunately, the best thing you can do is play closed deck lists and not let them know. Because like who's playing around public trail outfit? No one is. So like as soon as you say pivot, see the card, the game just like fundamentally changes. And I feel like having this be a mystery is better for us than having it consistently. So I don't know. Anyways, this is bad. Just has no game against the best decks in the format. Bummer. I wasted a lot of time on that. Whatever. Okay, so what I want to do today is actually just like, we're going to end up in the same circle that we always end up, but there's a card that I wanted to play more of, and then I realized the text didn't work. Making the runner play around things is still worth something. Sort of. Like, you're right. If they know it's there, they will like slow down, but we can't really capitalize on that much. Like, I think our deck is, if our opponent knew our game plan, we're actually worse at pushing the game plan than we are them like getting surprised by the game plan. Like, it's not just structurally an okay deck. Are we gonna build a Rubicon Switch deck? I don't know. I don't know. This card is like pretty okay in startup. It's Window of Opportunity, and everything it does is good. You may install a programmer piece of hardware for your grip, and then make a run. That costs a click and a credit. So this credit that you spend playing the Window of Opportunity saves you the click to install the programmer hardware, which means it's technically neutral, right? Like you can just click for a credit and do both the same things in a similar amount of time. So the click compression this gives is actually quite good. Unfortunately, criminals don't often use this text because they don't often play this card. And there's not that many cards that people seem excited to use this text with. However, this should be generically good text. As long as you can play a credit and run event, which you can do with prepaid, Mystic, Ken, whatever, this is just like kind of click compression. And I like click compression. Run any server. When the run begins, derez a piece of ice. The corp can re-res that ice. If not, the ice will be re-resed on its own. That gives the corporation a choice. And I've seen some pretty big blowouts playing this in startup where you run the brawn that they res last turn going into 0 credits. Like that's quite nice. And because the ice has been resed or re-resed, you can do things with it. And I think the combo you see the most is Saci, which sees almost no play in standard, but Saci with Window of Opportunity is like a 5 credit play potentially, unless they don't res their ice again, which denies you 3 credits off the Saci. That seems okay. It's not bad. The problem is like a lot of these like cute pieces struggle to find places in criminal decks because card draw is kind of limited and you don't have often like a whole hand of things you want to do. I was convinced for a moment that we could install the program during the run. I thought the run started and then you installed the programmer hardware. So I was pretty sure we can dip into the Chesva, install the programmer hardware cheaper, which you can't do, which is why I'm not too surprised this doesn't see play in as. I thought this would see obvious play in as. Window works with Boomerang. Yeah, it works with Boomerang, which is fine. I think the big one that it works with too is also Hermes, because if you install the Hermes, which they might not see, the ice that was derezzed, if they choose not to re-res that ice and you steal an agenda on that run, the Hermes can bounce that unrezzed ice before they are allowed to re-res it when the run ends, which is quite nice. So they not only do you derez the brawn, you return it to sender, which denies them an install and 6 more free credits, which is kind of cool. It's really mean. I had a fun time with Window Opportunity, Saci, UAV, Zaya deck in startup. Yeah, that's the sort of thing where it's like in startup, I think it sees a fair bit more play. I played Arasana with Window Opportunity, Saci, and like Pawn Shop, and it was just like fine. Even at the end of the day, I would probably just pawn the bird rather than bounce it. Here, you drop this. CityWorks is a good include for strategies like this to fork them even if they know the combo. Yeah, you're right, Lockmanos. I probably should have played CityWorks for sure. But then I'm just like playing Built to Blast. Huh. So one time I was playing versus Patty and he watched me install Banner, so he installed a remote and iced it with envelopment of virus. Oh, that's sick. That's really, really cool. So I wanted to play this, but I'm not sure in what shell to play it in. Another really important part about this, and like every like 4 months, Andre built a Rubicon Switch deck, is that this ice was derezed, and so it was resed this turn, which means you can Rubicon Switch the ice. Rubicon Switch is the card that rotates out of standard with no impact on the meta. No worries. And it says, for click and X credits, derez a piece of ice that was printed res cost of X that was resed this turn. And one of the big problems with Rubicon Switch is if you be aggro in the early game and the corporation reses their ice, you can't derez it easily, so you can't Rubicon it. But Window of Opportunity allows you to re-Rubicon it because the ice was probably resed this turn. And so then you end up in a situation where you can keep their ice down, and then Saci might fire once again. This seems fun, but I don't know in what criminal to play it. I think there's a chance you can play 3 Sacis, 3 Window Opportunity, 2 Rubicon Switches in an Arsana deck. That's all your influence. That's 15 influence, and I don't even know if that's good. But I'm trying to figure out in a way, 4 months is really generous. Feel like it's every second week. Shut up. You might be right. But I feel like that's something I want to do. Play an aggressive Amakua deck instead. Yeah, that might actually be better to play aggressive Amakua. I don't know if we want to play Los. I think if we were playing this, like, there's just cards that tickle me. Wind of Opportunity tickles me. Rigging Up tickles me. Just like these sort of cards that install your stuff cheaply or like on no clicks are just so great to me. Because one of my favorite things is installing hardware programs, except that's both very expensive and very slow. And that's usually the sort of clicks that you can't afford to do. But like rigging up an Amakua, like that's nice. You can't rigging up a Kurapira, which is hella cursed. The reveal and derez game, Au revoir, whatever, and get the paid console. I don't think we actually end up playing Zamba or any of that sort of stuff. Au revoir, I think, is banned. You can't even play it anymore. But Zamba is almost not worth it for sure. I think I'd rather play any of the successful run consoles or Hermes because it can bounce on res dice. Hey TK, I gotta go. Bye chat and thanks for the tips. Nice Canadian streamer. You're a gentleman and scholar. Thank you. That's very kind. Good luck with your store. Hopefully NSG gets back to you. Thanks for dropping in. Worry. I feel like maybe I have created a meta in Neon Static streams where if there's a missed trigger, I'll just say the card name 3 times in a row without a space, and other people are doing it. I'm so pleased. I don't know if I can claim it. Worry is exactly the same. Like, there's so many cool criminal cards that are not icebreakers that see no play because criminals don't have a lot of MU and they don't have time to install shit. This is Worry. Its effect is not particularly good for a 1 MU card that you installed for a click. It basically, if you know what the ice is and it's derez, you can add it back to HQ, which sucks because then you can go and access it. It's like the Tattoo Bola magnet, but worse. Other cards like Cupulation, I want to play more of this, but it's just kind of hard to play this in criminal because you don't have a lot of card draw. It's expensive to install this. It's expensive to take up MU. It's really difficult. Capybara plus Worry, I don't think those worked well together if at all. But like Capybara is another card where it's just like a slots issue. That like this card is not worth a slot in your criminal deck or your criminal deck struggles to do basic stuff. Slipstream, Cranked. How's it going? Yo, you doing the thing in Madison this weekend? What are you playing? I just searched Cranked. Oh man. I don't think this does anything. Economic Oppression was so fun and miserable. Yes. You can install it off Q loop on a woo run. To what end? That's besides the point. This is Slipstream. I'm not even sure what this does. Capybara is just bad though. No, Capybara is actually interesting. It's worth something. Like derezing a massive Anansi is kind of important for a bypass deck. Archers are pretty common in the modern meta. Like rushing out an archer is a pretty realistic win condition in modern Netrunner. And if you derez the archer, you technically still have an issue because face checking the archer sucks because they can res it because they have an eminent, but it at least slows the game down. It's strange that it's like not bulletproof, but like derezing archers is actually kind of cool in the meta. Slots are hard. Slots are really, really hard in a criminal deck where you struggle to do some of the basic stuff on the front spot. I'm not playing. I'm just running the Madison District Championship. I don't think I could play on my own competitive level event though. I recommend not. It is competitive event, right? They're not casual. Shoutouts for organizing a tournament. I think organizing tournaments is sick. I'm a big proponent of tournament organizers not playing in their tournament. It's a bit of a take for sure, but I rather run a tournament for other people and make sure everyone else is having a good time at my expense, unfortunately. But I do think that's something appreciated by tournament organizers where you're always available. So shout out for that. I know that comes at a cost for sure. What you're saying is derez is not bad, and that's a different thing. What is interesting is the Cappy is being better than Hippo because bypass is often cheaper than Bream. So Cappy is not always better than Hippo because Hippo is easier to fire its abilities, but the corporation can play around a Hippo. You can play around a Capybara because there's not a lot of cards that bypass on a stick. You'd have to play like Laser Pointer. If anyone's within driving distance of Madison and Wisconsin, please come to our district championship this weekend. Winner's getting a custom stained glass trophy and a free ticket to OTG. Oh, sick. Yeah, that's this weekend. If you can find a different person to be head judge. Well, it's not only that, it's like you have to do registration. Like running a tournament's a fair bit of work, right? What would you say is the specialty on Anarch Criminals Shapers? Is criminals avoiding ice, bypass, and derez? So there's a color pie that has been like warped and changed and added throughout the history of Netrunner from FFG to NSG. On breakers on their own, it's pretty easy to break it down because each faction was meant to be good at one type of breaker more than the other factions. And luckily there's 3 types of ice. So classically, Anarchs are the best at dealing with barriers. So Cleaver is just kind of busted, but they were good at breaking walls, right? So Cleaver is probably the best fractor in the format, arguable, but it is. Back in the day, Crowder from the original core set was the GOAT fractor. It's still playable today, but it's not as good as it used to be. And then for a while in Standard, we had a card called Paperclip, which is not only the cheapest fractor we've ever seen for breaking stuff, but also recurs endlessly. This is really, really good. Now, if you go to Shapers, they're really good at decoders, at code gates. It's hard to think of an example of the best decoder. Holy crap. Am I meant to think of a good decoder for Shaper? I don't even know if that's true. But Shapers are meant to be very good at decoders. I guess Labisomen is a thing. Unity is technically an okay breaker. I don't feel like the strength is super, super apparent. And then Criminals, funny enough, were meant to be the best at killers, which like, I feel like that's also kind of a stretch modernly. But Galter is banned, but this was one of the best killers we've ever seen. And then we classically just saw some really good killers throughout the years. Like Mongoose was just fine enough. We used to see really cheap stuff that was kind of nice. Like Fairy was really, really good. But currently I feel like that part of the equation is a bit messed up. But classically, that's one way. Now, Criminal, generally, like in terms of motivation, they're running to get paid. They're running for self-interest. So they're the faction that runs and makes money from running classically. So that's really fun. They generally want to run the most, which I think is really nice, especially for learn to play stuff. Their card pool, I think, only relies on like 2 or 3 things really. First is bypass. So Inside Job, mind you, this is not going to be around in a couple days, but Inside Job, the quintessential bypass card. So they can always like trick around one piece of ice. We saw so many cards like this back in the day. Femme Fatale, you can bypass a piece of ice that you mark. Modernly, we have things like Phaserum Entangler. It's like a Femme Fatale, but it costs way less money, but has some limitations. So bypass and getting around a single ice. Otherwise, we have cards like Boomerang, not exactly bypass, but like tricking around one ice is a good thing. Derez, technically, this is not super well explored in the modern NSG card pool, and it's not very, very common, but derezing ice, I don't think it showed up on any other card besides criminal cards back in the day. And then I think this like 0.5 things that criminals do is expose. So anything that exposes cards, that's a criminal thing. So the kind of like getting that extra information. Amaku is a big one. We have falsified credentials to poke at a card and see what it is. That sort of stuff is criminal. And then there's a bit of criminal tutoring when it comes to specifically like scry tutoring. So not like drawing for a card from your deck as much as there's like 1 or 2 criminal cards that do it, but criminals usually have weird card advantage where you can look at multiple cards and bottom a card. So things like Class Act is the modern version where you get the sort of like scry effect. So it's not card quantity, it's card quality. So that's really cool. Hey, Sobek, congratulations on the deck list of the week. We're talking possible elevation crim designs. We just had the question about what the color pie looks like. Anarchs are destructive, meant to be good at breaking barriers, but a lot of the things that they do because, well, generally for political reasons more often than not in modern Netrunner, but they don't do anything in moderation. I think one of my favorite Anarch cards that had no impact on the modern meta or the standard meta that back in the day is a card like this. Draw 10 cards for 4 clicks. Just nonsense, but it's really kind of fun. Another really good Anarch design classically is Max, which is when your turn begins, trash 2 cards to draw 1 card. That is very cool. Anarchs are meant to be destructive. Everything comes at a cost. And we do see that, like cards like the Price, really, really cool. Price rips through your deck, installs things really cheaply, but it comes at a real cost sometimes. Anarchs modernly also play with most of the viruses. So you saw this when you got into System Gateway, Cookbook, and all the virus support. There's a lot of virus support here in Anarchs, and they destroy things. So whether it's Lou that wants to trash thing once a turn, that's fantastic. And then of course we have Imp, which I'm imagining we're going to see a modern reprint in the near future, which is a card that allows you to trash anything that you touch. That is huge. That's really big. Anarchs destroy things. They love touching things. They love breaking things. That's really, really fun. And last is Shaper, and Shaper classically runs because of self-interest, self-expression, because it's a fun thing to do. Classically, they were also the Toolbox faction. So here's a perfect Shaper card, self-modifying code, right? The ability to tutor cards to grab something from your deck generally means that Shapers can set up and they can get bespoke solutions to very unique problems. We don't see many cards like this modernly, but like we used to see cards all the time like Deus Ex or Sharpshooter, which is a fantastic breaker, but it only breaks something in a really small subsection. This breaks any AP or any amount of net damage. You deal with that for free. The problem is like you need to get this only in if and when you need it, and Shapers were really good at that, reaching into their deck, into their discard pile, and getting a toolbox and delivering, again, unique solutions to interesting problems. Classically, Shaper is the late game faction, for better or for worse. So they're very good at being like, if you give me time, I will set up. And once I install all of my programs, I will break all your ice for pennies. They are the real siege engine. You cannot give them time because they're very good at getting value over time. Modern Shaper is a bit more run based, which is nice. They have Trojans and stuff like that. But Shaper also technically was meant to be the card draw faction. They were meant to be the best at drawing cards. So we don't have a card exactly like this. We have a couple equivalents like Arcation or maybe Joyride, but they used to have all the cards that drew cards. And then of course also recursion, heap recursion. So we have modernly simul chip and clone chip, ways to like use your bin as a toolbox as well. I think that's mostly it. There might be some small stuff, but that is the long of the short, or the short of the long. The factions have different reasons to run. Criminals get paid, anarchs destroy things, shapers do it because they can have some self-expression. I'll sign that max petition. Hey, passive, how's it going? Evergreen max? Yeah, free max. Max is good. Yeah, hopefully that answers something. When is the new released? April 24th. Crim's best killers, Amakua? Yeah. Shaper's classically the green faction. Is Criminal still kind of in a sad place? I was checked out for a bit. Impermanent, how's it going? Some people argue it is. Some people argue it isn't. In some ways it is. In some ways, Criminals haven't got competitively playable cards in the Criminal faction for over a year. It just seems like the last cycle just doesn't have a lot of Criminal cards. If we go to set, we go to the Criminal cards, there's a lot of cards here that people just don't know the text on. The last Criminal ID did not really like land, but all despite that, there's still some really strong Criminal decks played with strong fundamentals that are using older card pools and also unfortunately have to use the basic actions. It feels like a bit more than some of the other IDs or other factions. While other people are like playing busted events, like Criminals, sometimes you're just clicking to draw and it's okay. I should have sorted this by, we'll get there. But it just seems like for the last while, out of all the Criminal cards printed, like how many of these see consistent playing Criminal decks? No, Hermes does, Alarm Clock does, but mostly actually not in Criminal decks. Jaichinyo is a win condition, but a lot of these cards just don't see play. Kurapir is amazing. Shibboleth is fine. Compilation sees play more outside of Criminal. None of these cards see consistent play. So that's been a bit rough. The whole last cycle has focused a fair bit on bypass and Mercury type support, and that just hasn't landed in a competitive way. And for what it's worth, I'm not a big Mercury enjoyer. The character's sick, but like bypass the deck is not very fun for me. After the rotation, will all FFG cards be out of the game? That's correct, Ian, barring a couple cards that are technically FFG designs, but exist in the Ashes cycle. So an example I showed is Self-Modifying Code, which is technically in Uprising, which is an NSG pack, but this is basically a card from Creation and Control circa 2013 that was reprinted with new art and new formatting. There's like 4 or 5 cards like that. Those are going to be the only cards left over. Also, if you don't consider cards like Hedge Fund or Sure Gamble, which are obviously direct reprints from old FFG. But every other FFG card, yeah, they're gone. So it's like only like 7 cards, but a lot of people will just assume they're NSG cards. What will startup look like after elevation? Will it be system gateway liberation cycle plus elevation without system update? That's exactly it. HPLT, how's it going? There is an article on NSG, I think, that explains it, but when elevation comes out, it basically is the modern startup, but elevation just replaces system update. No other changes. So it'll be liberation, gateway, and elevation. It just replaces system update. Anarch, meant to be good. Fix that for you. Criminals have I can finish this run buttons that work once. Yeah, sort of sometimes. Thanks. I was told it was the first time Reyna had been deck of the week since Anatomy of Anarchy, which makes me wish it had been a cooler deck. Oh, bummer. I've seen people play it on Netrunner DB, despite like you're basically saying don't do this, and like I kind of agree with it. This worked, but like this is not like I played against this Reyna deck. It fired this ID 2-3 times. Like it's not a good idea. But it like the deck is fine. It's Crew Hosh. It's good. Sure Gamble Hedge Fund or Evergreen reprints, Ashes as SMC casts, and a couple others. Yeah, it's like False Lead, Cerebral Overwriter. It's like a handful of cards. Thank you. That was very detailed. Of course. Criminal isn't the best faction for winning, but they're the best true Netrunner. I don't like using terms like true Netrunner because that is clearly like not a neutral point. But Criminal's really good at like doing the strong. They're rewarded by playing strong fundamentals, which is like touch cards. So modifying code daily cast Cerebral Override, False Lead, and Colossus. Oh yeah, fuck Colossus. I thought Colossus was in. Why is this one around? Like I thought this was just an update card, but apparently it's an Uprising. That's so weird. That's so weird. Starter players will never escape Brazil. They will in a bit. Been loving getting to Netrunner these past few weeks. So far, just smashing various startup decks against each other with my girlfriend, having a blast. Great game. Hey, glad you've been enjoying it. It's a really awkward spot because like startup changes pretty heavily in just like 60 days. So there's not a lot of content about it, but it's going to get bigger in the near future. I can see my silly DAO deck on the screen. Do you publish something, Dapper? All right, I think we lost the plot a bit, but that's okay. I don't mind answering questions. I really enjoy it, in fact. We were trying to build a deck, but we had to figure out what identity to do it in because we're playing a combination of like weird stuff. I'm a big Colossus enjoyer. Give me the silly Infinite Strength Ice. Oh man, Infinite Strength Ice is like a sticking point against a lot of folks. I'm glad you're liking it, Duckland, but I do not like Infinite Scaling Ice at all. I mainly play Reboot, but should get back into energy cards at some point. Yeah, it's a really exciting time right now. Like with the big FFG rotation, elevation, it's going to be huge for every format you can possibly play. It's also just really big because the game is now more approachable because you can tell somebody, obviously proxying is still legal. But if you want to own every card for a card game that is obviously as beloved as Netrunner is, it's going to cost you less money than like buying a single deck for another competitive TCG type thing, which seems good. Seems good. I did. It isn't good, but I was trying to make my first thing with startup and stuff minus the 2021 that's rotating. That's cool. That's a problem that like playing without system update and startup, there's some good cards in there, but I'm glad that you're trying something. That's for sure. Like system update has it's a solid card pool to add to startup. All right, we're going to play some good criminal stuff. If we go window opportunity, maybe install and run Crim Theme, buy a Chesva mining accident, maybe on 419. The problem is Thanos, I thought you could install during run with the window opportunity. You can't. I was on the assumption until like earlier before the stream that you could use your credits on the Chesva to install a card with window of opportunity, but you can't. It's before the run. What the heck? I thought you could do something cool with it. You can't. Why? So if we want to do derez.deck, which we probably shouldn't, but we could, I think my options are actually reading text is OP, you and me both. I think I'd actually consider Steve. And why? It's because we have a lot of weird situational derez cards. And if we can just derez every single ice with Steve, it's hard to make HQ safe. I think this is actually worth something that playing Steve might make sense because it gives us more value with some of our cards that have limited value, right? The idea is that when we play Emergency Shutdown, we can play that same Emergency Shutdown like 3 or 4 times. That actually is kind of compelling. The obvious inclusion is Los, but like Los is just a fair bit more money, as much as it is just a bit more money. It's a fair bit more money. But the thing is your opponent sees this coming. When you play against Steve, they do ice up HQ heavily, and that's obviously not good for you, but that is definitely something. Sable is fine. I would consider Mercury. Mercury technically cares about derez stuff, but that's whatever. Zaya, 40 cards, feels like it's going to be a bit difficult. Ken is fine, 17 influence. Window of Opportunities run event. Az is very easy, but I think we should play something else. Just play Paladin for install credits with Window? Yeah, we probably do. Go for Ken, run for fun. Ken yet, how's it going? I don't mind Ken. 17 influence is nice. We should be able to play a run event every turn, no problem. Mercury's an interesting shout. I just don't like the Mercury ability. Like, it's going to encourage us to like bypass centrals for multi-axis, and I just, oof, not my Netrunner. 419 though, it's not bad either. Slowing the corporation down and giving the financial tax. Like, this is the issue when you compare Reina Roja, who's meant to be like, you know, the financial war identity. The amount of damage Reina does versus 419, it's not even comparable. I played into Credit Denial Banhar Steve the other day, and holy moly, it hurt. Clicking Credit Simulator. It can be really, really rough if you're playing into this sort of like versions that like Kikai played and Bridgman played. They can do a lot of financial damage because they need a run. They like are actually pretty happy playing that card that loses a credit every HQ run. Is this Lowe's? Besides Saci, anything we want to kick out of installing during Whoop? Anything really, Thanos. I think Hermes is sick. Boomerang is fine. Saci is fine. Let's try Steve. I don't think it's going to be fantastic, but we can always change it. But I think you just get the click compression. Like, just get click compression, right? How bad can that be? I honestly don't know. All right, so with Steve, you're kind of incentivized to play no card as one-ofs unless you're going to install those cards. Because the way Steve works is the first time you make a successful run on HQ, you got to pick 2 cards from your heap. The corporation removes one from the game, you get the other. Now, notably, you can pick the same named card. Not the same card, but the same named card. So you can pick 2 sure gambles, and then obviously this doesn't become a choice, it just becomes free card draw. And that's what often people do. So the idea is that say that we play 3 copies of Career Fair for some reason, that means we can play first Career Fair, second Career Fair, recur 1 Career Fair, play 3rd Career Fair, play 4th Career Fair, recur Career Fair, play 5th Career Fair. So as long as you play 3 of a card, you can abstractly play that card 5 times in a match. I believe that's what the numbers come down to. So that's kind of good. So that has some considerations of how many copies of each card that you play. So generally when I'm building a criminal deck, we're in standard, so there's a lot of cards here. I'll just include what I would consider sacred auto includes. A Bravado is just such a messed up good card. It's very hard to not play this. It's just very good money and you make a run. A lot of click compression. That's good. We're going to play some of the weirder stuff. I'm a big career fair enjoyer. I'm going to put 1 just to remember it's there. Carpe Diem is not bad. Steve doesn't want some marks more than others, but it's an econ card you can generically put in your deck. It's 3 credits. Sometimes you make a run. If we have support to play this cheaply or to get benefit from run events, this gets better, but the floor is okay. It's whatever. What else do we like? Concerto, not a card I really play a lot. I think we're going to play a lot of cheap events, so this is not going to be very good. Carpe and Ken is basically a better sure gamble. Yeah, it's pretty good in Ken. Sometimes you run into issues where you run like too many run events. Maybe that's not a big Ken problem, but that's okay. If you play a run event, does the event get put in the heap in time for Steve to recur it? No. So when you play an event, it goes into this weird limbo place. I forget the rules term for it, but it's like resolving. It's not in play, but it's on the table. And only once the run event has finished does it go into your heap. So nothing, you can't recur the card you're currently being played because it's currently resolving. Play area? Yeah, maybe it's play area. I think it has a technical name in the rules, but maybe it is just play area. Maybe that's simple. Penweave, that's the name. Thank you. Yeah, so you just got to watch out. If you lose cards to like net damage on the run, those will be in the heap, so you can get those back if you run into ice or whatever, but you can't get the event back itself. All right, what else? Diversion, we probably want to play. Like, we're technically an econ denial deck. They are going to ice up HQ, so this is only as good as we can get it in there. And this is where we probably want to play 3 emergency shutdowns just to be really annoying. The problem with this sort of archetype inherently is like, there are just decks that don't play a lot of ice. Like, heaven forbid you play against an NEH that runs like 0 ice, which is possible. Like, this is where things fall apart. I think that's actually a big rate limiting factor about derez decks in general. There's certain like metas where they're just garbage. They just don't do anything. So we're going to risk that already, but we're going to risk it for sure. All right, what else do we want? Falsified is not terrible. We're going to be playing Amakua. This is a fine card. I like this better than Carpe Diem, I'll be honest, if we just need cheap economy. I'm not a big Forge fan. Forge with Saci is okay, but it's not bad. Not bad. Hot Pursuit I like a lot, but then we have to get tags, which is nice. I think someone suggested to play credit kiting, which is another nice way to install things, but it is a tag-based thing for sure. Ghost Tongue plus Penweave plus Tempo plus Plongi is my go-to silly deck nowadays. Oh, that's really fun. I think it's really hard to make Ghost Tongue worth it out of faction, because Ghost Tongue functionally just gives you a Mystic Miami or a prepaid voice pad on most board states. But you have to take core damage, which kind of sucks. Now, obviously, that list of cards plays cybernetics, and there's certain cards that care about how many cybernetics you're playing, like Tremolo. So there's some value there, but it's really hard in a lot of board states to make Ghost Tongue feel better than any of the cards that you can play a lot easier. It's a bit tricky. I mean, I was ribbing Pat, who is not inconsistently playing like 2 copies of Ghost Tongue and Ken, and it just did not make a lot of sense. All right. Inside Job, kind of like Inside Job. The problem is you have to play 3 of them, but if you Inside Job HQ, you're getting into HQ on most board states, which means you can recur Inside Jobs or emergency shutdowns, and that's where the loop gets really, really dirty, where you just like, okay, I'm going to Inside Job HQ. Okay, I'm going to shut down the ice. I'm going to run somewhere else. Like, this is worth something. Maybe we play 2 of them. Boomerang might do better for us. I don't know. Mutual Favor, we can play 1. Just to get our Amakuas. We're going to be running breakers. For what it's worth, I think a lot of these Steve decks actually don't run Amakuas. If we're going to derez all their ice, we don't actually need Amakua. We can just play the actual breakers. So things like, in theory, if you're playing Cybernetics, we could try this. I'm not sure if we need it. Pinnle, I like Pinnle. I'm a Pinnle fan. We might not need it. I'll put 1 in to remember. And then we'll play the Windows, which probably ends up getting cut, unfortunately, but we'll build our deck around it as much as we can. Tread Lightly is also not bad as a nice way to like get some pressure on. This card is a bit underplayed and it's nice, especially if we're financially ruining the corporation, but that's okay. We'll just play some sure gambles because we can. All right, Hardware, we spend no influence. Don't worry about it. Excuse me. Boomerang. It's not bad. We can definitely play 1. If we play 2, we can recur them, but they're generally pretty good at recurring themselves. That's whatever. We're going to be running HQ every turn, so we can play all this sort of stuff that does fire on that condition. So, Docklands Pass, if we want to see more cards, that's okay. We might not need this, so we could play Way Compliant. That doesn't give you HQ multi-access, but it allows you to see more cards. We want an HQ once a turn. What else do we have? A console. Technically, the versions of this deck that I'm familiar with are not actually running Hermes. They're running Paragon, which gives you a bit of scry ability and get credit when you run once per turn, and that's really nice. It adds up a heck of a lot. Hermes gives us more control overall, but maybe we'll try the Paragon version and just get a bit more card draw, which we need. Core damage isn't real, can't hurt me. Especially sucks if you're playing into a core damage outfit. What else do we got? Penweave. This is the card. Doesn't meet damage, which sucks, but we have a lot of recursion and redundancy, so we don't mind. And then every run on HQ, they lose a credit, which is going to matter for a derez deck, so we can try that. Paragon, this is our console. First run of turn, we get a credit. We get a look at the top card of our deck and bottom it if we want to. That's pretty valuable. We want to be running at least once a turn. Botland is generally underplayed. I think so. I think Botland's a really, really cool card. The problem is it's kind of expensive. Like, this is the weird thing. Installing this click for 2 credits feels bad. And then obviously you have to take the tag, which currently in Criminal, it's like kind of hard to deal with the tag in a way on tempo that feels good. But this is exactly the sort of card you want to play in a deck like this. I don't know if we do. We probably do. I think this card, like when this card came out, I'm like, play aggro Criminal, play Gabriel Santiago, and just send it. So we'll try and remember that. What if you don't deal with the tag? It can be an issue. Not necessarily, but some matchups is an issue. Sneak Door, we'll definitely play Sneak Door. All right, so what else are we going to play here? We could play a Rubicon. I don't know if we're going to be affording to do this. I would love to be able to play this. Lucky Charm, I think Lucky Charm is like kind of difficult on slots. Ideally, if we derez the ice, it gives a similar effect. But if we're running HQ, this is not bad. This card is a bit underplayed, I think, but it's hard. It's like very hard in like playing too many conditional cards in your deck. You can always just install this though. Zenith Chip, I like this a lot. We'll take a core damage to draw every time we run HQ. That's fine. Awaken Plan is very important. So now we're on a couple cybernetics, so it's very easy for us to play our Fractor, being Tremolo. I feel like we already have way too many cards though. And then let's look at the programs. So here we have to do some derez stuff. Does the deck run Chesvo classically? No, because the version that I'm thinking of is on Banhar. And then we got to do Credit Kiting and Hot Pursuit. Yeah, we could play full tag me, that's for sure. I feel like it's a sort of thing where in certain matchups is going to be free value and other matchups is going to be pretty rough. But Hot Pursuit sounds very, very good if we just float tags. Maybe that's correct. If that's the case, though, we'd also not play Docklands Pass. We would play Manuel Lachish Chumura and just enjoy that, which would be fun. Okay, so in theory, you can play extra breakers with Steve because you can always recur your breakers. So we have 2 lines to go down to. One is the Amakua line, which might be more important if we're not on Banhar. The Banhar version of the deck, all of its influence is taken with Steel Skins and Strike Funds and stuff like that. You should always have a backup plan. It's a more flexible inside job that forces the res. Kind of. I don't think I've played this in a really long time. So it's a 2-cost event that runs the server. And then when the run ends, you can run back and you bypass whatever the last piece of ice you encountered during that run. So this technically beats a bunch of weird things. Like it beats border control, which is kind of unique, but it also only beats 1 ice and the subroutines have to fire on that ice. It's up to you to figure out whether that's better or not. Whether I rather inside job, an archer, or whether I rather always have a backup plan. I can't tell. You have an influence for Botulus? I do. I'm not sure I want to rely on Botulus and I'm a virus meta. Maybe we could play Spree. It also has the Caddy Jones reference. It does. Yeah. Yeah, she's right there. This card is like kind of neat. When it came out, people were like, actually, well, that's a way to deal with border control. And there wasn't that many ways to deal with border control in the meta. Maybe we can go tag me. If we're going all in on HQ a turn with derez, Alarm Clock would be pretty good. I think that's something I learned with Az, is that the Alarm Clock, because you want to run HQ, is already pretty good, even if you don't use the bypass effect. I think you're right in Steve, where we can spam like derez on HQ. We probably should have an Alarm Clock. Let's see if we can do this without Banhar, but this is going to give us so much influence to work with, and I don't know how to sync that influence. Like, Banhar was a really nice way to sync influence. So Amakua is a bit tricky to rely on modernly. So if we're not playing Amakua, we would play like, what's the name of the Tremolo? So generally you play 2 Tremolos, you play 2 Shibboleths, which is whatever, and then you can play like 3 copies of Revolver. And this means you have breakers, as much as they're not fantastic, and then you rely on something else here. We don't need influence, we can just play 3 Deep Dive. Yeah, but then we wouldn't play the Steve deck, we would play Sable. Always have a backup plan is like the card everyone believes should exist, but its implementation is clunky. Yep. Maybe we'll play it more in a world with that inside job, but it feels worse than almost every other option you have in that slot. Right? Like, I think I'd rather play Window. I would rather play Tread Lightly. Tremolo feels pretty bad here, even with the cybernetics. I disagree. I think there's a chance Tremolo feels better in a world where we have a Banhar as well. But Tremolo gets relatively quite good pretty fast. Yeah, Galhar's saying Leech. With Tremolo and Leech, like, you're actually breaking really, really well. I wonder if Leech is just better for us. And then we just have 2 Leeches, and then we just like run all the time. Like Leeches and Chesvo, you run for free. Maybe that's all we should do, is like not worry on Banhar, but try and run as cheaply as possible. Backup plan is fun with flip switch, but I'm not sure I'm running it otherwise. Holy shit, man. I've never considered that. Wait, you can just flip switch the jack out? That's so funny. Wait, how have I not seen this plan? So run any server when their run ends if it was unsuccessful. So jacking out is unsuccessful, but it says during the second run, whenever you encounter the last piece of ice you've encountered. So if you jack out, the last piece of ice is something you've already got through. So you have to encounter the ice and then flip switch. That is so convoluted, but really kind of cool. Window the old draw card. What's that, Exu? That's really, really funny. All right, so we have so much extra influence to spend, but I think functionally the deck does what it wants to do. Resources, we'll play class acts. So what resource are we going to play? Are we going to play Tag Me? I wonder if we play Tag Me and then we actually like drop an Amina. Like we could play Aminas and just install this with credit kiting. It might be okay. So this is 7 credits. It's a really good breaker in theory. It breaks Gatekeeper for 4. That's fine. But if we get this down, it's nice. Well, we could just play full Tag Me, I guess. Let's see if we can make that make any sense. We play 2 Amina instead of 2 Shibos. Then we can play credit kiting, and then we can play some like very clunky, expensive cards. Feels like you should just play cleavers. I think you're gonna be surprised with how good Tremolo can be. Like we're gonna install our cybernetics. I'm not sure if we're missing any cybernetics. So we're not gonna clear the tags, I think, so we don't have to play tag. Class act is just good. We can play rogue trading because we're a tag me deck, and then this slows them down. If we play at least 2, that's fine. So we can't just go full tag me. What is the other big payoff for credit kiting? Like, are we playing Orca instead of Revolver? Cheswan Leech feels like MU issues. It might be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, if we can get one more MU. We can get one more MU. This is the criminal thing. Is like criminal wants MU, but like you need to have a fun criminal MU card. You can play Fem instead of Revolver. Fem is really bad though. Like Revolver is just a good card. Fem is really, really bad. Prepaid with all those events? Yeah, we might have to because normally Gelhard I play Mystic or yeah, Mystic, but we can't if we're playing Tag Me. So we probably have to play prepaid. I recommend Retribution for all those cybernetics. Technically, Starlight Knight is a hard counter to this kind of deck. Yeah, unless we hush it, which we won't. You know, it gives you MU and Crim and also wants you to run HQ Maui. There must be a better 2 MU console in the format. I think we have Zamba. This thing's really bad. We can install it for free with credit kiting. It gives us recurring credits. We can run HQ. Yeah, honestly, like Orca sounds kind of cool. It's 10 credits, so it's a bit expensive, but that actually saves this slot. If we play Maui unironically, I'm subscribing. I don't think those threats lightly. What else do we want to play here? I don't know what interacts with tags in a way that I really, really care about. Daredevil time, honestly, kind of fun, but I do think Paragon we're just going to value a bit because we have all these like redundancies. So we're at 47 cards. We have 9 influence. We can do some really silly stuff with influence. What is like the most expensive card? It's probably silly to build around credit kiting like that for obvious reasons. So we don't need this. Let's clean some stuff up. Mutual favor we should keep. Pintle threading, sure gamble, credit kiting 3x. Alarm clock, boomerang is fine. Docklands, Penweave, Paragon. Maybe we play prepaid. Consume for no reason. Okay, it's a choice. Alexander DZ just didn't have too much influence. The problem with DZ is like it's only worth the influence if you install a lot of programs, and we probably don't install enough programs for this to be good. So if I'd rather have an MU card, I would spend no influence and play whatever this thing is called, T400, and just have one more hand size. Oh, counter surveillance might be good. Yeah, you're right. We could probably play a counter surveillance. We can probably play 2 counter surveillance. No, but then we definitely should play Manuel Laches de Moura first. And then we can play a counter surveillance. We can play 2 counter surveillance because we're kind of incentivized too. Credit kiting to Ma, you won't? Oh, fuck. That would be so cool though. Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. I kind of want to though. We want to be running all the time. Why not? -5 influence. Like we have to trade this one condition, which I'm honestly okay with. We have way less money now. Like, I feel like we just don't have enough money. I think Bachlan Botchkin might be a bridge too far. Like, I don't think we can install this. Rogue trading is going to help. That's a lot of money on that card. I don't think we have to play dummy box or anything. This is 47 cards. We have 1 influence left over, which obviously there's a lot of ways to play influence. Miss Bones is maybe worth considering. Drop the Tag Me package and play Aeneas. I don't think it matters that much. Like, dropping the Tag Me package is dropping the whole deck functionally, right? Like, I'd rather play Bones than Aeneas, I think. Friend is how much influence? I think it's 2, and it's not even that good unless you're like clearing tags. Oh, it's 1. Wow. So if you install Friend and take a tag, it's 2 clicks for 6 credits. Like, I don't know that that's great. Isn't rogue trading going to reach us the Seb lesson of being too slow? All you do is you hit it every couple turns for 6 credits. Like, I think that might be fine. Like, you just hit it every once in a while. Wait, Friendo's only if you're not tagged? God damn it. Why is that? Apparently you can do this on JNet even if you don't have a tag, which maybe that makes sense, but you can always just click this for 5 credits. Orca is 2 MU, your rig is 6 MU. David. Oh, you're right though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we should probably play a sneak door too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're 6+. We have 6 MU. 2 clicks for 6 credits is faster than rogue trading? Yes, but we can do a whole turn on rogue. Like, we can spend a whole turn to gain 12. It's like, okay. And we can bring these back. Like, if the corporation trashes them, we're happy. Yeah, I feel like the MU is going to be the problem. Maybe we cut the leeches and just play another Manuel. Are the windows really helping? Oh, I forgot we're not even on Saci. Holy shit. No, they're not helping. We're not on Saci, we're not on Hermes anymore. We've lost the plot, but I'm okay with that. Yeah, I forgot to put Saci in the damn deck. Okay, there must be something obvious we're missing. I'm really bad at looking at a list and figuring out what we don't have. Maybe that's not saying much. We have 3 influence. We could play a DZ. What is an MU card? Like 3 biobands and call it a day? Biobands with Chesva is not bad, but we actually don't have that many installables. I guess we have these. But like, you don't biobands in Amina. We don't clear the tag that often. I don't think we need another Manuel. Is there like tag payoff we really care about? Like, the problem is like you can't play any of the damn tag cards because they have the when you're not tagged clause. Are you missing prepaid? I'm not convinced prepaid is worth it. There's a chance it is worth it because we're going to be recurring our events. So this is actually going to be pretty easy. Yeah, probably it is worth something, right? We'll install a prepaid, no problem. Slot CSV. At a minimum, we can slot a counter surveillance, yeah. I don't think this deck has enough money. Go to war for the culture. We need the leeches back. Like, do we play this hand? I'm so worried that we don't like get a credit kiting, we lose. How are we paying for those breakers? Credit kiting. I will take no further questions. That'll be perfect. So say that we mulligan. Like, we don't have enough card draw. We got rid of Paragon. We need more card draw. Yeah, it's leaning on kiting incredibly heavily. Like, I'm not going to pretend that's not the case. We need more card draw. How do we get more card draw in here? I don't think Chesva does it. It would be Earthrise, but we're tagged. We could always cut Orca and play like 2 Nukas and still play slightly tag me. Diesel, yeah, Diesel's probably what we want on the influence. Buy is like not great for card draw. Like paying 2 credits in the early game to draw 2 cards in Criminal is like not fantastic. 1x Wake, we already have that. Oh yeah, we have a Zenith. You're right. Zenith's a bit more card draw than I think we have. But it's like we're not on Steel Skins. I'm down to try it. I don't think it's going to be good, but I'm down to try. First, how do you play this hand? Do you know what we should probably be playing? Is like Retrieval Run. Like, this is going to be good for us. They're not going to ice archives. We don't have Sneak Door Beta, which we probably should have Sneak Door Beta. These draws have been pretty bad. They haven't been amazing, but they've been like playable. The problem is like Orca, Amina, Tremolo, Chesva. That's already enough influence, MU, and then Sneak Door Beta is 2 MU, which is not easy. Yeah, I think Retrieval Runs are like not bad. Is it funnier to splash from Versificator instead of Orca? Fixes our MU issues slightly. But it's a code gate breaker, so we still have to play Orca, right? Because Versificator is a decoder. Isn't Crim Job basically 3 Class Act and then Prey? I think you play 3 Class Act, 2 Earthrise, and then like a Diesel. Orca feels out of place. The worst part about Orca is that we have no charge synergy. Play inverse over Orca and then go back to Revolver. But then we cut the credit kiting. We have Wake? Okay. Yeah, we have Wake. Okay. I was like, why are people saying Wake in chat? This chat delay is so hard sometimes. Charge Wake? I'm not excited, but like, would this be better if we just played Wizard's Chest? Like, look how good this hand is. Just send it. Bravado, 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 win the game or something. I'm not sure. This chat is woke. Sleeper cell activated. I think retrieval run honestly would be ass. The problem is we have to drop a counter surveillance and play only one of them. I think this maw is too ambitious. I'll be honest. The MU is really good, but there's no way that we're getting this maw down. Our rig is so clumsy. There's no way that the maw is worth doing. Hold on. Maui? S console? Please play a console. Zamba. 2 MU. When a card is exposed, you may gain a credit. Useless. Virtuoso 1 MU. I wish this was 2 MU. It'd be fun. Swift is 1 MU. Penny Shaver 1 MU. Paragon 1 MU. Masterwork 1 MU. Hermes 1 MU. I bought Pad Thai, which specifically has big letters, not spicy, and I opened the box. I see a chili and I'm dying here. It might just be a decorational chili, Exu. It might be there just to like scare off the rest of the wildlife, like the birds and the rats, so they don't eat it. They see that and to be like, oh, this is a spicy box. Honestly, you should probably try it. You have ice, right? Super corridor. Hold on. Okay, how do we search 2MU? X2MU. Does this work? It doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? This seems like it would be bulletproof. X plus 2? Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. Oh, fuck. It was here the whole time. We should have played Keiko. Lily pad, whatever. Not that good. Maybe one of those cherry flavored peppers. You could definitely taste to find out. Yeah, I think you would. Thai chilies are not mild classically, but like, I believe in you, bud. Okay. Honestly, we could play Lily Pad and then play Saci and Window of Opportunity, and it might not be terrible. It'd be bad, but it might not be terrible. And then we actually can get away with playing like the criminal shit that we want to play. Thai chilies are not mild, but some of the chilies used in Thai food aren't Thai chilies. Like we could do Lily Pad and then we could play like Chesva. We could play other viruses. We can play Saci. Just do a good console and don't play Orca. Fine. You're probably right though. So what's our killer? Like 3 revolver? Amina revolver tremolo. We'll still like credit kiting to get like a class act down for free. Like it's still okay. I still think that's okay. Like credit kiting is just to install a card. Right? Right? Amina works with our, for what it's worth, Cat's Cradle is probably the code gate you play. Wait, is Cat's Cradle just better? Don't worry about it too much, Andre. Huh. Do you only have 3 cybernetics cards? Yes. I don't think that's uncommon though. Uncommon is draw and MMU. It's only 1 MU, but it is draw, which is nice. Oh, we have 10 influence? Holy shit. Wait, we've really lost the plot here. So we have Panweave, we have Zenith, we have Wake. I think that's enough. I'm pretty sure like the versions of this that see competitive play only run 3 cybernetics. I don't think there's other cybernetics worth playing. Iru. I'm not a huge Iru fan. I'd rather play Sneak Door than Iru, but Iru's not terrible. I just don't like cards like this that are so like situational. We're not very good at that in Criminal. Holy crap, we have so much influence. Wait, what are we doing? We're a tag me deck playing credit kiting? Wait, we didn't even run the criminal card that runs HQ. What's going on here? Who's in charge? Like we didn't even run Hot Fursuit. Okay, now we have Hot Fursuit. So this is really good. If you only 3-4 cards, aren't you going to be running Tremolo at 0-1 installed cybernetics for a good chunk of the game? Yes. And that's okay when you run Banhar, which we're not doing. Until then, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Okay, hold on. We've changed gears so many times that I think I've fallen off the track pretty hard, and now I'm like getting up and kind of dizzy. So let's cut some stuff. How are we going to spend 10 influence in this deck without playing Banhar? We either want pressure. I still think we can play Maw. I'm worried that our early pressure is not going to be fantastic, but Maw seems okay. This gives us MU that we can play all of these cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can probably play some leeches. Leech is just really good, but as much as we only have to run HQ. So we could do Window Saci again, I guess. I wonder if playing Cubon is worth something. Okay, we're at 54 cards. I'm upset about that change. Bravado, credit kiting, diversion. So there's a big chance that we just cut the credit kiting and we don't play Tag Me. Okay. Chad, I'll ask you. Do we give up on the cool thing the deck does and just play fundamentals, or do we try and play Tag Me, Steve? Because like obviously clearing out the rogue tradings and the Manuel and the counter surveillance and all that sort of stuff is going to make things easier. Just play 48. Well, we have 4 influence left over. I'm not playing 48, 11 influence. That seems absurd, but I'll play 48. Kind of. We've been here for an hour? No, we've been here for like maybe 20 minutes. Drop Paragon if Maw. Oh yeah, definitely. Arteeza, how's it going? Fundamental. Praxis? You can't play Praxis one, John, because if you're tagged, it doesn't do anything, right? It's only if you're not tagged. So if we go Tag Me, this card's useless. Tag Me is objectively more fun, but you'll need a way to beat border control on the counter surveillance turn. I'm not too concerned. I think if someone puts a card in surveillance on R&D, like we'll just shut it down or something. Meh. Play 3 Blueberry Diesel. Okay, Tag Me. All right. I can do that. So then what do we run? Yeah, I think this will be instructive. Price is tricky because we have 22 events, so it can just whiff. I think Diesel's like probably fine. Is there anything that interacts with tags that is not within our criminal card pool? No, this is Samba Tag. Just play a game where we all take a drink every time Andre gets BTFO by border control and R&D. I'm not worried about it. I don't think you put R&D border control unless you really know what we're doing. God of War, Sabotage. Credit kiting is only for Amina? Yes, but you can also just use it. Like you can install a class act for free. You can install a Maw. You can install a Tremolo for 0 credits. Like it's okay. It's a career fair. It's not amazing, but it is like whatever. Maybe we just play 2 crews. Yeah, that's probably right. Maybe we play a crew and a leech. I don't know. 2 CVs, 3 CSV. Yeah, but you fire 1 CSV and you win. Usually. So if we play crew, like there's a chance that counter surveillance is just worse crew. Steelskin, we have 3 cybernetics and taking tags seems okay. Yeah, but Spark, the more that we do that, the closer we end up going back to like playing Banhar, which is probably correct. But you're right. If we're playing Diesel, we probably should just play Steelskin. It's just like, is it going to line up? I don't know. Okay, this is 48. Vado credit kiting. This is like the most suspect card in our deck, but we're playing Maw, so it's already kind of important. Eshet on Hot Pursuit, 2 inside job, 1 boomerang. Mutual favor Pinnle, Steelskin, Sure Gamble. Steelskin is a bit better also with our 2 copies of prepaid voice pad. I cut from the deck. Why did I cut prepaid from the deck? Wait, how did I lose prepaid? I must have missed I must have tried to remove the Paragon and hit the prepaid. 50. Oh boy. DJ Sabs, don't trash your stuff. They'll trash it anyways. The standard decision paralysis. Yeah, imagine playing a 40 card minimum identity. Ghost Tongue for 4 cybernetic. Ghost Tongue's just not that good. It's like, it'll give you a prepaid voice pad, but you have to take a core damage for it. It's 3 influence. It doesn't do that much. I finished it and I'm suffering. So it wasn't spicy, huh? All right, let's do some test draws. This is a pile. I missed our Orca. Look at this. Oh, look at this. Turn 1, run R&D. We'll draw first. Run R&D, credit kiting, and Amina. We're flying, install a class act, click for credit, draw 4. I think we win. If you're on Tremolo, it might not actually be like the worst. It's not worth the core damage to save a credit on some turns sometimes. Look at this hand. I feel like we need more, like with Hot Pursuits, we actually want more border controls, the boomerangs and inside jobs. Because we just want a boomerang run HQ. So here we can like Bravado HQ. They have to res, I think. Then we can just run R&D, credit kiting a class act, click for a credit, draw 5. We would bottom. Honestly, I'm not sure what we bottom here because we have boomerang into Hot Pursuit. This is something. Ghosting is a hybrid neck for Tremolo. No, I get it, but like, I don't think we need to work on making our Tremolo better. I think we'd rather play Amakua, but it's just not a good card that you want to install. I know it makes us better, but I don't think it's worth the trade-off. I feel like we're not a derez deck. I feel like we lost the plot on being a derez deck. I think that's the biggest issue is we're no longer a Saci derez deck. We're playing these are the only part of the deck that's derez. Why did we? What's the one that gives you 2 core damage? That's Basilar. Laundry's probably good too. Shit. Okay, we'll try this. This is we'll change this deck after 2 games. But I don't believe in this. I will be very clear. I've never believed. This seems awful. But we will go back and do the derez version without the tag me shit. I just got so excited to play Amina. At Synth Clan is instantly a coward. Oh no. How do we get up to 50 cards? We have a small amount of time to fix that between now and me hitting the publish button. Steve Cambridge. Tag me, Steve. Dad is coming back to get blamed. No. I'm pretty good in self-flagellation. I don't see how this loses. You should probably choose between derez and tag me 100%. We definitely should choose between the two. Then we're not. I think we'd rather play derez and not play tag me. Cut emergency shutdown? Never. Probably should though. But then we're going to forget what we're doing. Why can't I save this list? Hey, has Jay not realized that if I put a bad deck in here, it won't let me save it? Where's the save button at, y'all? Oh, it's up here. Okay, never mind. Resume. I mean, I'm down to try. We're gonna learn something. It doesn't cost us a lot. Jaina, nah, we're good. Are we playing into Prov? Op, okay, 49 op. This could be anything. This is where you'd rather be Los, that's for sure. Play a fair bit into 2 shutdowns enough with Steve, yeah, but Trap Pingvin, we wanted to play a derez deck with like Saucies and all this other stuff, and we just lost the plot, like with Hermes. So op is pretty good at icing HQ. Duckland, she kept. Our hand. We have a Pursuit. We have a Revolver. The Zenith chip and the pen, we have the mutual favorite. This is not a bad hand. I imagine we can do better. We have Boomerang for the remote server turn 1. We have Bravado. We can get some pressure on HQ. I'm going to mulligan this. This is better. We have the Tremolo, which is very bad early game, but we don't play it, right? Don't ice HQ. Damn. Okay. So we just do Sure Gamble and 2 Bravado the remote server. We can do Tremolo run back, and if that's the case, we can break border control, but it'll be last click. Border control and R&D cranked. I don't think it happens. She kept. It might actually be wrong to Sure Gamble here because if it's a border control, we can run back. Fuck. So this can't be an Eminent, so it can be a Rashida. We can run HQ and get one of these cards back, which is probably fine. We can then credit kiting down a Tremolo, but that's not particularly good. So we'll just run HQ. We could draw first, but we might access the card in here that matters. If we install the Tremolo and run, we break this for 3 credits, which is pretty bad. I think we're going to run because we get a Bravado back, which is nice. Well, actually, we get whatever she gives us. It's not our choice anymore. Pivot. I hate to see that. I don't want to trash this for 3, but like clearly she's up to something and it's probably going to hurt us. You don't play this unless you're trying to hurt us. So I'll respect that. We got a Sure Gamble here. Then I think we draw. We can play the Sure Gamble here. It doesn't change much. So she needs this to be, oh, wait, she's playing tag. She's playing like meat damage. So we're playing tag me. Maybe for another time, but would you mind sharing thought strategy for when you decide to maul? It's as simple as is this on above average hand or how much you dig for specific pieces? It depends on your deck. It depends on your matchup. Obviously, it also depends on whether your opponent keeps or not. But in this matchup, like, you know, the first couple turns are like a Rashida or an Eminent behind a border control. I'm figuring out how to beat that consistently on turn 1 is really important. Okay, we're not well teched for this. So that's a lot of my consideration here. So this looks like it's facet, like a bit of assets. So this is where Miss Bones feels pretty good. If we run HQ, it's not a lot of value because we can't get Steve to fire. But apologies, yeah, the conversation when it comes down to mulliganing or not is pretty complicated. So we want to run this at 6 credits and then she still border controls. So let's just check the table. We want to deal with the excavator if we can find it. We'll trash a Maryland if she doesn't res it. It's a wall to wall. Can't have that. Molly is a Loca. I guess this is a kill deck. Non-virtual resource. The text of that is blank. Now that eats our counter surveillance. It eats our rogue trading too, which is a problem. So I guess because we're here. And then we can install the rogue trading, but then if we do this next turn, we floating a tag, and I'm pretty sure she's trying to end us. So like, I feel like we can either not play our deck or we can play our deck. We'll draw. I do think it actually depends a lot on the opponent keeps. Yeah, opponent keeping matters a heck of a lot. Oh, it's an urban. Okay, so might not be on end of line, but I'm assuming it's going to be like IZF Audacity. We cut our pinholes from the deck, I think. So like, this is just going to suck. Yeah, we're just going to float tag and hope it doesn't matter. We want to play an event and then run HQ. All right, this will blow up in a couple turns. If we run HQ, we can't get 2 cards in the bin that easily. This deck is probably playing IZFs and then as few 5/3s as possible, so like SDSs, which we can't really interact with. Trash the pivots to make him have more real copies end of line. Yeah, we did, but I'm not sure if she's on more than 1 pivot. I'd be surprised. I think we do nothing here. Evolver's good. I don't want to install it though. I don't want to do anything with this hand. We're going to need this probably. Maybe not. Maybe it's only like cheap end the runs, but like this deals with Stavka relatively okay. It deals with Archer. Next turn, we're going to take a whole bunch of damage and then like she can just have fast event. So this turn we have to sweep HQ. The problem is that like if we float a single tag, we just die to end of line. All right. So it's like upgrades as well. So that's bad for us. She's on 5 credits, so we can force a res on HQ, but if it's just IZF in hand, we lose. We'll draw once for a run event. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Yeah, we can get this down. This is the first time you access a card not an archive. So actually the trigger gets eaten by credit kiting. We should run archives here if we want this to fire. Sandstone. Okay, she doesn't have money. So we can either float this or we can credit kiting the Maw this turn. I'm going to float credit kiting the Maw. Just because it's more fun. It'll put us down to 0 cards in hand. It's good that we got that. So we can still flatline. Us being on 0 cards or 1 card doesn't seem like a huge difference. So I'll float a tag. We died a lot of things. This is 4 damage and she gets a 0 coster. It could just be Ronin. Luckily, if it's Ronin, she doesn't have money for the other one. It's a Spin Doctor. She doesn't have money for what's the other one? Holloman? Well, we can't just die there. We floating a tag last click. No cards in hand. She draws a lot with Spin Doctor. Trashes the rogue trading. Yeah, that's not good for us. But it looks like we're alive. The cool thing is the Sandstone is now rezzed. So we need to threaten the Spin Doctor. So we're going to drop a bit. Okay, that's really good once we get into HQ. That's just good in general. We know these are upgrades. So we want to run a Spin Doctor, and then we can run R&D. Yeah, super powerful tag float. I just did that because I want to get the Maw out of hand. So now we can run R&D and get a modifier. It's worth something. We die to top deck end of line. It's a Sphi, so we don't trash this. She hits a card from hand because of Maw. All right, so that's a Sphi probably. We can always check that. We can Bravado here for probably 4 credits. That's fine. We need to get through the Sandstone sooner than later. So we can do Boomerang into Hot Pursuit and get a lot of money in an Axis. That's okay. It might get a Maw here. I think trashing the Sphi is the most important thing we can do on this board state though. All right. I'd rather click for a credit than get a Maw to fire here. F it. We have 4 cards in hand. Hearts and Minds. Okay, so that gets a Maw as well. Boomer Hot Pursuit. Yeah, Boomer Hot Pursuit might be good because now we're low on credits and that's a 4 credit play that we can't really do. But next turn we can do credit, run the border control. Yeah, we might need to get trash money there because we're on low credits and we actually don't bounce back from low credits. We'd have to get a rogue trading back, and it also gives us a rogue trading back. Oh, no, not necessarily. So that's a hearts and minds we have to deal at. Extracting the sandstone. Okay, 2-coster. It's a descent. Open HQ. Hold the phone. Wait a second. That's incredible for us. Two cards in our heap are coming back. I think we get gamble rogue trading. Now the descent is important because it's going to fix like archives, so we can run that. Public trail. You can have your tags. No action. So that trashed not the public trail. So we need to trash the hearts and minds here, and we need to keep cards in hand. So we'll run server 6. Trash a hearts and minds. We can run archives to check. I think that's worth something before the descent fires. We can't really steal that much. So we trashed Oppo, reversed accounts, end of the line. Wait, we mod an end of the line. We're on 2 tags. We got a double end of the line. We're pretty sure this is an agenda. HQ is wide open. Double advance. Not sure what this can be. We know it's on top of 2 upgrades. We don't know what this card is. We're actually in an okay spot here, I think. We could take a core damage. It's not the worst. I think we take a core damage here. Do we only have 1 hot pursuit? Yeah. F it. Die to snare. Oh no, we draw a card. We draw 2 cards, in fact. Choose a card. I wish I could do the Zenith first. Why can't I do the Zenith first? Public Trail gets mod. Wait, oh yeah, it's face up. Okay. So we need to deal with this. If this is an SDS, we lose the revolver, which is like not that big of a deal. We're on 6 credits. We can do sure gamble, run that, then draw. Yeah, we definitely should do the Zenith before. It won't let us on Steve, which is annoying on JNet. This could be a virus for 1 damage. It might be a virus in server 1. It's a spin doctor. Okay, so she draws up here. So we can run HQ for a single. Shuffles back an end of the line and a spin doctor and an extract. That's pretty good. So if she just scores that, we lose our revolver. It's not too bad. If it's an UZF, we could take up to a fair bit of damage, actually, if there's like other trap stuff on the table. So it's either we draw here. Oh, no, we can't draw because we have core damage. So these are 2 unknown cards. There's a forced connection. Okay, that's fine. This doesn't matter. We'll just trash this for 0. So there might be on mutually assured destruction. Armed intimidation into Malapert. Any agenda into Malapert is a problem. But armed intimidation, we just take 2 tags. We can't take the meat damage, so it's not that bad for us. We're actually more worried about the bad publicity one that gives the 2 damage button. But if it's just an oh, that's really good. Wait, she shuffled her end of the line back. Oh, that's bad. If she draws a single end of the line, we lose the game. Oh, now we're super cooked. Oh, she shouldn't have shuffled her end of the line away if she scores this. We might have wanted to contest the remote server, but now we lose because she can just play the same end of the line twice. Yeah, this is not good for us because she has infinite recursion now. That's bad. Yeah, we lose if she draws it. Just to win the game before it happens. Yeah, at least she might be on Basalt. So I think we run HQ. Imagine we're playing Amina. Install your Obelisk and just survive. We can deny her credits. The best thing we could do is top deck a diversion. So I'm going to draw a diversion here. Nah, whatever. We can run HQ. We have to like get through the descent. So what are our cards that we're adding back? We'll probably do like Hot Pursuit, Counter Surveillance maybe? No, we have to leave Hot Pursuit in there. We can keep her below 6. It's really tricky. She has extract. So like she can, if she just has it in hand, she wins. If she has either an extract. I think we run HQ here, but we want Steve to draw first, but we can't make that happen. We don't know any of the cards in hand, so this sucks. This is just hit points. We don't care what this is. Double credit kiting. We can install the second Maw, but it doesn't matter. Lean hard on Maw. Yes, but as hard as one can lean. So the Maryland's in hand. Now we have Awake. So we might as well install this. We don't care what it hits. Get credits and clear tags before losing the game? I feel like we're not gonna. We probably should, you're right. We probably should just clear tags down to 1 tag. That would be like the reasonable thing to do. Yeah, you're right. That's a reasonable thing to do. But less fun because we don't get to play our cards. Dig for CS and win. We only have 1 CS. It's in here. So we can't really dig for CS. No shot with clear tags. We could clear tags. Draw for Doof won't do anything. Why do we have only one CS? Did you see us build the deck, Exu? Do you think it was a flawless composition that we just like... We're playing 48 cards, Exu. What do you want from us? I want one CS. I want the Manuel. Like, our fork is Manuel CS. Unfortunately, that's not happening. All right, thinking. So Maryland's might be in the remote server. It's like your one win con card. What are you talking about? We have Awake. We have Manuel. We'll draw once. We have Rogue Trading, infinite money. This will get the card out of archives out of hand, which is annoying if we don't trash it. It's a wall to wall. We definitely trash that. That means there's a Maryland in server 1. We can't let her draw. So now we run HQ. We get back whatever garbage. We can credit kiting a boomerang on R&D and then see the top 2 of the deck. Not fantastic. Whatever, money. I'd rather the hot pursuit. She's not going to give us that. That's the Maryland. Oh, that's bad. So we don't know what's in the remote server. If we trash this, we're on 3 credits. I think we just need to trash this to keep cards out of hand. Oh, we just drew a diversion. So it's not unlikely it's not that easy to die next turn. Steve for Tremolo CS and hope opponent misplays. Need a gamble, right? I think we do need a gamble, but we have diversion, so maybe not. Get rid of that. Credit kiting still can play some cards. We'll get rid of the rogue trading, I think. I think that's too slow. It's an urban renewal. Oh, shit. Okay. It's fine. That doesn't actually matter that much. Ma pinged it? I don't know what Ma pinged. Ma pinged the unknown card that she top decked. Ice on HQ on 3 credits. She might not be able to res that, but that's really good into the doof. So here we just run HQ click 1 and see what happens. At a minimum, we can run archives to draw a card. It's an Afshar. Oh, that's a good res. That actually, we don't break this well with Amina. So now we just run archives to draw. We could do a boomerang on HQ. We don't really need to. This just draws a card as a neat. Okay, she lost an extract. That's really, really good. So now we can credit kiting a class act. We'll draw once. Then credit kiting a class act for free. All right, we have an Amina, but we played our last credit kiting. That's fine. Oh, yeah, we should have bravadoed HQ. I don't know why you didn't bravado. Excuse me. Yeah, we should have bravadoed HQ for sure. Just click for 3. Okay. So she's on 3 credits. We can get through a border control sometimes, sort of. So we can just boomerang server 1 and then bravado it. The urban renewal is going to hit the steel skin, which is pretty good. But we die to this urban going off. So if she does this, she pops the boomerang. She gets a new ice on the server. It has to be a 3-cost barrier, kind of. So we probably need to get a diversion here, and even that doesn't do enough. This is probably our last turn. If she doesn't end the line, we're cooked. She also can not click for credits. Like, she can get an extract back, but she's not. I guess that turn she couldn't because she was on no money. But we can do boomerang bravado server 1. The border control gets popped. Why would you be dead to urban? Because urban's going to put us on 0 cards in hand, and then we died a single end of line. With the steel skin, it actually will be 2 cards in hand, but we still died a single end of line. She's probably on 3. She can even like credit pivot. Find a class act. Easier said than done. But yeah, find a class act is a line. You died a single end of line? No, we only died a double end of line because she needs to be able to afford to play it. Because actually on 3 credits, she can kill us next turn. On 3 credits without an urban, she can't kill us next turn. Right? We died a single end of line next turn. Otherwise, you only died a double end of line. Boomerang doof. It's not that good because she can probably res some of this stuff. And her being on 0 credits, maybe it's fine. Maybe it is okay. Because then we can get back 2 credit kiting and get the Amina. That's probably okay. Remove 4 tags. Remove 4 tags doesn't work because we died a singleton end of line. But I'm going to, at this point, not remove tags. It might be correct. Yeah, I'm just going to go for this. The boarding control just beats us. We lose 2 credits on this, but it's whatever. She might res some stuff. If she does, that's fine. Oops. End of line goes to hand. You die next turn, the turn after. Yeah, but we can deal with it because we have Maw, right? Like, we have a chance. It's not great, but we have a chance. Like, we just need to Maw things. Res and Overseer Matrix. Okay, that's still fine. Choose 2 cards in the heap. Still fine. So we'll go credit kiting, credit kiting. All right. Excuse me? Oh, we have a class act. Hold the phone. So we probably credit cutting the class act. Wait, credit cutting sick. So I think we do that. Otherwise we can credit cutting the Mina, but I think we're just gonna get rid of the Mina and hope. This means we technically survive. Discard down to 4 if I must. We're gonna lose the cards anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Oh no, that's not true. That's fine. I can't believe we're holding on. E shutdown on the border control is gonna be so good. I forgot we had 3 E shutdowns. Is this actually worse for us? Nah, we're fine. This Afshar is gonna absolutely suck ass. Draw 2 cards, yeah, don't mind. Chesva Boomeranger Class Act. Ches was pretty good. I can't believe we're on a Mina. Ah, it's so bad. If we were just on Cat's Cradle, we'd be in such a better spot here. So thinking the Svi won't fire, but we have to trash it. That's annoying. So we just need to get through the Afshar somehow. So we keep the Boomerang. We can do double credit kiting, right? No, we have single credit kiting. So we can get 2 gambles back going HQ. So we probably just like Hot Pursuit HQ with the Boomerang, trash the Svi. If that's the case, we'll take the Class Act for Panic. So she doesn't have much to do. We have to trash this. We're putting the pressure on. She doesn't have a lot of money. Afshar on HQ is just way too good for us. Maw off Svi first. We're going to maw off of the Bravado on HQ. You're right. We can maw off the Svi, but I think we're just going to run HQ. Yeah, it's Boomerang, Bravado, HQ. Or not Bravado, Hot Pursuit. Yeah, we lose slightly less money here. It's not huge, but whatever. So we can take back 2 cards. We just need clicks. We could die to Rashida something. We have to trash Svi and we have to trash server 10. So it's likely here that we either go for 2 sure gambles is easy. Steel Skin. This deck is cool. It's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. Like the fact that tags are going to flatline us, that's not good. Choose a card to bottom. Oh yeah, nice. This is neat. We probably should just take the Boomerang here. That's good. So no Maw. Bummer. So we have to run server 9 for sure. So let's run server 10 and see what it is first. Because if it's a Spin Doctor, then we can maw off the Svi. We've seen very few Rashidas. We've seen no Rashidas. So server 10 we have to trash. Server 9 we have to trash because of her money. This is a Maryland. Okay, we should have known that. So we don't trash that. So that gets the maw. No cards in hand. Then we take down server 9. Pay 4. Okay. End turn. We don't need the Revolver. We don't need the Class Act. Playing a risk of flatline and damming the torpedo is exciting. It's really exciting because we're like very close to flatlining at any moment. I think Lady Duckland needs to use the Basalt Spire on tempo here to get an extract this turn. She does not. Okay. So we have to basically Boomerang R&D and lock the top. Credit kiting count, we've removed 2 from the game, so we can't actually, we have to install a Mina like an absolute clown. We have to actually clown install a Mina. That is so bad for us. We can just run R&D and see a lot of cards and win though, which is good. We know this is a Maryland. Gamble Amina, run R&D. It's probably the play. Gamble Amina, Bravado R&D if we can afford it. She loses a credit, which is good, but it probably wins us the game and we see a lot of cards. So this puts us to 9. This drops us to 3. Bravado puts us at 2 little credits. So we can't even Bravado. Yeah, we probably just do gamble. We have to check if this is a Spin Doctor. You can never actually afford it. No, not really. Man, imagine it was a Krat's Cradle. This would be so easy. Sure gamble for 9. Amina puts us to 3. We need 2 to break, unfortunately. So we can run and it bankrupts us, but we got to see a lot of cards. We just need to find 153 to win. I'm just going to do it. She loses a credit, which is good. And Amina siphons her. Yeah, Amina takes away credits. Oh, do you want to risk anything? Yeah, Cat's Cradle would actually be totally fine. Like, it breaks us, I think, for 1, let alone doesn't install for 7. Amina used to be an okay card, mind you, back in the day. Res the Maryland, res the MC. Okay, sick. That was huge for us. Because that ducks it. She doesn't lose a credit here, but we want to know what these cards are. So, I mean, yeah, no, no worries. I'm glad we checked. We actually got a lot of information from that. We know this is not a Rashida, potentially. We'll take the doof. So we'll see a bunch of cards. End of the line. Oh, no! Shit! Oh, that's bad. Force connection, whatever. Oh, thank God. Oh! The next two cards were end of the lines. What a roller coaster of a 4-card RDX. It's end of the line, the final winning point. Oh, man. We maw it next turn? Yeah, for sure. Unless there's a Rashida there. I do think that she probably needed to tempo out and extract at some point and just be like, I need to get back in the game because money was limiting her from winning there. Oh, holy crap. Okay, parts of this deck are kind of cool. It's like scrappy, but like the maw is genuinely hella sick. Yeah, 100. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we saw that earlier, is that she shuffled her end of line back in with a basalt on double advancement in the remote server. If she kept it in there, we would have lost the game. So we got lucky that that play landed in our lap. Thanks for the game. Super exciting. All right, we can make some changes to the deck, that's for sure. Amina is definitely not it. Amina is good if you're breaking like 4 or 5 strength code gates consistently. Like this breaks MIC for 4. That's even not, that's like whatever. Okay, changes. Don't need this. Now, are you asking yourself? You're probably asking yourself, is credit kiting good? And I still think it's good. I think still credit kiting was totally fine. We install class acts, we install whatever we want. Now, the obvious issue here is we're on 1 counter surveillance, but I think that's kind of fine. Yo, Chunks, how's it going? I just joined. I haven't played Netrunner in quite a while. Is this Eternal? No, we just play standard here. So there's like 2.5 FFG products. That's mostly NSG cards. So the oldest cards we're playing are from like Qatar and the Red Sand cycle. So like counter surveillance, I guess. Yeah, credit kiting was kind of fine, as long as we don't care about tags. What underperformed? The prepaid voice pad seemed a bit nice. Like if you set it up, you set it up, but we were playing really scrappy there. Alarm clock would have been a very, very good draw. The breakers were fine. Tremolo was very bad in our early hand, and that's maybe a reason to play an Amakua. Drop Manuel for CS. I'd rather play Manuel. Manuel's really good. I'd rather see 2 cards than counter surveillance. Like we can't afford this. Drop Amin and play Lobi Somu. We actually had Orca in this bot originally. We had 2 Orcas, and then we ran into MU issues. I think with Lobi, we'll run into MU issues as well. Did DiCaprio change the Mona Lisa? Why mess for perfection? I mean, we got to mess something. The Mina was awful. They will trash Manuel. I think that's fine. Like, we're okay if they slow down. We're a slow deck, right? Like, we want them to be ground out on resources. This is the issue, is like, we probably need to play Miss Bones and Pinhole, because if they get like a Regolith in the remote server, we lose the game. Yeah. Lobi also, like, we still have to run a Fractor because we're going to run out of issues. -1 mutual, -1 emergency. I want to keep playing the emergencies because they would have been really good in that match in terms of results-oriented thinking. And the more you play, the more you can recur them. And the more we can recur emergencies, the more control we have. Is Zenith pulling the weight? Yeah, Zenith is amazing. It is all the card job we need. We want to run once a turn because of, well, technically sort of because of Maw. And it makes Tremolo better. So you kind of need to play a modicum of things. But Zenith was very, very good in that matchup. I think it's the only reason we won the last matchup. Sad that Sneak Door's 2 MU? Yeah, tell me about it. This deck would like Sneak Door for sure. But it is very, very slow. Do you need them in the opening hand? E-Shutdown, sort of, but you need to play extra copies with Steve. Even if you discard a turn 1, it puts it in the bin, which is okay. So that's okay. But like this, we started the deck by saying, let's try and do a derez deck Steve, so we can't give up on that too soon. We'll probably give up on it eventually, or more likely, play a derez version and a tag me version, and they'll be different decks. And we're probably playing some midpoint. That's not great. Long V, I don't recognize that name. SSO 47. Oh, interesting. Hey, best of luck. Have fun. So SSO is a bit of a snowball of a deck. I don't think it's a particularly healthy play pattern. When your turn ends, you may choose a piece of ice with no advancements and place advancements on it equal to the agenda points of an installed face-up card. So there's not that many face-up cards you can play in standard, The big one is CityWorks Project, I think. That might be the only one besides Oaktown Renovation. And as soon as you put 3 advancements on a piece of ice, like you need to steal that agenda as soon as possible or you lose the game, because every ice getting 3 advancements on it is just messed up. Luckily, a lot of that ice res is for 4+, but this is like logjam.deck, which is where we need shutdown for sure. Yeah, it's about CityWorks. There's technically an operation that lets you install or flip an agenda face up. It's not very good, but like the reason I want to keep this hand is because it has boomerang, and if you can boomerang the early remote server and turn SSO's text off, you win the game. If you can't get into the remote server, SSO snowballs. It's like totally feast or famine. Also could be a Neurospike deck, which is probably the best win condition in SSO, and or punitive, which we're not that good at dealing with. I guess we're floating tags. What's the best way to catch up with the current meta? It's a bit overwhelming to get back into the game after so long. I guess if I can look at Metacorp decks to see the most commonly used ice. Chunks, what I recommend is twofold. Firstly, if you go to alwaysberunning.net and go to the results tab, you can see tournaments maybe in your area, and people generally claim their deck list tournaments, so you can see decks that are doing well at tournaments and click them through. The easiest thing though is just go to Netrunner DB, and people post their deck list and usually say like, oh, this played at this event, it did this well. And they'll have a nice little write-up telling you how to play the deck. And that's the easiest way that you can see both runners and corp decks and see what people are doing in the global meta. Some combination of those two will let you see all the decks that you want to see and see what's popular and what's not. You can also ask questions for sure. All right. Our opponent did hedge fund, mulligan, hedge fund, ice, credit. Okay, slow start. That's good for us. We can just set up. We don't need to do anything absurd this turn. We actually can and probably should face check HQ just to see what the ice is. We don't get a Steve trigger, but on 10 credits, I don't think there's a face up an ice that we care about if they're mostly advanceable ice. Like, I just want to see what the ice is. I don't want to force some credits. Colossus, fantastic. So that just gives us a tag, which we don't care about. It does trash a resource though, but I'm happy that this is res sooner than later, because this is the sort of thing, a lot of advanceable ice on no advancements is not that great. So we just take a tag. Maybe tags matter. We'll find out on this axis. It's funny that we said this name in this card before and it shows up today. Hedge fund. Okay, good. So I'm glad we forced a res there. Unfortunately, we are tagged, so it's a bit harder to do rogue trading, but we can do hot pursuit, but we probably do that next turn. I think if we play the rogue trading and they trash it, we're happy. Okay, tremolo. There's a boomerang for the remote push. I think we just install rogue trading. If they trash it for 2, we're happy. If not, we'll take 12 credits. Sanguine released a video talking about the whole last year. Yeah, Jeff's video is probably not a great way for people to get into the game because it just tells you about what the decks are by name. It's a really great video though. I just think it does something different. The best win count in SSO is just playing a fun bad deck and putting advancements on things for free and enjoying the game while the runner steals all your points. Ask me how I know. So now we can go HQ and ask for these 2 choices and just take another tag, which I think is totally acceptable. Again, Colossus trashes a program. We don't care. Gives a runner a tag. We don't care. Let's draw once and then we can shut it down. Oofa doofa. We're gaming. This is why we play 3 shutdown, right? Surely shutdown. I think I should have done it that turn. You're right. I forgot that was an option. Totally forgot it was an option. Now we're doing it this turn. I don't think I said hi, ba. But that's why we play 3 shutdown to end in these forks where they can't ice HQ. Resing a 6-cost ice that doesn't do anything on turn 1 is probably not where you want to be against an E shutdown. Especially because you got to choose one of these 2 cards and they're both quite good. This is what I mean. If they trash rogue trading, maybe we're okay with it. Steve, they have a choice. Show them 2 cards in archives. One gets RFG'd, we get the other one. Pay wall to wall. We can afford to trash that. We don't want them to have that in a remote server. We don't have the E shutdown now. We can, and if they re-res it, we can go back. They probably have an agenda in hand. They've drawn through 7 cards. So you want to just bravado back? We don't have to because we want to fire Steve once a turn. Let's just keep drawing. Book. That's good. That's a turn next turn. Oh, that's a really hard choice, right? I think we just take a credit here. Next turn we'll do Ma Bravado HQ. I don't think it's correct to E shut down here, but you want to jump the bandwagon. Colossus does almost nothing. I think you're right. If long triple advances it, it's a problem, but I just want to make them uncomfortable. It might not have been right E shutdown. It might have been right to charge a remote server, run HQ, E shutdown. I don't think we have to be super precious because we have Boomerang and 2 more E shutdowns and Steve, but you're right. Yeah, because this is a bit worse for us, I think, overall. Yeah, it might be a misplay. It just seemed really good because it lined up well, but thinking about it, yeah, it might not be the best play. So here we get a bit hosed by Winchester, but we should be able to break the 1 trace that matters. It's a Misfingo. Okay. So that's going to end the run. Eventually our Tremolo will do something, but not today. So now we just draw and run R&D. We can do it in the other order, but this is also totally fine. And it's just to get a Maw and an access, mostly the Maw. Oh, that's good. So Punitive is probably in the list. We didn't get a Maw this turn, so we probably should have run first so we can run again. Drawing actually was maybe a bit wrong there. Masvingo having one counter and it turns off for the ID though. It does turn off the ID, and luckily Tremolo does not give a shit. Oh, eventually, once we get enough like cybernetics, we break Masvingo for free. Oh no, we have to boost strength. Whatever. But yeah, they can't advance Masvingo with SSO because SSO is a card with no advancements on it. But they are kind of trapped here. This is where Sneak Door Beta would be very, very good. But we're just going to set up. We're going to install Rogue Trading, use Rogue Trading. They can't really afford to trash it. The way that we lose is meat damage if they're playing it. We're head on what's it called? That might be a Spin Doctor, so we're going to run it first so we don't Maw and then run Archives. I'm okay just running it. There's no thing that we can draw into that makes us run better. It's a Bio Vault. Okay. We'll trash that. Draw. Cradle's nice. We'll run R&D for the Maw and the Axis. We'll run R&D for the Maw and the Axis. We have to trash that. We're not getting a Maw. Remember, imagine paying 6 credits for 2 MU. They're flooded? Yeah, 100% they're flooded. That's good for us. A huge fan of the Banhart Tremble. Steve, Declan is so damn fun. It is one of the most fun decks you can play in Standard. I don't play it enough. This is a different version of that sort of idea. It feels so bad. Let me Maw. What's the text on Maw? So the first time each turn you access the card and not in Archives and don't steal or trash it, the corp has to randomly trash a card from hand. Very notably, it's very easy to lose a game to this card because they put their cards down and you access one card, but you don't access, you trash it. So if you flip it over, you lose the game. Be very careful. Very importantly, this is the only card in all of Netrunner that requires you to have a die or a way to randomize the access. I'm just running R&D. I don't care. Yeah, you can tree line, fantastic. We'll boomerang that if and when it matters. All right, so Maw's trash. I think we just do Rogue Trading, use Rogue Trading. If they trash it, they're on 1 credit. I went undefeated with that the London local with that deck 5-0. That's a very hot deck in London. I'm pretty sure there was like a bunch of Steves in the top cut in the London districts. Oh, they got a Regolith, but they didn't ice it. There's another pair of cards that requires a die now. Oh shit, what is it, Cold Lava? Hunter's Wolf 2 is really his Wolf 1. All right, so we're going to get a Maw off of this, and then we're going to trash it. So we'll draw once, I think. Fine. We'll just bounce off this for Maw and trash it. So they spent their turn to get 4 credits. It's like, whatever. We get the Maw, and then we trash it. The Emperor accessing a virus from HQ. Oh, yeah, right. The cursed interaction. I don't want to install the Cat's Cradle, because they're running Colossi. As much as Cat's Cradle, they're probably playing Hordem, so they have Advanceable Ice. I don't want to install the Tremolo because they have Advanceable Ice. So it comes down to whether or not we play the prepaid voice pad. My guess is no. We can actually just like boomerang HQ. That's probably worth it. Because we know this is a Colossus, they can't res it, and then we can get back either Bravado or Pursuit. They trash the Rogue Trading, we're fine with that. Yeah, we probably just go HQ here. Archives, it's 2 Maw triggers. It's not huge. It's the sort of thing if you have a Zenith. The Waken Plant here, if it hits the Tremolo or the Cat's Cradle, we're kind of upset. But that's why we play 2 with them, right? No way trashing Rogue Trading is correct. I don't think on their board state is correct. They have bigger issues, but like that's kind of what this card does to you. When it has 12 credits on it, it feels good to trash it. Advancing Masvingo. This actually beats the border, the Boomerang play. That is exactly what we would have done this turn. Now they're bankrupt, but this does beat Boomerang. That's it's almost always correct to trash Rogue Trading. Yeah, here like we're not doing too much, so I think trashing it makes a fair bit of sense. All right. Okay, yeah. Let's go. That's incredible. We're really good at this. Now we can run Archives and credit kiting the Class Act. I can't believe that. That's incredible. 2 cards here. It's a Biovault and Angelique Garza Correa, so their hand is probably multiple agendas. We just basically want to keep in a situation where we can contest the remote server. Look at that hand. Oh, credit kiting is so good. Now, admittedly, the run has to make sense for you. There's a reason why you actually want to play Paragon with credit kiting, because the run is good. If we lost a breaker, it's like not the end of the world. We have extra copies. Okay, so it looks like an NGO front. We don't mind finding out. So they're on 9. Yeah, great. So we can just get things on the table. Tremolo now breaks us for 4 credits. Not fantastic, especially because we still have to deal with this. But we're holding on. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Let's just do it in the better order. We have a long game. We can commit to this. We could bravado. We don't have a real big reason to do that. I want to keep the boomerang. I don't want to install the breakers because they're playing Colossi and then we have to worry about that stuff. We could just install the tremolo and not care. I think it shows them a bit of our hand, but like, whatever. Yeah, whatever. We have another one. If we lose this to damage, we're happy. Play pray people. Yeah, I saw it, Chanceling. How's it going, by the way? I don't think I said hi. The vested mean they're on punitive? 100%. Denying road trading and money's important? Yes, I do think so. Money's going to matter in this matchup. Classic will matter. That's another way to be punitive. But luckily, because we're on 2 agenda points, we still won 3-pointer. That's the only punitive window in the whole game. Colossus threatens your other stuff. Colossus only threatens resources, I think. I'm not sure the text of Colossus, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't threaten that much. I think it's just a tag and program. Unless it's triple advanced, then it's a resource, and then it ends the run, maybe? Drop before you prepaid. Yo, Remy, how's it going? I don't want to. Oh, we already had enough cards in hand. So here we're a bit risky. If we just like straight bravado and our tremolo gets flatlined by like a Colossus, I think we're okay with our opponent spending that many credits on it. So I think we just send the bravado here and don't care. Like we can install the Cat's Cradle, but then there's even more choices for them to trash. Well, we could do Cat's Cradle. It doesn't end the run of 3 advancements. Oh, I thought it does. Yeah, I'm going to send it. This is a bit risky because we know they're on Colossus, but if they res the Colossus, we're relatively okay with it. This makes Hordem being res for 5, which they probably put a code gate here once we install our tremolo. Are you not worried about end of line? We played against an end of line game last turn. We're worried about it, but like they still need 2 end of lines. Like you could put meat damage protection in the deck if you really want to, but we're not, and we're just understanding that matchup's gonna be a bit bad. Okay, it's a Colossus, that's fine. We still make a shit ton of credits here. We can get our tremolo back by running HQ at some point, but we have another tremolo. I wonder if you want stone ships. You could. Or tag me. It's kind of weird. Show us a Regolith. Ooh, huge trash for us. Unfortunately, no Maw. So now we need the triple advance Misfingo is really, really good. They did that right on time. Another class actor revolver. Okay, so we might have actually planned this turn wrong. If we drew once, we could have got a revolver. We probably should have drawn once. Well, we did both of our once per turn triggers besides Steve. We'll just keep drawing. We have 1 in 29 to get our Maw back. Maybe we're a bit, like, I'm used to playing Steve with Banhar, so I'm not too worried about losing a breaker, but actually probably it was bad. I just think them on 2 credits is bad for us too. Kimbo revolvers. Call of Duty. I used to play a lot of Call of Duty back in the day. I just got a free month of like Xbox Game Pass and I played Black Ops 6, and I honestly I have a lot of fun playing Call of Duty. The art style and like the aesthetic of the game has changed so much from back in the day. Now it's very much like 420 ninja shit. But I'm having a good time. It's pretty juicy value end the line hand. Yep. Sure is. But we got a Regolith. I think the trade was okay. Oh, we just can't deal with the Misfingo, of course. Triple advanced Misfingo is really good. I think we probably should respect the Colossus to some extent. Like they clearly saw that we had a Fractor, but this will be all right. Not quite 1 in 29 since you bought on the TCA and you scry a second one. Yeah, that's true. Ooh, it's happening. Do they think we will trade our Cat's Cradle for the Oaktown renovation? I think we will try. So we're going to force a res here, but now they can get the Colossus to 2, which changes the math only slightly, I think. So if we're really frightened, we can do a Revolver Boomerang. How much is this to break? It's 6 strength. We have to boost 2-4. Yeah, that's fine. If we run and this is bad, we do Boomerang run back. I didn't do any of the math. Vibe says this is okay. Can you try to recur your breaker with a run on HQ? We can, but the thing is if we show our breaker in another card, they'll just give us the other card because we have to pick 2 cards, right? So you can't ever force it unless you have 2 of the same. Oh yeah, we'll just Revolver, but this could be a barrier. So this is Revolver. It boosts Colossus for 4. And this card is just good because it empties and we can recur it. We'll see if they res. If they res, they can't score at the Oaktown. Technically on 1 credit, they can score at the Oaktown, which is pretty appealing. So we can still Boomerang and run back. I'm pretty sure we have the money. This is the sort of matchup where like Maul's not gonna fire as freely as we want it to. You're in movement? Yeah, but they have to decide to res. This is where they res. So we're waiting on them as well as us. We could have hit the button, but in theory, you shouldn't as a habit. No, we were waiting on them. We honestly were. So we're not going to break all of these subroutines. Because one gives us a tag and we don't care. Trash program is worth breaking. The tags actually matter because we have counter surveillance. So eventually we can run R&D and see like 6 cards. This also means we don't have to play around punitive anymore unless we flatline this turn. Our paid abilities first. Oh, I guess you're right. But like on this board state. Yeah, maybe you're right. We should have hit the pass button. All right, so we can get punitive a couple times. We'll draw. We technically, if we get a bravado here, we're punished. We have a credit cutting into a class act. We already have a boomerang. Double boomerang is worth something, but I think the class act is just better when we run archives and install it for free. I just click for credit. Continuing to movement is a paid ability though, right? I'm pretty sure continue to movement is continue to approach on JNet. I think the language might be wrong. But there's a paid ability window there. I'm not sure how JNet does it. Is this deck kind of cooking? It's not bad. We might not be better than the Banhart version, but it's definitely like doing cool stuff. The problem is we need a Fractor. This seems to be an expensive barrier. We have Boomerang for that. We can beat some of them. Pharos we can deal with. I think we just draw, play an event. I do like this guy. This guy's pretty cool. We're on threat. E-shutdown is good though. Is there a runtime and clickable thing? Maybe it mentions it. JNet uses weird terms for certain things. I think I just take the E-shutdown. Nah, we'll take the Manuel. It's more fun. We'll run archives. No maw. We could have boomeranged R&D for a single. I don't think I feel very great. I will draw first. So, oh no, we're going to get enough cards on hand. We'll just click for credit. Tremel's back. That's nice. Double chest was good. Imagine if that's a CS, you see 7 and win. I don't think we can afford to see 7. Like we have to pay 7 credits. We actually can't do that. Like this is where we were a bit maybe loose with our rogue tradings and we have to understand. You shut down pointless here as you aren't running HQ. We will run HQ with Manuel. Like not this turn, but we will run HQ with Manuel for sure. They double advance that. What the heck is that? That's probably a Whoredom? Exude standard. All right, so this breaks the Masvingo for 6 credits. Fuck, that's bad. But a diversion goes pretty hard here. So I think we just, boomerang diversion doesn't do it. Ice wall scare. Yeah, it could be a tree line. I think that's okay. Our money is petering out. We need this hot pursuit more than we need the diversion. So if we install the tremolo, we go down to 3 credits. We need a boost. That's 2. Break. That's 6. So that's a lot of money. Our hand is kind of shit. Hot Pursuit is 1 credit, but the triple events Masvingo is really, really good. Not a lot of unboomerangable ice. I think we just install this and click for credits. Tremolo, Chesva, infinite credits. Well, like sort of. Tremolo's suffering. But imagine we Kurapira here. We break this for like still 5 credits. It's not a huge difference. This will eventually will be better. But like, I think our answer here is just play Amakua. 6 credits to bring a Masvingo is a pain, yeah, but then eventually be 4 credits and eventually be 2 credits no matter how many advancements they put on it. Like 2 credits, all advancements is kind of sick. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We could do this. Let's play for a late game that we don't think is real. I hate installing chests and not using them, but like this is intimidating. Like that's scary. Now the problem is this turn that they can res the Colossus. Yeah, hear me out eventually. Like we'll click for 4 credits. What's going on? Not much is going on here. We can afford this. I just like to play on tempo. This like hurts me a bit emotionally. But the HQ run is so good. So this is 6. This is 4. No, this is 2. This is an 8 credit run. If we draw another cybernetic, it shaves off a couple credits. Like a pan weave would be really good. Corp is on 0 points. You should probably click for credits. The issues with SSO, if I can't contest a remote server on the most important turn, long V starts snowballing. So you have to be like a bit careful. But like, yeah, click for that is like whatever. Like probably here we draw once. I think we just click for 4. So we run HQ, like we wasted 4 credits this turn by not doing anything. But if we run this again, we boost break. So that's 2, this is 4. So we can hot pursuit HQ next turn, no problem. Manuel hot pursuit probably. They definitely have points in hand. We could die to like snare. There is the Colossus, not the case. Hot pursuit and HQ cook, yeah, we probably could have done some math there that we could have hot pursuited, but whatever, it's not a big deal. And this is where like the scare, like the emergency shutdown fear is real. Like we can blow up this server, we can blow up this server. Who plays around snare? We'll be up 1 card. We'll get a wake charge. We'll get a maw maybe. Maw at the second snare, never access it. But they really have to like consider putting up this turn because they know we're gonna run HQ. The war begins. So this costs us only 2 more credits, and now they're exactly on 6. That is so funny. Now we really want cybernetics. Double Chess was so toxic. Yeah, this card is messed up good. I honestly think here we pivot R&D maybe. I don't know what this could be that would scare us. Whoredom doesn't matter. It could be another Musfingo, which would make sense. But now we have to boost, and then we have to break 5 subroutines. Infinite Scaling Geist is so cool. I think we just don't do anything. I think we just draw and look for a cybernetic. It's so good though. Coffee tastes bad? I don't know about that, man. So if we hot pursuit, we're down 5 credits. This is boost for 2, break for 2. No, we can't do it. I think we just click 3. We could run R&D and assume that there's going to be a res here because Tremolo breaks tree line for free with Chesva. If there's a res here, how bad can it be? I just don't think we want to run R&D on this board state. Use a boomerang. Does it help much? Like we could boomerang the Colossus. Like the boomerang is 2 credits for saving us 2 credits. Like it doesn't actually do anything here. It doesn't do anything on here either because the revolver breaks it for 2. So like the boomerang is our best thing for the remote server. I think functionally here we like either diversion will be on 5, 6, 7. It will be on 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then this is broke again. Math, fucking math. 2, 4, 6. So we boost. No, it's 5 subroutines. So that's 5 subroutines is 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. And then this is 10. So if we just hit diversion here, we're on exactly 10. I think it's credit perfect. But then they res the agenda, so it's not good. So I think we just hot pursuit, which puts us, I think we do credit hot pursuit. I think the math is right. If we credit hot pursuit, we're on 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is broken for 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is broken for 10. I did my math right. If not, we'll lose a breaker. It'll be pretty bad. And this gives us a click left to play whatever economy card we top deck. We don't have time for Manuel, unfortunately. Break for 8. Okay. It's only break for 4 if you don't think about it too hard. And this Colossus, we break for 2 credits if I'm not mistaken. Yes. What if they board control in HQ? We know that this is a Colossus. It was rezzed on turn 1. And if they res it and are bankrupt, we're like really happy. This also threatens last click into emergency shutdown, which makes us a bit of a harder play. What are you recurring here? I honestly don't care. Probably sure gamble or 2 bravado. Nice. Now they have no money. So we boost, we break this. Oh, sorry. Broke the wrong one. Sorry. Broke the wrong one. Counter P4. Does that work? Oops. Counter P4. Take a tag. I'll take the tag. So now they have no money. We probably win on this axis. Even if it's a single, gets Awaken Plant, we can get back bravados, we can bravado R&D. We'll just get whatever value piece. So our options seems fine. Then next turn we can do double hot pursuit. We can just counter 4, yeah. They have a win con. Sick. It's been a while since I've seen that, little friend. So now we've used our prepaid, so we don't have a huge incentive to run R&D. We got a Maw, which is nice. I think we can just install the Manuel and chill. Rogue, maybe? Oh, did we? I don't think we had double Rogue. If we had double Rogue, Rogue was right, but we only had single Rogue. I want to wait for the 3rd Rogue to do double Rogue. Because I think hitting Rogue would be totally fine. Yeah, Red Plan Couriers also could be a consideration. On 3 credits, they can res a Musfingo here. I think we just like run R&D and C2. Okay, now we have to run this. Luckily, that's a really good run for us. So we can just bravado server 4. We have to break this for 2. We'll have 3, 4, 5, 2 credits. So we need to make sure that we can trash. We need to make sure we can trash a regolith. So this is broken for 2. So that puts us on 5. This is played for 2, puts us on 3. So this is 2, 4. Yeah, we're on 3. We can do it. R&D's free. Yeah, we'll run R&D this turn for sure. I'd just rather do this first. Revolver breaks for 4? Oh, fuck. Oh, I did the math wrong. Sorry, I forgot. Sorry. They didn't res. We've got information. In theory, we should jack out here. Yeah, I forgot that this actually scaled up in strength. So we probably just hope it's not. Oh, it has to not be a regolith. It's unlikely to be a regolith. In theory, the thing we should do here is jack out, run R&D, which means we should have just like ran R&D. So that was bad. I'll be the first to say that was not the play. So this is free. It's pretty likely to be a regolith. It's not very likely. I think it's more likely to be a spin doctor at this point, and even then we can't threaten it. And I want to, in theory, trash the spin doctor before we maw off of R&D here. We see 2 cards, which is nice, but we can just run back on the next click. So we see 2 cards go to Manuel. It is a spin doctor, so I'm glad we didn't go in there. Just using the spin doctor, very impressive. This is very scary. You want to keep this for maw, so I don't know what they're shuffling into R&D. That suggests there's a lot of R&D agendas. So 2 NGO front, we get to see 2 cards here. Wall to wall, I'm happy if they draw that. I'd rather them not draw that. This will get a maw. Like, if they draw this, it's more expensive to trash it here. Yeah, I'll just trash it here, I guess. Oaktown, okay. City Works. Sometimes it'd be like that. Hey, GG. I did not think we would see 5 points there. I thought maybe 2. Thanks for the game. So their ability fired on 1 turn. This is the SSO issue. Very feast or famine. If your opponent's on top of you, you don't have relevant text. It's a frustrating thing. Hey, cheers. You too. Yeah, boomerang the Colossus would have been better there. I didn't realize that we actually had to spend a lot of money. I would have boomeranged it if I realized. That was a course correction halfway through the run. I'm glad that we didn't tilt through that. Parts of this deck seem fun. The Manuel genuinely mattered. I forgot that we hit the wake button there too, but we should have. Yeah, early. I don't think they should res a Colossus on HQ unless tags are really bad, but I don't think I would res a 6-cost ice on turn 1 to give your opponent a tag. Like, I think you just have to say, sorry, you're coming in there. And then I assume it's like an archer or something else. Yeah, I'm surprised this deck kind of cooks. It's like they were struggling with pressure. I think if a regolith went through, the deck is entirely different, but the ideas of the pressure on HQ, like snowballing that pressure is really nice. Ooh, res all. Yeah, Masfingo, that was well called, and this Hordem was well called. I think they could have resed it on 1 turn, but a Cat's Cradle made it cost 5, and this makes sense. That's the only card they double advance. If they triple advance, we have to play around it being a Hordem, because a Hordem, like, if you triple advance a subroutines on a Hordem and it fires, like, we lose the game. But very, very good. I changed Tremolo and stuff in its sicko mode. I think the Tremolo change is probably worth it. I think I'm used to the Banhar version where Tremolo is actually okay, because you can lean on Banhar, but we can't lean on it. So if we change Tremolo, it might be better. But let's try it. I wonder if that means we cut Panweave, though, and just play fewer cards, because I'm not convinced that this card is that... it's pretty good in Steve. Yeah. Let's try it. Needs more draw? Honestly, kind of, but only kind of. Like, I was not sad with the draw. Oh, we have a mutual favor. The draw was like, okay. I think playing fewer than 49 cards would be a good thing to do, because then we hit the Zenith consistently. I feel like the alarm clock might be win more, but it seems good in Steve. We haven't seen it hit the table. The prepaids have been okay. Use more cards. So Wake has been fantastic. I like the Zenith. This package seems fine. Honestly, I think I might like the counter surveillance less than Manuel. I don't know what I'd cut. Maybe a mutual favor. I can't believe we drew 2 Chesvas on the same draw. Only 2 prepaid is weird? Why, you want to play 3? I don't like playing 3 prepaid at all. I feel like this card you want to find, but I don't want 3 copies because it really like impacts the quality of the draw for the rest of the game. I don't think there's many decks I play that play 3 prepaid unless you're playing Ashen. I think 2 is often where you want to be, because the 3rd copy is like just butt. Like the 2nd copy is usually not worth installing. There's only so many turns where you either play 2 events or an event that costs more than the prepaid. Like the 2nd prepaid doesn't often make back. Yeah, it has very steep diminishing returns. You can probably drop rogues. I don't know. I think like we mismanaged our rogues in that game. The rogues were kind of good. Corp jump scare. There's a chance it's too slow though in like competitive standard meta, but the rogues have We've used them poorly, but I can understand taking 12 credits in a turn being okay for that deck. It's anti-synergistic with Steve's once per turn, but like it's 12 credits. Hey, Galar. Hey, salut. All right. Best of luck. Have fun. All right, we're playing against Op. I don't know what sort of Op this is. Shout out to Toulouse Districts, probably coming up in the near future. We have no good tech for contesting the remote server on turn 1, which Op Eminent or Op Rashida is really, really important. So I don't like most of this. The Zenith early is fine, but like I don't play prepaid with this hand. Chesva's useless. Alarm clocks, whatever. Steel skins, whatever. We mulligan for sure. This is better. We don't have a free Maw trigger. We probably like rogue trading, like setup with the put down the rogue trading. Put down the Maw. I think Maw is going to be okay against Op. This is a matchup where rogue trading doesn't sound stellar. But at least Galhar mulliganed. Ooh, Spin Doctor, okay. So that makes Maw worse, but that means that probably not the hand. I run Penny Shaver in my Steve console and expect to make more than 1 run per turn on average. Yeah, that's fair, Declan. In standard, like the classic ones have been playing Paragon, which is not only a bit of filtering, but I could see Penny Shaver being okay. It's better into an acid meta as well, because you can just check things. I was going to say playing Penny Shaver and Maw works well together, but obviously there's some issues with that structure. All right, if we install Rogue Trading and then install Class Act, we draw a lot of cards and then it's hard to double Rogue Trading. Yo, Remy, Scorch still a thing in standard? Kind of. It's called End of the Line, but the big difference is that it removes a tag. So it doesn't see a lot of play unless it's a combo deck, and you can see those coming. But it's really hard to put a Wayland deck where this is your kill combo without being very obvious about it, because you need to give the runner 2 tags or play 2 copies of these. It's just very, very different. We're not in a meta where like it's a Boom meta or Scorch meta where the majority of Wayland is trying to hurt you. It's very weird. I'd be more scared of NBN. So slightly better than Paragon is the redundancy with Class Act. I don't know. Penny Shaver is also a bit slow. I think a huge downside with Penny Shaver is you also have to click the button, and Paragon gives you the money before you access, and that's actually very valuable against assets. Like there is a downside to Penny Shaver that I think is a bit underspoken. Like even with both cards in the meta, I think there's some instances where you could argue that either one's better. I think we install Rogue Trading Classic, click for credits. Draw 5. Okay, so we have Shutdown, that's fine. Another Rogue Trading is a bit much. 2 Hot Pursuit and a Boomerang seems good, unless it's border control and HQ, which we're happy about that. So I think that's a play. Now this turn we can do Rogue Trading Boomerang into Hot Pursuit. It's fine. Sometimes we actually want to contest Spin Doctor because this could be the fast advanced version of the deck that runs like Slash and Burn. And having Spin Doctor on the table is actually a very big thing. So Op can Audacity here, Op can Slash and Burn here. There's some versions that you want to contest Spin Doctor a bit more aggressively. There's no big downside to Tag Me. There is. NBN has like Market Forces and Self-Growth Program. Even like an NSG has printed a whole bunch of cards like Greasing the Palm. So like just standard HB cards that have benefit from floating tags. They're not super common, but for what it's worth, each like faction has like a bit of soft tag punishment that they sometimes play incidentally. That being said, I don't think it's the hardest meta to float tags, but there's reasons that you have to be a bit careful. All right, it looks like assets again. That's not great. So we can go for our play line, which could be Boomerang, Hot Pursuit. Money up. We could money up, but then we discard cards, which is like, again, we're playing Steve. Don't be too precious about it. But like Boomerang, Hot Pursuit is unaffordable. We could do Rogue Trading, Boomerang, Hot Pursuit, and just assume that we don't lose on the table. This is weak to border control very much because it's last click, and maybe you put a border control on HQ. I don't love border control HQ. Paying 4 for an end the run and having no ice on HQ, it's ob, so it's different. Tags are like cheating in Doomtown. Fuck, it is. Yeah, very much so. Oh, the new Doomtown set looks so good, Brennan. Oh man, I got the email where they put all their like set review stuff. So this sucks. We're gonna lose the Rogue Trading. This is the worst line possible. BC on HQ is great. In Ob, it's a lot better. Last click, it's even better. Especially because this comes Afshar, I guess. Maybe against Steve. Yeah, Steve in particular is something, because Afshar is hard to deal with. Now Galehar's going to get money on the table and trash a rogue. Yeah, Afshar sucks. Good lord, it's been a long minute since I managed to catch a stream or played a game. Good to see you still at the top marks for the trash. Tom Selleck, or the stash. Tom Selleck will be proud. Thank you, Jonathan. How's it going? It's Urban again? Is this another end of line deck? Welcome back maybe to the game. The game's in a great spot right now. It's been a lot of fun, as much as we're between sets. Does the deck have more than one Boomerang? It has all of them. Every single copy of Boomerang. So we're not getting that one back, but it's okay here. We can like, Galhar says dedicate the whole turn to clicking Rogue Trading. Server 3 wasn't a Svigator. If that goes through, we have a line. Upgrade. Oh, wow, we get a rogue trading. That's incredible. So we can take 12, or we can just take money and deal with the urban. I don't want to commit to mob before spin doctor's on the table. So I think like, this is the issue is if we trash urban and then run the spin doctor, if we run the spin doctor, Galeheart probably forces us to trash it, which isn't great. Take 12. If this gets iced up, we're a bit concerned. I think I'd be better off taking 6, running urban. Or even like take 6, run spin doctor, run urban. I don't know if Galeheart uses the spin doctor though on just that. Yeah, if they trash it on 6, we're happy. That's for sure. So we don't know what this is. It could be a Maryland. It has to be more than a credit. If it was wall to wall, it might not have been res there because it gets pretty decreasing value. So it's either run spin doctor and then urban, which we needed to run the spin doctor because of the maw. I'm going to do it first. If we trash it for 2, that's fine. But I don't want to trash the urban and it gets spin back with a border control. That's too much value. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Yeah, the order there matters. I think a lot of people trash things with spin doctors on the table. You can argue that wasn't the best line, but because we're a maw deck, we need to respect spins sooner than later. Oh, Mavirus into Regolith. Let's go. Seems important. So that's still like a, what is it, a 7 credit play? That's okay. We can rogue trading maw. Notice how we haven't done anything. All right, so that's still a 6 credit play, right? Like you res a virus for it, so it's not beautiful, but it's not bad. Cat's Cradle breaks this for a credit. That's going to be okay for us. Yeah, 6 credit play. It's not the worst. We probably can draw here, rogue trading, and well, then we discard a card. So I guess we don't. I have no idea what server 3 is. Hostile architecture. Okay. I mean, we don't have to have money. That's only 4? I thought it was 5. Oh, that's easy. All right, so full facets. We're on no miss bones, so we just have to keep the pressure up. I don't think this deck is going to be good at taking the agendas out of the hand. Yeah, that was a lot of money. Doing 5 for a single meat damage seems a bit... Oh, 2 meat damage. Wow, okay. I don't know any of the text on this. Doing a Doomtown. Don't talk about it until I get back. What's a goog, bro? End of the line incoming. It's unlikely. If we die, we die. I think it's more likely like Aziev fast advance. I wonder if finding slots for Miss Bones makes any sense, but we're a tag me deck, so it's a bit hard. All right, let's get some money. That's money. Cat's Cradle into Diversion is playable, right? So 1, 2, 3. We lose exactly 2 credits to Afshar. Get Steve though. If it's a duck, we don't mind. Oh, we lose 1 credit. We die, Andre, Ivan, Drago, Metropole. It's true though, like you can't play around everything. Coming back into still Wayland Corp you're facing. We played entirely Wayland. Yeah, you're right. So no duck. Sick. We'll do the hot fursuits. Get some sweat. Oh, my money now. We can't trash a Rashida though, and this might not be a Rashida because we didn't get rezzed. I don't know what that card is. What is that card? What? It's a hot fursuit? Because of the penguin? Because that's funnier? Shout out to QTM. Spin? Yeah, maybe? It has to be a 0 coster, so spin. Rashida would have been, so I guess it's a spin. It could be a 1 cost card though, but a wall to wall would have been res there. A Sphy probably wouldn't have been res there. It could be a Sphy. I don't know if you Sphy your Afshar. Maybe when you see the Cat's Cradle, you Sphy your Afshar for a wrap or something. On 1 credit here, the fear is that this is an ice wall. If it's an ice wall, we lose the hot pursuit. I will shut down an Afshar like I do not care. Show me an ice wall. Show me a tithe. Make me angry. You got him. It's a bummer QTM stopped doing the podcast. I really enjoyed that. It's been a year, I think. He says, no, not with a backlog of promised content on his own. I didn't consider getting this far. I think we do doof rogue trading and say you choose your whatever you want. I don't know what this card is. Doing podcasts is hard. Tell me about it. We got the rogue trading? Sick. All right, we got 2 points. All I'm trying to say is I like the QTM podcast. I don't mean to shame QTM for not having a podcast. I just miss it. Also, because we don't have the null signal station anymore. I mean, maybe we don't like prepaid. It's a Google. A Goog is a quick Goog. Oh, doing a Doomtown Goog. Don't talk about it. Okay, yeah, do it up. Check out dtdb.co. Do we run RD for single? I feel like we don't. No shutdown of Afshar? You're effing right. It's right, because it's Cat's Cradle, and there's definitely points in hand. With Cat's Cradle, we definitely shut that shit down. Oh, this is going to be sick. I forgot. That's fun. And we have to remember to have fun. I got distracted by the Goog thing. Ma R&D, let's go. I'd rather Ma. I don't care. I'm Steve. I'm winning. Looked into it. I'm so confused about what format is legal. The starter set looks fire. There is a card in Doomtown that is a piano ghost that you put the piano ghost in your opponent's house, and then there's a ghost piano there, and it's frightening. Doomtown is so unhinged in the best way. It is so cool. Yeah, there's a ghost piano. Do we just like send it? We should draw once. Okay, don't do it in that order. Oh my absolute god. Yeah, I'll bring up Doomtown after this game. It's really, really cool. And my favorite part about Doomtown is that the designers do reviews on their DB. Enigma! My click! Oh, that was my last click. I was so excited to run HQ. Piss. I'm swearing a lot and ordering a set. Brennan, what's the shipping like though? It's so expensive. I've been helping a friend build a working Thunderbolt deck. My vision is that Tithe is so good in that deck that works fully op acid deck plus Stegodon. Yeah, Tithe is really, really good. I think Tithe is like the best card in Thunderbolt. You're gonna awaken Diogen in the chat, which like that's totally fun. But yeah, it is obviously like really, really bad. I'm sorry, really, really good in that deck. So we can Moss Server 5 probably. Don't mind if I do. World's winning. Yeah, this probably still is. Oh, that's fine. The most World's winning card. Oh, I wanted that. Powers that be. Would we rather have a Maw? Yes. So I think we just like, we can rogue trading next turn. If we diversion, we get the Afshar rezzed, which is still something. Oh, that's good. So I think we're just going to draw up, and then next turn we're going to rogue trading and just use it for 6 and probably not do anything. We'll run our HQ last click to force a res. We probably should have forced a res on HQ, but once we have rogue trading money, it'll be a bit easier. You have 2 in the heap now? Wait, do we actually have 2 cradles? No, we only have 1. We have 2 shutdowns. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I'm looking down the barrel of over $100 of a box of cardboard. What is money anyways? And I need to figure out how to pick up Doomtown. CS is hype. We can't afford CS. I think CSHQ is the hype. But I'm going to struggle to afford it. I honestly would rather have Manuel than CS on here. It's so easy to put down Manuel and like Boomerang and do fun stuff. Gale's drawing. This seems like a really hard spot. You can after your rogue trading. I mean, like sort of. So here we just do rogue trading, use rogue trading, run HQ, force Gale hard to spend 3. Steve's text is really damn good. Is the shipping cost from the US to Canada for Doomtown? Yes, it is. And it's like the shipping is the cost of the product on its own, which is super unfortunate. All right, we have to run that. That's unfortunate if it's like a Mog fires here, but if we trash it, there's no Maw. So we'll trash like some things. It's a Sphegator. We have to trash that, unfortunately. So no Maw this turn. But we cannot let the Tithe becomes a Spin Doctor and Galehar gets 4 credits. Or 3 credits, excuse me. My confidence of how to pronounce this card has to be reviewed. We'll be sad to see Steve go. I think I'll be happy to see Steve come back as like a resource that says 2 different cards, because I think 2 different cards is fun. But I'm sad to see Steve go, but I'm happy to see DJ Fenris go. Let's say that. Like, I think Steve is a cool ID, but DJ Fenris for 1 influence in my Shaper deck or your Anarch deck that has like 300 labor rights, that's a problem for me. All right, card in the mode server on 4 credits, so we can get in here. We can run it. We can also diversion of funds HQ. We know an Afshar will be rezzed, but if that does the work that we want it to do, then that does the work we want it to do. That puts Galehar on 1 credit, which means we can run Tithe. I think that's the play. We just diversion, run the remote. We can even, oh yeah, it's 2 clicks. We'll see what happens here. The Afshar is very expensive. And that means this has to be Rashida. Show me an Afshar. You have to res it. Fenris and Rebirth are cool ideas that get broken too easily. I agree. Okay, so this is Rashida. We could run it. It gives Galehar our credit. It leaves us on 1 credit, but then we can get a Maw. It could be an agenda. It doesn't make a lot of sense for it to be an agenda. Ice Wall. Okay, so it is Rashida. That's fine. We have a click left here. I think we just do filtered class act draw. We still have Boomerang and Diversion maybe next turn. Are things slipping away? I think we're okay. Let's just keep cards in hand. I'll take a sure gamble. Let me rebirth this corp. It's weird that like the designers of the game were way less willing to give you like a rebirth option as a corporation. I think fundamentally it just makes less sense. There's an agenda in Server 5. Oh, a Regolith. Oh yeah, okay. We kill that with fire. Can't let that exist. That's the card we lose to, this little neutral card system gateway. We lose to that one. 100% we lose to that one. So I guess we have to boomerang this. I'm glad we're not on Kurapira. I mean, on the one we're not on. Yeah, you can't have that. Actually, forcing the Ice Wall res was super impactful. And look how good the rogue trading is. Rebirth as a corp is way better. I can't tell if that's true or not. I feel like there's not a lot of setup corps. Hit the CS, please. Piss. We don't die to IZF fast advance. We should be able to use an asset that gains the text of division or subsidiary. I think that's a cool way of doing it, yeah. If it's like something that the runner can interact with, like an asset. I mean, you could double RT and then next turn boom CS and win that way. I feel like I'm playing control too hard. I think you're right that we could just rogue trading, and then flush HQ. Yeah. It'd be like when they rename stadiums. This is a Wayland Sports Metal Field now. I wonder if we're going to see the same thing that we saw in, what's it called? In Ashes, where there's like reimagined rotated cards, the same way we have like Class Act as Andy and so forth. Our Galehar has to have a lot of agendas in hand, which means agendas in the remote server, which means Kurapira Run It sort of does it, but we don't have enough credits. That seems good. I think we'll just take 6 and see what happens here. I'm not saying that. Yeah, it would make subtypes on assets on IDs matter, corp IDs, because subtypes on corp IDs don't matter. I do think this is the fast advance op with like Cali testing. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, it's on kill. I forgot. This has been a lot. Yeah, do it up. Urban, yeah, fine. We don't care about this. We'll just run HQ. Now the ice in front of HQ can be rezzed. We died to Azia fast advance. We can send it R&D now, or HQ. Yeah, I don't want to spend the boomerang for a single access on R&D. That doesn't seem super impactful. At this point, we've gone through like 25 cards, and we've seen 2 agendas with no filtering. So running HQ is way more value than running the top of R&D. We don't know what the outer ice is. We're going to have to like boomerang the inner ice, which puts us in a pretty soft space. R&D access for 7. It's much better to HQ access for maybe that's right though. We can do boomerang, run HQ, and see if the res here happens. If it's a Winchester, we don't care that much. Let's just suss out what this is. If we get back a hot fursuit, we're in a good spot. I think that's a possibility. I think we can get back 2 sure gambles. No further. Okay, so we can diversion this turn. Oh no, boomerang, never mind. Do it up, makes me smile. I'm glad you like it. I don't know where that comes from. Do we just shut this shit down? Oh fuck, do we just shut this shit down and go back? Oh god, shutdown's so good here. Yeah, don't mind me. This is why you play 3 of them. Sandstone, okay. We hit something else. Oh, that might not be right. Everyone wants me to CS. I'm never gonna play this card. It's too expensive if it whiffs. Maybe I should believe in myself. Bam doesn't want to win the game. What was the other option there? Diversion. So we can diversion here. Oh no, we can't. We actually, I think we just shut down, run back. Like we can lose 2 credits on this. Imagine you keep. I can't believe I've de-res an Afshar this many times. If you res this, you can't do the sandstone super easily. So it makes it hard to extract. Galehar's resing here, so there's the winning points in hand. That should be no surprise. We're on 3 cards in hand. I feel like we're struggling to get through an Afshar in this game. We probably should be on an Amakua. Both lines get us to almost 0 credits, but one axes 7, one sees 1. Yeah, but we got a Maw. You're not wrong. So Urban becomes a spin, so we have a small window here. We can't really do much without drawing. Well, we can Bravado without drawing. I think we just draw on Bravado HQ before we lose it. Yeah, I don't like how this is going. I feel like we're losing our grip. We could die to fast advance Azyef here pretty easily. We don't have a steel skin. So Urban's going to fire. We probably flatline here. We need to hit a steel skin, and even then, it's not guaranteed. Oh, Rashida, that's good. So not Spin Doctor. Maybe that means Galehar has what he needs, but we're on 1 card in hand. So Slash and Burn or Audacity as if we flatline to them. Luckily, we have one of those, but Galehar probably has the other. Why not run Archives? Oh, are we losing? Ah, oh, fuck. We lost. Yeah, bummer. Feel like we had a lot of pressure until we didn't. Anything in Archives? I wonder, like, I forgot we had Maw. We probably had to, like, optimize Maw accesses. And then I think running HQ and seeing 5 would have won the game. SDS. Oh. So there was an SDS in Archives. So in hindsight, like, the counter surveillance run HQ wins 100% of the time. Probably should have done the math there. At some point, you need to shift from control to knockout. I agree, because we're losing our control lock. I felt like we were in control lock, but then this thing in the remote server is really, really bad. Oh, get out. Wild. So the top deck was on the agenda, on the Slash and Burn fast advance. So that needed to be there right there. But you would have gone for a... Wait, you didn't go for a spin? If Galehar top decked it, that means you have to go for a spin instead of the Rashida. When you access Sandstone, I had 2 SDFs and 1 SDS. Yeah, chat is roasting me for not see. We could have won there. We got unlucky. It was a 60% chance. It was roasting for not counter surveillancing. All right, so what do we do wrong there? We have to play around SDS, but that's going to be a bit tricky. We could have run HQ and see every single card. And as we were saying, like, we've gone through 25 cards. We've seen 2 agendas. So Galehar has many points in hand. We got a bit unlucky on the access, but with the SDSs, the access there was like pretty bad. And if we did the counter surveillance and ran HQ there, we could have paid the credits and seen every single card in hand, and that would have won the game. So we did probably need to transition to this. I'm still convinced that our friend, what's his name, would be just as good. But yeah, this would have won the game. We probably should have done it, because there's no way there wasn't winning points in hand. Maybe the E-shut down the Afshar wasn't the play on the turn. Like, maybe we have to E-shut down. That doesn't make sense. E-shut down Enigma? No, because we know the points are in hand. The point where I'm closest to winning is right after I say GLHF, before everything goes downhill. Seeing 7 cards is pretty good. Yeah, but I don't want to see 7 cards on R&D. I want to see 7 cards on HQ, which I think was possible, but it depends what this ice is. Because if Galehar rezzed this ice, we were cooked. Because we had to do Boomerang CS run. I think we had enough credits, but it would be kind of close. I think what we had to do is we had to transition to be like emptying, just like sit down and empty the rogue trading and then just send it HQ. Because there was no shot that Galehar did not have at least 5 points in hand. That we have to interact with only 2 of those points. So that was probably the play. It's just like let the gas off and then play the knockout. All right, let's do one more. Yeah, I think we could have had that for sure. Good game though. Yeah, HQ is definitely correct call. I don't want to run R&D, that's for sure. I think we're feeling the 49 cards as opposed to 45. Like, we're just not getting everything as smoothly. Like, it feels scrappier than it should. I wish we were a bit more consistent to get to our like hot pursuits and our breakers. Just saying that CS is better than Manuel. I think on certain board states, I'd rather have Manuel turn 1. It's just Wayland? What's going on today? Have we seen any other identity? We're not great into some of the advanced ice. This is BTL, so this could be built to blast, which like we flow tags. That's not great. Happy Wayland Day. Yeah, I feel like we're playing a lot of kill Waylands exclusively today. So let's talk about this hand. They're going to ice HQ. If it's a mess in chest, so we can't really deal with it at all. Turn 1 they kill the Manuel. I don't get it. Yeah, I think we're okay with that, but like, it's fine. It has threat text at some point. So what can we do here? Rogue trading, float the tag, die. Hot Pursuit is good, but they're going to ice up HQ. So like if they ice up HQ, which they do, almost none of these cards are playable. This is, at least we have a Kurapira, I guess. We can bravado whatever the remote is, turn 1. Yeah, we're definitely worried about end of line. Subliminal makes me assume that they're Hyper Glacier now. So I think this is going to be like Sokka Worlds list. It's on 49. Yeah, so this is like Hyper Glacier. We have to get Lock. This is where you want Banhar. This is going to be a heavy Glacier. Andre says Kill Wayland doesn't exist. Jaina decks prove him wrong. Yeah, tell me about it. Single advancement could be a mess in Chesvo. We can do prepaid into bravado and just not care. Theory could leave the prepaid credit and not use it. Biovault, yeah, it's Hyper Glacier. Bummer. This is gonna be a long game. I was hoping not to play another 45-minute game. We've been streaming for 4 hours. All right, we made a successful run. We just need to set up with Chesvo and Kurapira and go from there. This is definitely a mess in Chesvo. They didn't res on HQ. This is where Banhar is really good. We'll just keep drawing up. I don't want to play Steelskin. Oh, that's good. I'll play Steelskin with prepaid if at all. We have to watch out for Biovault. Yeah, I don't think we have a game into this matchup. Now it's advanceable ice, so in case it's a Colossus, we can lose our breaker, but otherwise we can do Kurapira Bravado. That doesn't give us a lot of money to break with, but it's like all we're trying to do here is duck. How well does this duck? Concede and go next? I don't know. Yeah, this doesn't duck really well. Hope it's not a mess in Chesvo. But if it's a mess in Chesvo, the subroutine ducks anyways, so whatever. It's a Pharos. Oh, shit. Sick. We're tagged. So now they're on 2, so at least we can run HQ for double bravado. That's actually really good for us. We're assuming this is a Rashida. Okay, really good Steve trigger on this turn. Oberth. Oh, sick. So this is probably like a Bridgman list. This is interesting. We don't want them to have that. There's either a Rashida here or a Biovault on HQ, so we can go back for HQ. We can steal an SDS because we have a Kurapira, so we can go back here. I could bravado. It's probably worth bravadoing. We probably should have done that. Oh, no, we just drew it. Yeah, that's good. So Rashida will fill the hand back up. Oh, wall to wall. Right, but of course. This is actually where you want our Tremolo, because Tremolo scales better into this sort of stuff. At least we can boomerang this and not care about the tag. So we're pretty sure that's a mess in Chesvo. We'll just Steelskin. All right. Ooh, we have an E shut down into a Pharos. That's pretty good. We could go for a single in R&D. We could just do Chesvo run R&D to find an SDS. The deck is on like 6 agendas. Actually, no, if it's on Oberth, it has a bunch of standoffs and stuff. But we can do Chesvo run R&D, Class Act, and not care about Steve. We're pretty sure this is a mess to Chesvo. The deck's on 3. Tree line, good to know. Not a lot of money, but we'll bounce back. Run HQ shutdown if they don't res it's sick. Yeah, but they'll res a mess in Chesvo when we have like 6 credits. I feel like a lot of my playstyle is minimizing mess in Chesvo fires. But I do think this is like Bridgman list. I don't think Bridgman was on Pharos though. But it's an eminent list, right? Okay, advance. Alarm clock's gonna be good. Huh, this hand has no money. That's not good for us. We could clicklessly prepaid a diversion, force a res. That might be okay. They're dripping a credit a turn, which is not good. Corpse running Tattoo Bolo would be a different game. Yeah, of course we're running Tattoo Bolo. We really struggle to interact with that. It's very, very bad to econ deny Tattoo Bolo, that's for sure. We're single tagged. So we don't have many ways to get money without interacting. So unfortunately, if we install 2 cards, we do install Alarm Clock. Well, we can credit kiting the Alarm Clock. It's functionally a click for 2 credits. It's like, whatever. But we could. Thinking. Because I don't know what else we do here. If we diversion, they definitely res one of these. It's either a Hordem or a Tree Line or a Mouseless. But we force a res, which is worth something. I think the Alarm Clock is the best card we have in our hand and into the E shutdown. So we probably do just credit cutting for like minimum value. Don't draw that turn. That's fine. We'll run HQ first click and see how things go. Yeah, I don't know how we deal with Tattoo Bola. I do think like Amaku is probably worth something. We ran that turn too. Notably, yeah, we ran for credit kiting, so denied the subliminal. That's definitely worth something. Second advancement here, so it could just be an ice that it matters. Oh, I forgot we have Maw. Spin Doctor, okay. So HQ has had some pressure here. They've drawn through 15 so cards, so there's definitely an agenda and a half in there. This is probably like one in. Actually has a high density if it's the standoff SDS deck. And we want to install some extra cards if we think it's standoff. And we're pretty sure it's standoff because they're on Oberth. But some of these cards I think are different than the list that was published from Bridgman. All right, drawn to discard. So we'll just start run HQ. Alarm clock is bypasses, so beats Mess and Chesvo. It's a tree line. So we can double click through that to force the Mess and Chesvo res. That's not great. Tree line is annoying. This is gonna suck. We don't have much else to do that turn. Yeah, let's force a Mess and Chesvo res. At least 6 credits. Oofa doofa. Deck is begging for Sneak Door. I know. It's probably worth it too. Sneak Door into E shutdown would be disgusting here. So we're gonna lose all our credits. Oh, it might have been okay to run R&D there. Spin Doctor already. Biovault Unseen. Yeah, I think this is going to take a long time. Forcing reses can't be that great with wall-to-wall out. It's like, it gives us information. The problem is like the stuff just goes up anyways. Like Message Schedule just gets advanced. It slows the game down slightly. It gives us information to boomerang, but like, it's not fantastic. All right, that's an NGO front. I think we can see, like, this is going to be a long game maybe. When I was playing Steve, I ran into this deck all the time and I stopped playing Steve. It's not the matchup was bad. It's definitely winnable if the games were an hour. Yeah, I think the games are going to be hour. They have a lot of ways to bounce back on low credits. Like they're functionally here on 10 credits. But the games are going to be really, really quite long. So we can get into HQ. This is kind of over without Banner. Yeah, I think so. I think this is probably unplayable without Banner. So this is a click to deny 2 credits, but it also denies Subliminal, so it's kind of worth something. We're assuming this is an NGO front. Yeah, it's fine. It denies the Subliminal. It's not a huge advance because the advance gives you 2 credits, but it denies a click for 3 credits functionally. We can boomerang on HQ and get an Axis. I mean, whatever, man. After looking at all the Doomtown expansions and shipping, I can indeed answer, what is money anyways? A valued and precious resource. Did you go for it, Brennan? It's not clear what that message means. That could mean anything. So Stratagem needs to get another ice on HQ, and if that's the case, like, we're okay. I don't like committing this boomerang while there's a Ferris on the table, but like here we have to rip a 5-3, and even then the game's going to be an hour and a half. Thinking about it. Okay, yeah, there you go. So hey, we trashed the Mess and Chesvo. Single advance. We can force a res for 2 clicks. Wall to wall forever. Biovault in the remote server. Actually, it could be a 2-kana as well. This is where you want to find your row tradings. Oof, not that. Can we even play that this turn? No. So Coup Repair could matter. They could be on SDS. Having another breaker is okay. I think the list is on SDS and send a message. So we'll keep the extra breaker. I think we'll just throw out the diversion. Doesn't seem like it's going to be useful. This is pain. Oh, Subliminal went back, yeah. Hard to stop that. This is the weird thing, right? Like, Hyperglacier is a total legitimate playstyle that people like. I just can't find the interesting midpoint between Hyperglacier being a thing the game should encourage and a thing that's fun for your runner opponent. Right? Like, it's so strange. If your goal is to make me not interact, is that a place that the game should go? I honestly don't know, but Hyperglacier's been around the game since like day 1. Definitely have points in hand. I didn't remember it was shuffled back with Spin Doctor. I feel like the Maw's not going to be worth it, but like, we need to make our accesses matter. Ah! Okay. All right. Alrighty then. What are we doing here? Are we going to face check a mess to Chesvo and lose 6 credits? We don't interact and win with a fat CS, I guess. It's really hard to do a fat CS though, because we're assuming they're on Biovault and border control, right? So like, I can't set up a CS without being somewhat aggressive and disruptive. This might be conceded. I think it is. It was just a bummer if that's the last game of the stream. So I think we're just going to like Hail Mary for some pretty aggressive runs. That's something. Like maybe we win. Maybe. But yeah, this is the sort of matchup where I think you have a fun if you play Banhar. My ideal game, Netrunner scoring 7 points while opponent is in the bathroom. Here's the standoff. So we can trash the boomerang at a minimum. So now we have to watch out for archers. We know this is not an archer, but they can res archers now. So we're just going to try and touch cards. So if we boomerang here, they probably don't res, but we'll give it a shot. It gets a maw trigger. I guess that matters. I wish we had a run event. No res. Send a message. Okay, maybe a res now. We're winning. Pharaohs, that's fine. Probably dead in this boomerang too. Vault. If we don't trash this, we need to trash this. It's free and we can go back. They're just going to trash every boomerang we have. Mavirus. Okay, this doesn't matter in the matchup. We have no viruses, so we're not going to trash this. And then we'll get a bad draw for our opponent and we get a maw. All right. Now we wait for another 35 minutes. I hate the joke about time because it makes it seem like an actual consideration in game matches. But our opponent now, in theory, if we're playing organized play, has to like step up the pace a bit. Ooh. So this is a spin doctor, I'm assuming? What is this? Is it just a virus? It's a spin doctor. Okay, so we need to deal with that before we maw. So let's see what cards go back. R&D is still open, so one face down. So it looks like we modded an agenda. No surprise. Now this is 3 advanced, so it's a tree line. Okay, so the boomerang's coming back. Vault end the run. Okay, boomerang's not coming back. I totally missed that happen to the remote server. I don't think it would have changed our play line. Yeah. When there's 8 strength ice on every server, I just don't know. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing. Like, the answer is play Turbine, right? The guy plays his run-based aggro criminal and then complains when somebody does something that is not good into it. Play Botchless and laugh? No, they play Mavirus. This looks like fun. Russell, how's it going? Yeah, we've had an absolute tear today playing against only Wayland, and then this has been like the absolute, like the wall at the end of the hall. That's good though. They trash it, it slows the game down. There's no way for us to get more than 6 credits off of this though. For casual game, I think you kind of just say, all right, GG, and play a more fun game. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. This is a casual event. I don't know if I play it. Can I check back in 20? I don't know if the stream will be on 20, Russell. Well, like, what's it cost to break a Ferris with Kurapira? 11. And then we don't get a counter. We have to break 12. JK. Whatever. Nice. Prepaid is a bit greedy, but like, order. Wrong order. Excuse me. So we'll just take a credit off of this. We could have afforded that, no problem. And we'll just put some breakers on the table, I guess. Are we in Sneak Door? You bet we're not. No way we are. Not a shot. We have one more valuable boomerang. There's the Eminent. Let's get the free archer. Yeah, okay. So what does it cost to run HQ, right? Let's talk about this. This we can click through. This is a Pharaoh. So if we want to boost, it's 9, 10, 11. So with a Chesva, so let's just say that's 9. Let's round. And then this is 8. So it's 7, 8. Yeah, it's playing the game is very difficult when you want to touch cards. All right, I'm out. I think I'm out. Yeah. No, I'm out. Do you mind if I concede? Toss the old rifle into the cornfield on this one. GG. Yeah, we're out. Yeah, if we had Banhart, I think we have a shot there. That's actually kind of a fun matchup. Hey, thanks for the game. But we have no shot. This is the sort of thing too. It's like, yeah, I don't know. This like just always encourages me to play Turbine and like Anarch and stuff like that, like Botchless, Banhart stuff. It's weird. It's a really hard thing to balance to make people feel okay against Big Ice without like forcing the Big Ice punishment to the deck. This is, mind you, I think a much more explosive deck than we got to see, and it's mostly because we trashed the Oberth. If you haven't seen this deck, it's like hella cool because you get the Oberth in the remote server, and then you can like score Eminence, Fast Advance. You can score the standoffs, and some of the versions play Hostile. I think Pat added a Hostile when he played this on the Backroom channel, Backroom Deals. And then it can go, right? It does a lot of fast stuff really quickly and snowballs. This is actually relatively slow. Like it's only been a 16-minute game so far, but this many turns is surprising, as much as this has just been like Steve respect more than it's been building their own server. Things that we can do about this, like we can play Sneak Door Beta. I do think the tag version doesn't really help. Like Maw is not really what you want here. Not that Paragon would be that much better. You could play Botchless, I guess. We saw him a virus. That might be what's on the table. But yeah, I don't know what you meant to do in a criminal against like 10 strength ice everywhere. Like you just can't run. It is what it is. Bummer. I think we end on that note. Like I guess that is what it is. A certain deck has holes against Wind of Opportunity with derez, but no tricks against it make it pretty tough. Yeah, Wind of Opportunity is interesting, especially if you play Hermes, because then you actually can like deal with the ice. I think that's actually a really good thing in this deck is if you do Hermes and you don't run, because then if they put their advancements on ice, you return that ice to hand, and that deck runs like 10, 11 agendas, which is a pretty rough spot to be in. So I think that version of the deck's not going to do well. It does. I actually watched the Sable Carnage versus Soccer from Worlds match yesterday, and it was very fun despite the ice looking like this, but I think that was an exception to prove the rules. The Sable Carnage versus Soccer from Worlds match yesterday? Oh, like the finals. Hey, speaking of Soccer, how you doing? I get tilted by this exact deck every week at local tourneys. I need a slot Light the Fire. Light the Fire is not even bulletproof, Brendan, because it like beats Biovaults, but they can put Biovaults on other servers, technically. But that deck does run border control usually, doesn't it? Simply stream more. Clearly need to have a bar. Lost to the same deck / player on my crimp deck recently. It was quite traumatizing because it was 6 points for 16 turns. Yes. For what it's worth, that version probably does score out a bit more. I do think you can play Hostiles instead of the standoffs, and it's probably okay. And it gives you more points in the deck, so that's interesting. You can probably play both. But I do think the versions that we're thinking of, like Soccer versions, play Clearinghouse, so they don't often score out that much as they want to end the game. Did you see my comment in your stream where you played Bridgman's Light? Yeah, I did, and I didn't understand it. There was like a bunch of thumbs up, and it clearly seemed like a clever joke, but I honestly didn't get it, and I didn't feel comfortable enough being like, Sako, what the heck? Like, I just didn't get it. I'm gonna pull it up on a stream. It was on the video that was labeled like, hold on, how do I go to my channel? Is there not a button for this? It was like the one person's trash. Was I like insinuating that the trash was Bridgman? Like, I don't know, but you left the comment and I couldn't get it. One person's trash. Oh, you don't have to watch this. But the comment was like, who is it? Is it Bridgman? Who is it? I don't know what I did, Sokka. Take heart that Glacier BTL dies with rotation because of no vault. Oh, that's kind of true. I imagine we're going to see a vault-like effect. I also imagine we might see 1 or 2 more cards that are Hush-like, just because the health of Startup probably needs a card like that. That has one person's trash. But is the trash Bridgman or is the person Bridgman? Because in either cases, it's not just, well, okay, if it trashes Bridgman, it's disrespectful. Okay, I think I got it though. That's fine. Oh, that was funny. I just didn't know how to interact with it because I'm like, I'm not sure. I'm glad you clarified it. I should have reached out upon it probably. That's going to be it for the stream today. Looks like still online. Oh, one thing I want to shout out. Okay, I said I would show this. One of my favorite things, and I've said this before, Doomtown has a DB. It is a fork of Netrunner DB, so that's great. But one of my favorite things that they do, which might be hard for Netrunner, is that there's a review section, no surprise. And after every set release, one of the designers goes through, Rich Carter, and writes like a nice couple paragraphs about each card, either explaining why the card is there, the flavor, some of the design process, what this card was existing, what hole that they thought existed in the game. And it is just the coolest thing to read, even for someone who plays not a lot of Doomtown, let alone no competitive Doomtown. It is some of my favorite reading to go through and just read all these to understand like how they got here. I wanted to shout out this card, which is just a hilarious card. If you read the text, it sort of makes sense. I showed this to Maddie today. This card is a piano that is haunted, that is better when you move it to your opponent's home. So your job is to deliver a cursed piano to your opponent's home and then just leave it there and have them deal with the fact that you've delivered cursed furniture. And it is just the coolest flavor on a card. It is so silly. When it's at the home, it has -1 upkeep. You're not paying for it. And it's just like a really annoying thing that'll just sit there. Move Piano Geist to the home of a player with more money than you. You may boot a dude there. You just ship it over there and they pay for the shipment. Enjoy the Abomination piano. It also is a self-playing one, so it's very, very haunted. That's incredible. Yeah, really, really cool. So the designs have been really charming, especially because this is at the point where they've rebooted the game. So they have a lot of like knowledge of what works and what doesn't work. Very enjoyable mechanics text. Yes, I love when mechanics text of a card is this fun. Very, very, very cool. Thanks so much for everyone hanging out on the streams. Again, a huge thanks to all these names here and more that support the Metropole Grid on Patreon, so you can put the time into all this sort of stuff. I might have a delivery downstairs for the equipment to get this thing set up. It's been a pain. It really has been. I got an email from the people troubleshooting my like capture card, and they're like, test out this thing. And I was like, you forgot to attach the thing, and then it's in China, so you wait a whole day. But it's been a lot of work. All these names here and more give me the time to do all this sort of stuff, to set up all this sort of stuff, do all the filming and the editing, the streaming. Mind you, with more online tournaments this year too, there's going to be a lot more online streams to watch, which I think is really hype, as much as also in-person games are going to be recorded and online, which is great. If you want to support the Metropole Grid, you can put a like on the video. That helps a heck of a lot. If you want to share this, subscribe to the channel, that stuff works too. But also you can find a link to the Patreon in the description below. Goodbye. I hope it was a good stream. I think it was a really good stream. It's like, you know, sometimes we get glaciered out a bit and we shouldn't make it matter too much in our heads. But I think that deck was actually really fun. It's also very unrefined. This is the issue with the channel, is take the stuff that I put out and refine it, and then maybe tell me about it, because I do think there's a really fun deck there, as much as we're on 49 cards with not a really strong game plan outside of be scrappy, which like maybe that's a fun way to play criminal. That's for sure. I think that's mostly that's mostly it. Again, we'll be back on Thursday. On Sunday, there'll be another ESL stream. You can find that link to that in the description. I won't be part of that stream itself, but there's always really, really fun. I'm expecting more news coming up from Nelson Games in the near future. Stay tuned to their page, whether it's upcoming elevation spoilers, new where Worlds is. We're at that point where there's a lot of very exciting news on the website. That is mostly it. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you in a bit. I feel like there's some news I'm forgetting to say. That's too bad. I'll figure it out on Thursday. Thanks for streaming. Hey, thanks for tuning in. You coming to any more ESLs? Yeah, definitely. I'm booked for like 2 or 3 more of them. I think it's like every other one, give or take, of the scheduling. So there will be more streams for sure. Thanks for watching.